Somewhere, a young man with red hair was in a critical, near-death state. He silently told himself, "What a beautiful dream. So beautiful that I want to destroy it, swallow it whole, and flatten it." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a young man with blonde hair stared at him and calmly said, "Finally, I've defeated him." A tragic ending, very fitting for the most cruel villain. After saying that, he turned his back and left. It turned out this was the ending of a novel story. Just now, Nam Woo-hwan, wanting to complete his series, arranged for the strongest villain to die at the hands of the protagonist. Although this was the ending many readers wanted, to him it was nothing but trash. Clearly, this was not the ending he wanted to write, but for the sake of money, he reluctantly had to do it. When the last word was written, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Nam Woo-hwan startled and shivered. There really shouldn't be anyone coming here at this hour. He went to the door to check, but all he saw before him was a silent emptiness. Although quite uneasy, Nam Woo-hwan reassured himself that it was probably just a drunk person passing by. As he was about to return to his bedroom, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet. Written on it was, "This is a gift, make a request when you need it." Before he could even think about whether to ask for a TV or a refrigerator, the paper suddenly emitted a dark aura. Arson, the villain, appeared in front of him from within. Nam Woo-hwan exclaimed in shock. "What? How is he here?" Arson did not answer immediately, only displaying a bitter smile. He spoke, "So this is how I die, after all this time, all the effort spent. 10 years just to avenge those who destroyed my family, loved ones, friends, and beloved. I have lost everything. But why, even after I let go of everything, is the outcome still failure? Nam Woo-hwan, you must be the one who understands better than anyone, so it's pointless for me to say more." Nam Woo-hwan was about to say something, but Arson interrupted. "So please." At that moment, the dark energy that had enveloped his entire body earlier, he continued with a helpless smile, "Please help me, only you can change this fate, I will watch over you." Immediately after, Nam Woo-hwan felt as if caught in a tangle. He entered the body of the young man with red hair, gradually opened his eyes. He sat up, scratched his head, and grunted, "Did I just faint?" Suddenly, the structure of the room seemed strange, leaving him confused. Looking at his wrist, he wondered what this outfit was all about. He got off the bed, walked toward the mirror, muttering, "What's going on?" Observing himself, he saw a strange red head, and a haunting smile. The moment he looked into the impassive fox-like eyes, he realized he was apparently inside the body of Arson Adel, the most powerful villain in his novel. Moreover, in just a few days, the assassination would take place. The half-demon bloodline of the Arson family, descendants of the devil, had helped the family become one of the largest clans in the kingdom. But the family declined because of the 6 major clans, leaving only Adel. That is his story, and also the reason he became a villain. He tried to take revenge but ultimately failed. So he brought Nam Woo-hwan, the one who created him, here. In a few days, he will be killed by the cavalry of the 6 great families. Powerless, he activated the status window. Adele is one of the strongest characters in the novel, but still cannot compare to the superpowers that Nam Woo-hwan gave the main characters. The status window displayed information. Half-demon race, chaos setting, swap talent, a dark attribute, killing intent, mana control, mana 341. No matter how much charm the villain has, Nam Woo-hwan never intended to let them defeat the protagonist. But now he cannot control mana. The setting he created to make Adele terrifying has become a double-edged sword. Racking his brains, he noticed the piece of paper on the bed. What is this? Wait, that's the paper that appeared before I entered the novel. I forgot about it, even though I don't know if it will help. I can't be picky. I remember the paper said to look at it when needed, but when he looked at the paper, it was completely blank. He cursed silently, "Damn it, am I really going to end like this?" Suddenly, a few lines appeared on the paper. "Author, if you don't know how to use the gift, please answer yes or no." Nam Woo-hwan trembled, muttering, "Bastard, who are you?" The paper showed a line of text, "Please write yes or no on the paper." He was annoyed. "What now, are you still teasing me?" "Alright, I'll follow your lead." He wrote, "Yes." The paper instructed on how to use buying and selling information. "I will answer anything written on this paper. Some questions require a fee." Nam Woo-hwan was surprised, trading information. So it knows the answer to any question. The paper explained, the more important the question, the higher the price. He requested, "Tell me how to return to the real world." The paper quickly refused, impossible. He cursed in frustration, damn it, really couldn't expect anything from this. He decided, then just show me how to use mana and Adele's attributes. As soon as he finished writing, mana radiated from his whole body. The paper notified, this question does not require a fee. Control over mana and how to use the attributes have been comprehended by the body. Do you accept? He answered, yes. He smiled as he felt the mana. The first attribute was darkness, the ability to disable 5 senses of the opponent. When activated, a black hole appeared on his hand. He was pleased, success. Normally it's bigger, but this is fine. Next was killing intent, a power that restrains the opponent with an aura. After using it, he continued to succeed. Knights and trained soldiers could withstand it, but this was still effective against ordinary people. He thought he only needed to learn the transposition ability now, the skill to swap position with any chosen object, the ultimate assassination skill. When activated, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. He was satisfied but could only teleport within a 20-meter range, much weaker than in the novel. If he trained, he looked ahead and decided to try using the armor. He used teleportation, expecting his body to merge into the armor, but was instead thrown backward. A loud noise rang out, and he fell flat on his backside. Damn, it seems he couldn't get it right on the first try. Outside, the sound of hooves and people grew closer. The soldiers shouted loudly, hurry up. This time we must kill him. But Nam Wu-Wen remained determined, willing to try 10 times, no, 100 times if necessary. He would survive. Meanwhile, at the Arson family estate, a group of people entered. Seeing so many people, 2 servants grew worried. A tall man, with eyes full of murderous intent, looked down and asked, where is he? This man was Count Leon, captain of the Peltz Knights. The servant stammered, he is in that room, sir. Inside, Adele heard the noise but said nothing. Leon inquired about his condition. The servant reported that the boy hadn't moved for several days. Hearing this, Leon became even more curious. Without hesitation, he knocked down the door and rushed in. Adele calmly sat in a chair to greet him. So you've arrived. Surely you don't intend to let a kid like me survive, do you? Leon sneered in contempt, laughing scornfully, ridiculous. Kill him. A soldier immediately obeyed the order and stepped forward. Yes, sir. Not allowing himself to be bullied, Adele swiftly used teleportation 1. The soldier's sword shone brightly, causing him to panic. Adele used teleportation 1 again, teleported right in front of the soldier, stabbed once in the neck, blood splattering everywhere. Leon was surprised to see him take down the soldier in the blink of an eye. He crossed his arms and ordered, what are you doing? Charge forward. The soldiers obeyed and immediately rushed in. Adele quickly dashed out of the room, threw the dagger to the ground, then used teleportation to relocate. His body landed safely. He decided that he must head to Arson Forest. Leon saw him escape and ordered, he's running away, chase him quickly. In Arson Forest, Adele ran desperately, struggling to catch his breath. As he ran, he calculated, even if he was lucky enough to escape the knights and leave the territory, he wouldn't survive. So, he would go through the gateway in this forest to enter the demon realm. The demon realm is currently suffering heavy losses due to war with humans. If he demonstrated enough talent, they might accept him. But the problem is, Adele stopped to rest and suddenly heard a noise. He suspected they had caught up with him. Leon's soldiers had entered the forest. He ordered them to spread out and search for him. Adele hid behind a tree observing, but he didn't know exactly where the gateway was, although he was sure it was nearby. While walking, he unfortunately stepped on a branch, making a noise, and instantly grew anxious. Leon's hearing was sharp as a dog's. Upon hearing the noise, he unleashed his power, devastating the forest. He bellowed fiercely with murderous intent, you slippery bastard, so you're hiding here. But Adele had already used his ability to escape. He still had 1 or 2 teleportation uses left. He had to find the gateway quickly. Damn it, there has to be a way. He wrote on the paper, telling me the exact location of the gate to the demon world in Arson Forest. The paper replied that the information was not free, requiring payment of 100 gold coins or an artifact at relic grade or higher. Being asked to pay such a large amount of gold, Adele was confused. Damn it, where am I supposed to get that now? No sooner had he finished speaking than a shockwave hurtled towards him, causing him to fall hard to the ground, in pain. Leon, wielding a sharp sword, stood before him. You run away because you want to live, right? Adele, today you will die here, whether you want it or not. Even after being beaten to a bloody pulp, he still stubbornly said, don't make me laugh. I am not going to die. He thought there was still a way. Whether I live or die, I'll take the risk and see what happens. Seeing him like that, Leon wondered, are you still going to resist to the end? After all, you are the master of the household. Adele clenched his sword tightly, annoyed. Why do you all act so noble when in reality you're just a bunch of grown men ganging up to catch a kid? Or maybe you should switch to being a babysitter. I guess even that would be too hard for you to do on your own. Adele's taunts angered Leon. I intended to send you off without any pain, but now I will pierce your heart with the sword that the Baron granted. Leon charged forward with his sword, saying, die. Adele smirked proudly. Now is the time. As Leon thrust his sword, Adele quickly opened the paper to block it. Words appeared on the paper, thank you for your payment, which was assessed as just enough, exceeding the requested amount, guiding you to the gate to the demon world in the forest. Adele smiled smugly, which made Leon confused. What? Beside him, a door appeared. Adele immediately used permutation 1, rushing toward the gate. Leon was startled, shouted loudly, and stopped. But Adele was determined to run forward, thinking about that freakish bastard. He couldn't believe he chased him all the way here. Seeing the door, he was overjoyed. He had found it. Leon quickly broke off a branch, resolute, I won't let you go anywhere. The branch flew straight toward Adele. Just as it was about to touch him, he was about to vanish. Adele smiled and said to Leon, see you next time. Before leaving, he even greeted Leon in a special way that made him furious. Damn it, he had already arrived in the demon world. After arriving in the demon world, Adele chewed on jerky while wondering how much time had passed. Since waking up after passing through the gate, I have been in a dungeon. This is an artificial dungeon created by someone, a secret place for researching demonic arts. He was puzzled as to why there was jerky and a stone bed in a place like this. Was it created by the treasure guardian? Not to mention there was a red barrier blocking attacks from the front and a stone guardian as well. I don't know if the high-level clan created this place, but it's full of strange aspects. Just looking at that guardian is terrifying. If I charged now, I'd probably be crushed. Suddenly, a piece of paper glowed, attracting Adele's attention. Written on the paper was, this is the only time you are forgiven for bringing out items not owned by you as a bargaining chip. If not complied with, the exchange of information will not take place. Adele was sweating, thinking this guy must be crazy, so this time he's letting it go. Suddenly he noticed something strange. That stone wall seemed unusual. I can sense these things. Suddenly, a resonating sound. You have no right. Hearing that, Adele thought maybe that was the function to disable the barrier. Too bad. He began to calculate, he needed to find another way to escape from here. That stone fell from the guard. If it really was stone, maybe everything would go his way. He immediately used permutation 1, to swap places with the stone. He escaped from there. He was delighted. Well done. It was a success. But suddenly, a monster roared loudly. In some kingdom where the sun and moon form an eclipse, someone splashed a bucket of water forcefully, cursing, idiot, why did you spill it here? That person kept scolding the child. The one standing above was the patriarch of the bear's family in the demon realm of Crete. He stepped in and said, it's really lively, probably because my daughter is about to raid the mid-level secret zone. What a trouble, if she succeeds, she will gain access to Saitan. But even if I order her to fail, she would oppose it. Only by entering Saitan can she avenge the humans who killed her mother. Would such a weakling survive in a place full of fierce demons? Crete sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a servant ran in calling, Sir, something happened. Crete was irritated. What's all this fuss about? The servant bowed awkwardly. I apologize. We heard news that an unidentified person is in the secret chamber. Crete is curious. In the secret chamber, the servant responds, yes, there is no sign they opened the door to enter, so everyone is very confused. Crete wonders if their identity has been determined yet. The servant replies, they touched the function that only you can use from inside, but we don't know who they are. Crete taps the table thoughtfully, perhaps they were forcibly summoned through the gate created in the war between humans and demons. He orders, anyway, they will die, no need to worry, just focus on preparing for my daughter's exam. The servant obeys, understood. Crete observes outside, reflecting, if everything goes smoothly, I might gain a useful pawn, of course, if they don't die in the secret chamber. Adele is brought back into the room, falling hard to the ground with a sharp scream. He is confused. What is that? A wolf. Almost dead. The wolf continuously attacks the door, making him anxious. So even when the barrier disappears, going outside still causes trouble. Suddenly he notices, wait, isn't it also made of stone? He decides, alright, let's try. Adele quickly uses swap 1 to interchange positions with the wolf. He happily succeeds. The wolf panics and howls inside the room, trying to escape. Adele runs off, thinking it would die if it did so. Now I just need to find a way out. Running, he suddenly stops. A praying mantis appears in front of him. Perhaps this isn't good. Each stage has its mission, and this one is even more dangerous than the wolf. He smirked smugly, just as we predicted, they are merely mindless creatures. This is feasible as long as there is a permutation 1. He dashed forward quickly, then stopped in front of the last door. A sound rang out, welcoming you to the final destination. Adele was confused. What, you welcome an intruder? What the heck, it seems this is the boss's room. Is anyone inside? Inside was another monster, a death knight. Adele swallowed nervously, judging by its strength, it seemed equivalent to a death knight elite. The death knight spoke, expressing respect that you have come here. Adele immediately used permutation 1. Right after the knight finished speaking, he teleported the knight outside. Adele greedily advanced. A treasure chest, bigger than I thought. There was also a decorative item carved with a black dragon. Suddenly he realized, wait, the black dragon decoration, I've seen it somewhere before. He was curious. The black dragon, among the highest-ranking noble clans, has pride like a black dragon among the 7 deadly sins, sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, and pride itself, like a black dragon. Bears, the 7th deadly sin, pride. Thinking of that, he grit his teeth and cursed, damn it, if he catches me, I'm dead for sure. Without hesitation, Adele opened the chest. At this point, he would empty it and run. There had to be something useful to escape this place. As soon as he opened it, a demonic aura flooded out, clinging tightly to his face. It forced its way into his stomach. Adele writhed in pain, clutching his stomach as he vomited everything out, then screamed in pain. His head seemed about to explode, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, something disgusting lay on the ground. Adele trembled, breathing heavily, confused. How long had he been unconscious, and was his left eye bulging out? He examined his eye through the sword blade and recognized the black eye. Could it be that the liquid splashed on him earlier was a status board appearing, half-demon race, chaotic attribute, genius with 1 permutation, interesting traits, absorbing several characteristics, focused absorption of killing intent, darkness, mana control, proud eye, mana 341, his dynamic vision soared to an extreme level, activating after defeating an enemy. Having gained a new ability, Adele was proud. With this, he would never lose to the weak again. Not bad. Deciding to come to the demon realm was indeed wise. After finishing everything, he decided that all necessary things were in hand. Now it was time to leave. I only paid attention to the box, but behind it was a door. What should I do? I've made quite a bit of noise, surely many soldiers are waiting outside. If I go out, I'm sure to die. Do I need to kneel faster than light to save my life? But if they discover I belong to the arson family, even if I beg, they'll kill me. I have to hide this emblem first. The Death Knight angrily shouted, open the door immediately. Hearing the sound, Adele turned around, seeing the Death Knight continuously attacking the door. His Highness is coming, open the door. Adele was confused. What? His Highness? Wait, could the reason they welcome dried meat and stone beds be because this place was created by the high-ranking families for experiments? He wrote on the paper, who is the owner of this place? He thought he had stolen the reward they were supposed to receive. They would tear him to pieces right there. He asked, tell me who is closest to me. The paper replied, that information has a price, payable with an item worth 100 gold coins or a relic-grade treasure or higher. Adele wondered, what price could he pay? He decided, mana, I will pay with 100 of my maximum mana points. He thought it would be difficult, but after surviving he could recover. The paper accepted, judging it fair, I will take 100 mana from you, author. The person closest to you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete Bears, head of the Bears family. At that moment Renee entered, causing Adele to worry, damn it, my life is over. According to what he knew, this territory was created by the bear's family to train their youngest daughter. The proud title was definitely her reward for completing the territory. Renee, who holds enough power in the bear's family, can cut through the guards like slicing butter and is now standing in front of him. Renee swiftly beheaded a death knight, then looked over at him, making him break out in a cold sweat. "Alright, I can do this," he promised himself. Renee aimed her gaze at him, and asked irritably, "Who are you?" Adele quickly knelt respectfully, congratulating Miss Renee on completing the final territory. She had also become worthy. Renee said irritably, "Explain yourself." Adele was sweating as he explained that the master had ordered me to be her bodyguard. He thought our eyes met, but she seemed unaware of Kyo-nan. Renee asked suspiciously, "You?" Adele replied cheerfully, "Yes, even though I look like this, my skills aren't bad at all." He was determined to use her to escape from here. Renee laughed and snorted. Adele grew worried. Did she not believe him? He immediately used his ability to make Renee believe him, startling her. He grabbed her hand confidently and said, "See? I believe I will be useful in protecting Miss Renee." Renee angrily pulled her hand back, leaving Adele puzzled. What's wrong? Is she mad? She turned away to think. Adele silently rejoiced, relieved she overlooked what he had done. He said, "Let's go. Please meet the master immediately, he's waiting for you." Renee agreed, "Okay." Adele wanted to leave first. "Then I will go do the other tasks the master assigned. I need to get out of here as soon as possible." He threw the door wide open and said, "I'm sure I won't be late." Suddenly Renee stopped, causing Adele to feel uneasy. Looking ahead, she called out, "Father." Crete was filled with murderous intent as he smiled. Adele was shocked. "Damn, why is Crete here? If he saw Kyo-nan, he would kill me. Why isn't he reacting at all?" Crete asked Renee curiously, "Have you successfully completed the territory?" Renee replied, "Yes, father." Crete turned away and said, "I understand. Follow me." Adele wondered, "Follow me? What is he thinking?" He quickly followed Crete, thinking he couldn't just dismiss all of them. "I had nothing left to offer on the paper either, meaning I couldn't use its power." He followed Crete to the palace. "So this is Bear's mansion." Crete paused and ordered, "Go back to your room." The group heard this, obeyed, "Yes, sir." Crete said to Adele, "As for you, wait here, I will call you later." Adele secretly rejoiced. He was left alone. This was an opportunity, wasn't it? No, of course not. Inside the office, Renee stood before Crete. He wondered, "You have completed my final mission. You absolutely must enter the Seitan training area." Renee confirmed, "Yes." Crete pondered then asked, "Setting that aside, how is he?" Renee recalled and affirmed, "He is strong." Crete, upon hearing this, was pleased. "I understand now, quite interesting." He stood and looked outside. "Because you have proven your worth, you may go to Seitan as you wish." Renee happily said, "Thank you, father." Crete was satisfied, thinking, "I thought he would die immediately after infiltrating the territory, but he survived, even obtaining the Eye of Pride, and with Renee's opinion on him. He is definitely worth exploiting." Adele outside was worried. "How much longer must I wait?" In the dim light of the castle, two men appeared. A subordinate bowed respectfully and gestured to Adele, "This way." He pushed the door open, announcing, "I have brought him, master." Upon entering the room, Crete's face appeared like a demon from hell. Adele immediately felt fear, his mind confused. The master of the house, what was he thinking? He bowed his head, careful and fearful, knowing that a single mistake could cost him his life. "Why would you let me live?" Crete gave a twisted smile, a fierce sound resonated, "You bastard." He unleashed his power, the sound echoing throughout the dark castle. "Indeed, you fooled my daughter very well." The sudden attack caught Adele off guard, pain spreading through his body. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Under Crete's immense power, he could not resist and collapsed to the ground. He shouted loudly, "You have no intention of killing me." Crete hearing this withdrew his power, smirking, Released. Adele exhaled, gasping for air, his body still trembling. He thought, demonic energy is truly astonishing. Crete, with the demeanor of a supreme being, smiled triumphantly and said, "You're also quite quick-witted." Looking at Adele, he continued to ask, "What is your name?" Still afraid, Adele dared not delay and answered immediately, "I am Adele." Hearing that name, Crete seemed to grow even angrier. Adele. He was once again controlled by power, not understanding why he was enraged. His body aching and weak. He asked, "What do you want from me?" Crete commanded, his voice demanding obedience from others, "Open your mouth." His wicked face showed a satisfied smile, "You just need to continue what you said to my daughter." A horrific creature advanced deep into Adele's throat. His mind felt as if it were being invaded. Crete's increasing power caused him excruciating pain. A dark sound echoed, warning that if he harbored any other thoughts, this poison would tear his heart apart. Adele screamed in despair. Crete turned his back and walked away, saying, "I will prepare lodging for you, wait until I call." Crete seemed indifferent to Adele's weak writhing on the ground, but perhaps had been successfully threatened. He was spared by him. Crete spoke sharply, "Go, leave." Adele gasped, unable to believe what had just happened. Damn it, what was going on inside that dark castle? He was led to a room. A subordinate calmly said, "From now on, you will stay here." Adele stood in the vast space of the room, pondering why he had appeared here. He had become dependent on this family due to Crete's will. The subordinate bowed farewell, saying, "Please rest comfortably." Adele remained confused by his reprieve. Living in such a comfortable place, the fact that he let me live was already something I was grateful for, but I felt completely exploited. He sat down on the bed, satisfied with his achievement. Well, I have gained partial recognition from Crete, this could really be a good situation. But above all, that creature still lay deep within his body. Adele clutched his chest, feeling the life of the foreign object. He was determined, "I must eliminate this." He thought firmly, "It has to succeed." After using his strength to push the foreign object out of his body, he shouted joyfully, "It worked. Just as I thought, it is an inanimate object." Looking at the creature still asleep, unaware of the world, "I think if I kill it, he will realize immediately. So what should I do now?" Adele was startled when he saw it open its eyes. He gradually realized it woke up because the mana provided from my body had been cut off. Immediately, he dropped a drop of his own blood to it, "Eat this." While it was high from the mana supply, he said helplessly, "So I have no choice but to soothe it this way." He urged, "Go back to sleep quickly." Adele wearily collapsed onto the soft bed, sighed, "At last, I can relax." He wondered how much the trap on his neck had been removed already. He was about to faint. The status window appeared. Half-demon race, chaotic attribute, transposition talent rank 1 upgraded to rank 2, traits, partial interest input, trait of focused interest, dark murderous aura, mana control, proud eye, mana 341, reduced to 241. Looking at the numbers, Adele carefully observed, "I should check first." After finishing, he was satisfied, transposition from rank 1 to 2 already, but the mana amount is the real problem. Compared to the main characters, it's just a grain of sand in the desert. How to increase mana? After thinking hard, he found a way. Ah, right, there's that method. Renee appeared with a cold, gloomy, soulless expression, "I don't like this." Adele confusedly asked again, "Yes." He thought helplessly, it had been 3 days since he was assigned as Renee's bodyguard. He followed behind watching, she always had such cold reactions. Looking at her back, he was thoughtful. When she was young, she had a bright personality, but after losing her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, I feel guilty. From afar, a man shouted loudly, "Renee, Adele, the head of the family is calling both of you." Adele was startled, probably still haunted by the previous incident. Answering the call, he and Renee went before Crete. He realized the family head was surely calling them about Renee entering Saitan. Although Renee had hopes after successfully infiltrating the territory, Crete did not permit it. He explained patiently that Saitan was not an easy place. With her abilities, she would die after a while without being able to properly avenge her mother. The terrifying energy emanating from Renee frightened Adele, who regretted being there. Crete continued, however, if she brought him as a bodyguard, he would allow her to enter. Both were shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. Renee shook her head in refusal, "No." Adele wondered if she hated him that much. He recalled that Saitan was the demon world school, where promising children gathered. They constantly clashed with the Royal Academy, where the protagonist studied. In that context, many students, including Renee, died. It was the worst place, where death was like a ticking time bomb. Seeing Renee's resolute expression, Adele wondered why she insisted on going to such a place. But he dismissed his initial thought, replacing it with a decisive one. No, that was the best place to gather forces. I know most major events happen between the Royal Academy and Saitan. A daring thought flashed through his mind. Yes, let's give it a try. He quickly accepted Kreet's request, but added, I have a request as well. Seeing Kreet's serious face, Adele hesitated slightly. If I'm going to be dragged there too, I should take whatever I can. He clearly proposed, and I requested something related to mana. Kreet laughed heartily, as if he already had the upper hand. Oh ho, I thought you would ask me to get rid of that. Adele trembled, afraid that the secret about the poison bug would be discovered. Fortunately, Kreet hadn't realized the poison bug was no longer in him. Renee looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Kreet immediately agreed. The arrogant bastard, the request isn't difficult, I will listen to you. Kreet commanded Renee, you may go now. Renee bowed respectfully, yes. She walked toward the door but turned her head back, casting a deadly glance. Feeling that terrifying power, he thought she must hate the idea of going with him that much. Only Adele and Kreet remained in the room. He wondered what the old man would give him. A mana vial, an artifact wouldn't be bad either. Kreet spoke up, that is a treasure my family members can be sensitive to, so I sent my daughter away. Adele was surprised to hear that, a family heirloom. Kreet unleashed his power. I know your mana is very low, and you will die instead of my daughter, so this much I can do for you. He emitted a strange, eerie sound, approached, and said, I will teach you the mana cultivation technique of the bear's family. Adele was surprised to learn the secret of this family, the mana cultivation technique. Kreet's voice echoed throughout the room, O demon god, please grant this servant clarity amidst the chaotic flow. Please grant us just challenges and do not let thousands of demons starve, but do not put us to the test. If you do, your name will be glorified. Adele, overwhelmed by the power controlling his reason, knelt respectfully before Kreet. He looked at him and said with satisfaction, an ordinary person would lose their mind after hearing the incantation, you truly are an interesting one. With this cultivation technique, the demon god will directly grant you demons, so you will achieve what you desire. Adele struggled to resist and thought confusedly, demon god. Kreet continued, however, it seems your family is connected to the 7 deadly sins. Adele, embarrassed, replied, sorry. Kreet smiled strangely, curling his lip in contempt, however, now I have sowed poison into you, even if you are a deadly serpent, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Adele looked dazed. The information I wrote, the family connected to the 7 deadly sins. I don't remember setting that up. Kreet spoke, now you may leave. Adele replied, yes. In the wonderful atmosphere of the forest, he sat down to cultivate. He decided he would practice here because his mana might get out of control. He adapted to the dark power boiling inside his body. O demon god, I gradually realize that once I accept the demon god's magic, I will no longer be able to use human magic. I have no other choice either. From somewhere, a deadly sound echoed, you are a mongrel. Adele was bewildered and surprised at what appeared before his eyes. Stammering, don't tell me that creature is alive. It said, I don't think you carry the blood of that child. It seems you bear the blood of a filthy traitor. Adele was startled by the immense energy. He looked at it and asked, are you the demon god? The voice in the space answered, yes, it seems the world calls me the arrogant god. Adele asked, apparently certain of the answer, do you intend to kill me? The creature explained, if I wanted to kill you, you would have died the moment you opened your mouth. For some reason, I do not want to kill you. You seem to be consumed by the same sin as I am. I feel a strange sympathy for you, I will grant you a mark. You, who walk the same path as I, this mark proves that you can use my power, the proud traitor. Make sure you do not let pride cloud your judgment. Adele raised his hand, sensing the power being absorbed, his mind confused. I have borrowed the power of a demon god, it seems I have gained 3 extra lives thanks to this mark. But the mark was a tattoo, soon my entire body would be covered in tattoos. He did not know that behind the tree, someone had witnessed it all. Sensing someone was watching, he turned around, and saw Renee's figure. He feared and wondered why she was here, was she eavesdropping on them? Renee suddenly called out, Black Priest. Adele was surprised and thought, what? A month has passed since he received the mark from the demon god. He looked at the data board, half-demon race, chaotic attribute, 2nd level permutation talent. Characteristics, interest absorption level few, focus interest trait, dark killing aura, mana control, arrogance I. Mana 3,411,035. Adele was delighted and satisfied. After training 100 points, his mana had tripled in a short time, perhaps thanks to the interest and focus traits. In a few years, he might surpass even the heirs of the 6 great families in the human world. With his current strength, he could conquer even the hidden area. Looking at Renee, he thought helplessly. But first, why was she training in front of his house instead of the training area? He called out to attract her attention, "Excuse me, young lady." Renee bowed respectfully, yes. He thought it was good that she no longer avoided him, but suspected she misunderstood him as a priest. In this world, only black priests can communicate with demon gods. It was better that she didn't hear what he said to the demon god. But if Renee treated him as a superior, bad rumors would spread within the family. He spoke, "Young lady." She replied immediately, "Yes." Adele calmly expressed, "Young lady, I don't know what you are thinking, but I ask you to treat me as before." Renee replied hesitantly, "But," he continued, "I am only following the family master's orders to protect you, so please treat me comfortably." She hesitated, then said, "Then turned to give the order, bring me some water." Adele was surprised, "Huh?" Renee paused. "You tell me to treat you comfortably, I'm tired and thirsty after training." He thought he had achieved his goal, but something felt off. Just as expected from a proud family, she changed her attitude quickly. Renee urged loudly, "Hurry up." He answered, "Yes." Adele helplessly accepted, perhaps he had to do whatever she asked. Standing beside Renee, holding a sharp sword, he thought he needed to quickly conquer that territory, but Renee wouldn't let him be. "I hardly have any time left, I must act before the protagonist crosses into the demon realm ahead of me. I need that treasure to survive in Saitan." He called out, "Young lady," then calmly asked, "How is your preparation for entering Saitan going?" Renee was surprised. "Why do you suddenly ask that?" He explained so she wouldn't be suspicious, since she would face all kinds of evil people there. "I ask out of concern for you." She absent-mindedly replied, "I've already packed everything necessary." He asked further, "Are you sure?" Her hand was gathering items into the basket. "Why not go back and check carefully to be certain?" He persuaded her. "Later, if you realize you forgot something important, I don't want you to get into trouble." Renee looked at him skeptically and said bluntly, "What exactly are you trying to say? Get straight to the point." Adele immediately denied it, looking for an excuse, saying, "I only said that because I care for you. After all, I am your escort." She seemed to see through his true nature and exclaimed, "You liar. Where do you plan to go behind my back?" Adele angrily thought, "Damn it, she's not falling for it." Renee spoke in a gloomy voice, "Do you despise me?" Adele cursed silently, "Damn it." He tried hard to justify himself, "Actually, I heard there is a territory around here I wanted to conquer, please understand, it's only for your safety." In his mind he begged, "Please believe this excuse." After an eerie silence, Renee said, "Now I remember what I forgot." Adele was overjoyed as if he had found gold. "Then why don't you come back?" She interrupted, "Start up." The words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Adele. He mechanically asked, "Excuse me, what do you mean?" She replied, "I haven't finished starting up. I will go with you to that territory. If it's nearby, we could finish it today, right?" Adele was confused, miss." Renee raised her voice to urge, "Hurry up, where exactly is that territory?" The image was gruesome and filled with a deathly atmosphere. Adele said, That is the immortal territory." The immortal territory was once ruled by the Death Spirit Masters, but now it is filled with soldiers possessed by vengeful spirits. After the Death Spirit Masters were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, this place became desolate. After a moment of silence, Renee softly said, "I know that place well." Just mentioning the name of the territory was enough to unsettle Renee. Perhaps that place is at least a mid-high level territory. By now, the number of soldiers had definitely increased. Adele thought, anyway, having Renee's help wasn't bad, but the problem was moving together would make escaping the mansion even harder. If the escape was discovered, the news would reach Crete immediately. After a moment of thought, he spoke to reassure her, "Miss Renee, if that's a burden, then perhaps you shouldn't go." He continued, "If the head of the house finds out you left without permission." Before he finished, Renee responded, "It's okay." She added, "I know a secret way out." Having said that, Renee led Adele across the forest edge, to the ruins of an ancient city wall. Upon arrival, she pointed to a low archway near the ground, surrounded by dense green grass almost hiding the path, then said, "Here." Adele praised, "You seem familiar with this place, huh?" He thought to himself, "It seems she often sneaks out." Adele said to Renee, "Let's go, before we get discovered." She agreed, "All right." After passing through the shortcut, they were suddenly faced with a majestic mountain landscape towering high. Below was barren ground with stones, an eerie cold gloom enveloped the entire scene. After looking around for a moment, he asked, "Miss, how much farther do we have to go?" Renee did not answer immediately, turning back to look at him with a cold, inscrutable expression. Seeing this, he quickly explained, "I have no reason to leave the grounds, so I'm not very familiar with the surrounding terrain." At this moment, Renee finally replied, "We're almost there, just need to get past that part." After a long while of silently crossing mountains and hills, Adele hesitantly broke the silence. I guess we're nearly there." Renee kept a cold attitude, answered tersely, "Yeah." Finally, the two arrived at the territory. Adele said, "It seems we have reached the place." The scene outside the territory was indescribably desolate, shattered ruins scattered everywhere, and the ground barren without a single plant growing. Witnessing the desolation, Renee couldn't help but be furious. "Damn it, that son of Cerberus." Adele thought to himself, "She probably means bastard. I must hide from Renee that I belong to the arson bloodline at all costs." He continued pondering, only he knew the way into the territory. After some inspection, he said to Renee, "I think we can enter by digging here." She immediately replied, "Okay." Beneath the largest stone statue were decayed soldiers guarding the land. After digging, the hatch leading to the immortal territory was revealed, inscribed above with intricate ancient symbols and patterns. Adele confidently determined it was the entrance. Adele took the initiative, "I'll lead the way." But Renee refused, "No, I'll go first." Deeper inside was a corridor brightly lit by torches. Adele exclaimed, "It's brighter inside than I expected." Standing before the ancient but gloomy castle, Renee announced, "Over there. We have arrived at the right place." Adele thought, "This place is on a different level compared to the bear's territory. I bet there are at least 100 new graves here." Renee signaled, "Let's go." Adele responded, "All right." As soon as the two moved, the ground swarmed with human skeletons controlled by magic. Emerging from the dirt, suddenly surrounded by enemies, Adele said to Renee, "Young lady, I entrust this task to you. Do you agree?" "Very well." Without hesitation, Renee grabbed her sword and charged in, to fight the surrounding soldiers. Seeing her rush into a deadly battle with his own eyes, Adele silently marveled that his decision to come with her was absolutely right. He shouted loudly, "There must be a death necromancer controlling at the end of the monster horde. I will catch up soon." As soon as they were struck down under Renee's blade, the skeleton soldiers immediately revived just as before. Renee was uneasy, "They're coming back to life." Not far from the skirmish, the mastermind continuously controlled the soldiers through a magic orb. "You're bold to come here," he ordered, "eliminate the intruders, finish off the enemies." Renee shouted anxiously, "They just keep reviving, what do we do?" Adele ran over to her, speaking while running, "It's because of that sorcerer." He continued, "Don't stop, keep moving forward." "Young lady." At the same time, a skeleton soldier charged toward them. Adele quickly killed one and suggested, "I have a way to easily clear these." Without needing an explanation, Renee immediately responded, "Got it." Without delay, the two simultaneously ran toward the leading sorcerer, ordering the undead soldiers to block them. Adele shouted, "We just need to get close to him." Adele thought, "Everything will end when we break the sorcerer's orb. Finally, I can use the new ability of the two-way swap." A giant skeleton soldier suddenly appeared and advanced to attack. Adele thought it wouldn't be that easy. He shouted, "Miss Renee, charge forward." The giant skeleton soldier was struck head-on by Renee's slash. His body shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Adele and Renee coordinated to execute the plan to eliminate the sorcerer. Swapping the two designated teleportation points, Adele considered that the new ability of swapping two might be exchanging objects with each other. He activated the double swap. Kola saw the orb vanish, then became confused. Recalling the new function, Adele successfully caught the magic orb in his hand. He thought silently, "Got it now." The leading sorcerer shouted, "No." Adele smashed the orb into fragments. Without the orb, the sorcerer lost all magical power. He vanished, roaring angrily, "It can't be like this." After the sorcerer completely disappeared, Adele was delighted, "We did it." Miss Renee, still not recovered from the battle, replied softly, "Yet." The sudden disappearance of the ghosts echoed, "Thank you." Looking around, Adele silently said, "The tragedy here, it all happened because of what I wrote, please rest in peace." Unexpectedly, Renee asked Adele, "Is there anything else we need to do?" He answered with a happy expression, "Yes, it's time to claim our reward." In front of them was an ancient box not far away. Adele was overjoyed, "Finally I have the item I needed." Dark Fawn, a dagger forged from the black iron of the demon realm, it transforms darkness into mana, increasing sharpness and speed within the shadows. Eternal Full Moon, a crafted ring that absorbs and senses mana along with moonlight. Adele marveled, "Wow, with this dagger, I can maximize the properties of darkness. As for the ring, it's nice but I don't really need it." He turned back and asked, "Miss Renee, why don't you take the ring, I will take the dagger." Renee agreed, Alright then." Adele continued, "Okay, then let me." After saying that, he gently slipped the ring onto Renee's hand. Immediately she pulled her hand back, her face suddenly flushed. Adele thought to himself, "Why is she reacting like this? Does wearing a ring mean something to the demon clan?" He asked, "How do you feel about it?" Renee answered shyly, "This is awesome." Adele smiled, "Good that you like it." Then he sat down beside the box full of gold coins and said, "Since I dealt with the boss, I'll take all the gold." The sword in Renee's hand immediately pressed close to his neck. Adele hurriedly backtracked, "I mean we will split every last coin evenly." After clearing the territory, the two returned to the mansion. Adele spent time doing chores for Renee or practicing mana. A month passed, his status board appeared. Half-demon race, chaos attribute, talent swapping level 2, interest rates intermittent, interest rates focused, dark killing intent, mana control, keen eye, mana 10,351,297. Adele was pleased, nearly 1,300 mana, this is a mid-level rank in the demon realm, I have made significant progress. A few days later, Crete called Adele and Renee over. At the mansion, her father stood before the two, with a stern voice, saying it was time for you to enter Saitan. The moment has come. He continued, "Today you two will go to the capital to enroll in the academy." Crete asked, "Have you finished preparing?" Adele and Renee answered in unison, "Yes, sir." After hearing this, he said, "Go ahead, I don't think we need to say goodbye." Renee was silent and sad, then bowed and left. Adele replied, "Yes, sir, I will depart now with the young lady." Crete gave a private reminder to Adele, "I hope you will do well." He responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Outside, the carriage was ready, and the two set off immediately. Adele looked up at Crete, thinking, he said he wouldn't see us off. But perhaps the demon clan also has feelings for their children. He told himself, "I'm worried about the future, but now that things have come this far, I will achieve my goals in Saitan." In the carriage, Adele noticed, since leaving, she hasn't said a word. Did I do something wrong? Renee silently evaluated. At first I didn't like him because he looked suspicious, but he's more handsome than I thought. Noticing the atmosphere was too cold, Adele spoke up, "Haha, the weather's nice today." Renee continued to think that his actions and words lacked weight, and in terms of strength, he was still far from the required level. He really is a rare talent. She reassured herself, "How foolish. I saw him talking to the demon god, so why doubt him?" Adele wondered silently, why is she staring at me so intently, did I mess things up? Renee's eyes never left the ring, awkwardly looking away as she thought. The eternal vow, that is the meaning when someone of the opposite sex puts a ring on someone's finger in the demon world. He did that without saying much. What oath did he make? I'm really curious. Adele spoke up, "Miss, we will arrive in an hour, earlier than expected." Renee looked at him then turned away immediately. Alright. Adele pressed, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" Renee replied, "I want to sleep a bit." He answered, "Yes." Finally, they arrived. Adele looked around, thinking to himself, so this is the capital of the demon world. It doesn't look much different from the human world, with a medieval style. However, there are some differences like some people having horns and other physical traits. He noticed an elite demon, who had a tattoo on his neck, just like him. Seeing Adele distracted, Renee reminded him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Adele was embarrassed. "Yes, miss." He asked, "So where are we going now?" Renee replied, the entrance exam is in less than 2 days, we need to register first. Adele quickly said, if it's in 2 days, how about we tour the capital until then? Renee coldly said, I'm not interested. Receiving the cold reply, Adele's usual smile faded completely. He tried to persuade, Miss, maybe you. Renee cut him off, we don't have time, let's go register. Adele thought, hasn't her past been that she never left home since her mother passed? God, I just don't understand her. Looking at the Saitan campus, he exclaimed, so this is Saitan. Amazing, it's 3 times the size of a normal university. From the front, the supervisor announced, you have completed the registration, come back in 2 days. When it was Adele's turn, he spoke up, we have come to register for enrollment. The supervisor glanced over and asked, what's your story? Adele was surprised, huh? He continued, you don't look like you're from the demon tribe. Clenching his pen tightly, he became angry, a half-demon dares to register. He shouted loudly, we may have lost the battle, but what do you think this place is? Hearing these harsh words, Adele thought to himself that he saw a bleak future ahead. The registrant angrily did not hesitate to insult Adele to his face, it's because of small fry like you. Renee's voice rang out, what's going on here? She stepped over to the registration desk. Adele turned to her, feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, the registrant looked up at her in surprise and exclaimed, oh, those horns, this enrollment is truly extraordinary. I never thought I would witness a child of one of the 7 great Sin tribes. He spoke softly, if you are a candidate, please declare your clan and identity. Renee calmly introduced herself, Bear's clan, Renee. She emphasized to the registrar, and this is my bodyguard, he will enroll with me. Reluctantly, he filled in the information but still grumbled, a half-demon as a bodyguard, the 7 great Sin tribes have truly lowered their standards. Renee didn't let him finish, cutting him off, her killing intent flared up, enough already. She drew her sword, glaring fiercely, I will no longer stand by and watch you insult the Bear's clan. Panicked, he changed his tone to avoiding, whispered, we don't distinguish candidates by status, so please forget what I just said. Then he spoke loudly, please tell me your clan and your status. Adele replied, the Pixie Adele clan. He completed the procedure and reminded them, registration is complete, please attend the entrance exam on the scheduled date. Adele thought to himself, during the human-demon war, half-demons were stronger and fought for humans, so it was natural for humans to have prejudice against half-demons. He was angry but couldn't do anything else. The 2 left, but Renee still held a grudge about what just happened, still sulking. Adele comforted her, all right then, Miss Renee, now we need to find a place to stay. They both arrived at an inn not far away. Adele observed, this place actually looks quite clean, but Renee disagreed, feeling disappointed, the inns here are too old. Adele tried to reassure her in every way, because we don't have money. He thought silently, the 10 Creek gold coins given were just enough for the 2 of them to live on for a month. Due to the consequences of the war, the Bear's clan was poor, so he couldn't ask for more. Adele turned to Renee and smiled, so, shall we go inside now? The door opened, and a greeting sounded. Renee looked around as if checking the situation, while Adele kindly asked the innkeeper, is there any room available for 2 people for 2 days? The innkeeper replied, yes, there is. The innkeeper continued to ask, will you share a room? Renee was startled, blushing shyly, she was truly an innocent girl who hadn't experienced the world yet. Adele was still smiling, asking for 2 private rooms for us. Renee shyly did not dare to look back. The innkeeper was surprised, oh, yes. He handed over the keys and said, 2 rooms for 2 days including meals, totaling 2 gold coins, the rooms are on the 2nd floor. Adele gave the money, thinking this amount is equivalent to 200,000 won in human currency, not bad at all. Renee quickly went upstairs. I'll go up first. Adele watched her and nodded. I'll bring up the luggage later, Miss Renee, please rest well. She turned around and said, all right, you too. Adele looked at her back, thinking that she had always lived in a grand mansion, this was probably her first time sleeping in a place like this. Well, she would get used to it soon enough. Dusk fell, and the sky gradually darkened. Adele thought about resting for the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the academy windows, the sky clear and blue. A guard shouted, candidates please come inside and follow the instructions. Adele and Renee moved forward with the large crowd. He looked around, so many people, could there be at least 100? When everyone gathered in the area, Adele was worried. He hadn't expected so many candidates to register to defeat humans. He had to be careful not to reveal his identity. An announcement was made, from this moment, please present your identification and board the train in order. Adele was surprised, a train advanced directly in. Everyone was amazed. Adele exclaimed to himself, a train, I hadn't expected this. The ship appeared in the mystical space. They said many maze-like space gates were established to block intruders, only ships could reach Saitan. Both boarded the ship. Adele exclaimed, not expecting that the huge fortress we saw from outside was only a part of it, this place was so vast. The ship's speed was terrifyingly fast, both held tightly to their seats. An announcement sounded, we were about to reach Saitan, so prepare yourselves. Adele looked at the scene in disbelief. The grandeur and magnificence of the academy was truly astonishing. He said to Renee, we've finally arrived. She only replied, yeah. The ship stopped inside the academy. Adele carefully helped Renee down from the ship. An announcement immediately rang out, instructing the candidates to follow the guidance and enter the hall where the exam would be held. Everyone quickly passed through a large door. Standing under the great hall, Adele looked up. Wow, it was so big, the feeling was overwhelming. He observed the crowd, most were young demons. He wondered if there were any other heirs of the 7 great Sin clans here. Suddenly, 3 people in strange attire appeared. A man with purple hair carrying a large sword at his waist looked fierce. Everyone only dared to glance at them. Adele thought they were not students but probably instructors judging from their outfits. He smiled silently, thinking that if he made a good impression on them, life here would be easier. Suddenly, Renee said, time's up, leaving Adele bewildered. The large door that had just opened slammed shut. Everyone was horrified, the light gradually dimmed, and all looked upward. Adele was sweating, clearly thinking that it was daytime, wondering what kind of magical effect this was, and how the exam would proceed. A sinister voice echoed in the silence. No one moved. Above the tall hall, a figure was illuminated by light. Eyes blazing red, a long symbol wrapped around the neck and trailing to the face. That person looked down with contempt, greeting the fools of Saitan. He threatened, let's see, are there many eager to die this year? Everyone trembled. Adele trembled too, thinking it was unbelievable that just that voice carried such immense pressure. He laughed wickedly as a strong light surrounded him, enough small talk. He shouted, begin the entrance exam immediately. Brilliant blue light dazzled as a surge of power poured into the hall. Everyone rocked anxiously. Adele called out, Miss Renee. She focused on maintaining her balance and said, focus on the exam. This was no ordinary light. Some people clutching their throats writhed, unable to breathe, collapsing. Adele gritted his teeth and endured. 2 people in strange clothes who had been observing earlier were unsurprised to see the students screaming. The short-haired person laughed, the headmaster has such a bizarre sense of taste, don't you think? The purple-haired man replied, well, no matter the talent, if the spirit is weak, it's useless. The one generating the light was Headmaster Lucian, personally overseeing the first stage of the exam, a mental endurance test designed to check if candidates could withstand torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. The man with purple hair observed, 5 minutes passed, and almost no one could stand firm. The short-haired man said, aside from those 8 people, everyone else had collapsed. I had high expectations because there were many candidates. But the purple-haired man focused on saying it was 40%, they lasted over 5 minutes, longer than last time, which was a relief. They paid attention to those who were unaffected. The man sighed, saying he heard that this time there was an heir to the 7 great clan crimes. It seems the rumors were true. The purple-haired man suddenly realized, looking at Adele trembling, barely able to stand. Who was that kid? He didn't look like the heir to the 7 great clan crimes. The short-haired man laughed, that's right, yet he stayed conscious for nearly 10 minutes. The short-haired man remarked, but surely he wouldn't last much longer. Adele was about to collapse on his knees. Suddenly, the purple-haired man felt something strange. Wait, something was wrong. Terrifying black streams of power erupted from Adele. The 2 teachers were also astonished by this situation. Principal Lucian also looked toward Adele in surprise. Too dangerous, another figure emerged within him. The purple-haired man hurriedly drew his sword without hesitation. We must kill him right here. He didn't look special at all. The purple-haired man looked at Adele, who was still gasping. But suddenly the aura around him changed, catching him off guard. What was that? A cold murderous aura. The murderous aura surrounding Adele terrified everyone, like when people pick flowers or kill insects. It was not the primal killing intent of a beast, but the kind of deadly aura belonging to the most ruthless assassins. Suddenly, all the lecturer's attention focused on him. The purple-haired man's body reacted before he realized it, drawing his sword. Principal Lucian glanced at him, seemingly sensing his intention, looking somewhat worried. The purple-haired man silently thought, damn it, I find myself anxious again when confronting a new recruit. The short-haired person beside him turned around, only giving a knowing smile. The new trainees were almost collapsing on the floor. Adele trembled, still trying to stand firm, his mind about to break. I'm about to lose my sanity, I have to find a way to endure. He gritted his teeth thinking, wait, what if I use my own killing intent, maybe it's enough to counter her aura. Knowing he was about to collapse, Adele took a risk, thinking he had no other choice left. He shouted, his eyes gradually turning red, the killing intent around him shifting to a blazing red. Principal Lucian looked toward Adele and said, you're holding up quite well, shall I increase the intensity a bit? A sinister figure invaded, just a little more. Adele's red killing intent spread, resisting the invasion from the principal's aura. Lucian was somewhat surprised. Adele panted heavily, seeming to regain strength. Able to stand straight now, feeling comfortable and much better. He hurriedly turned to Renee, right, how was Renee doing? She seemed hardly affected, still standing still. He thought, she's holding up well, truly deserving the reputation. Observing the others who remained standing, he realized the heirs of the 7 deadly sins were also holding up well. The man with golden eyes, the heir of envy, Baltan. The girl with 2 horns on her forehead, the heir of lust, Prone. The green-eyed guy, the heir of gluttony, Samuel. The mysterious man, the heir of laziness, Aaron. The muscular man, the heir of faith, Gu War. Looking at Renee's back, Adele thought, the 6 of them, including Renee, were characters constructed with genuine emotions. But fate had them all killed by the main character group. He frowned, suddenly recognizing a familiar figure, long white hair. The girl with red eyes and a brown thorny crown. Adele was stunned, unable to mistake her for anyone else. The girl with blazing red eyes, unaffected by the principal's power, is the future demon realm's worst villain, the Demon King, heir of wrath, Diana. An announcement sounded. All right, the first round of the competition is over. Adele focused his thoughts. The Demon King always comes from the Wrath clan, so there's no reason for her to appear here. The successor to the Demon King arriving at Saitan as a candidate means something I don't know must have happened. Someone shouted, drawing Adele's attention, I failed. No way, the purple-haired man stood with his arms crossed. While the trainees protested, what kind of exam is this? Don't even think about touching me, do you know who my father is? A large hand grabbed that person's face tightly. The purple-haired man glared, I don't care what your father does, understand? The other guy trembled. The man released his grip and bluntly said, don't make me say it again. That person fell and sat on the ground. The man declared clearly that those who cannot last 5 minutes in the first test are not needed here. Failures are eliminated. An announcement sounded, and the gates closed. Adele smiled with relief. Saitan was indeed ruthless, but luckily he had passed. He turned to look at the principal, thinking that the girl must be Principal Saitan. I knew it, I've seen her somewhere before. He judged that, despite her cute appearance, she was one of the strongest in the demon world. Lucian, Principal Saitan. Clenching his sword tightly, he thought that he was fortunate to have passed the first round, but needed to be more cautious as failure could come at any moment. Fewer people would pass the second test. Whispers rose around him. Adele turned to listen and realized she was Renee, the combat genius of the Bears clan, right? Renee stood there as people whispered and glanced back, thinking Renee was indeed famous. An orange-haired guy wearing a proud expression was surrounded by everyone. Adele thought it was understandable since they were heirs of the 7 great sin clans and had resisted the overwhelming murderous aura of the principal. He teared up, wondering why no one paid attention to him. 2 figures behind looked on judgmentally. Renee approached to ask if he had passed as well. Adele replied, yes, I passed. He thought maybe he should be satisfied for making an impression that he was not an ordinary candidate. Surely the lecturers and the principal would remember him. A purple-haired man shouted, "Attention!" Everyone quickly focused. He spoke loudly, introducing himself. "My name is Aries, the lecturer in charge of training you all." Some trainees were sweating, thinking he looked like he was carrying a sashimi knife in his shirt pocket. Aries turned around and congratulated the students for passing the first test of mental strength. It was a test to see if they could stay clear-headed when tortured by humans in the future. The girl who inherited desire crossed her arms and smirked. Aries continued, "The 8 contestants who endure until the end will receive bonus points. If you perform well in the second test, you will be admitted to the armory." Adele was overjoyed. The armory, how lucky, thank heaven I made it to the end. But he sensed a murderous aura from the envious stares of everyone else. Aries announced, "Now I will explain the second test." Renee listened intently. Aries said, "In the second test, you will demonstrate your abilities, specifically, you will show us the talent and weapons to fight against humans. The class you are assigned to may depend on this test. Remember that." Adele thought, he probably means we'll be placed into classes based on our weapons and talents. Still, I wonder what kind of humans we will face. Aries raised his hand to cast a spell. "The exercise for the second test and the humans you will confront are here." A small blue light appeared, swirling powerfully, forming a giant vortex. A figure appeared, wearing a tiger's head as a helmet on the chest, holding a sharp long sword. Everyone was amazed, including Adele. "Wait, isn't that Nini Cell, the strongest hero among the 6 great clans, the resolute face of a legend?" Adele was surprised. Why was that person here, so randomly? But Renee remained calm and turned to ask, "Do you know who that person is?" He thought to himself, "Of course I do. That is Nini Cell, the head of the Cell family, closely connected to the main character in the original story. Not only close, his bloodline was predetermined from birth as the father of the main character, the Sword Saint, who created the most powerful clan solely through talent." The 2 guys beside him discussed, "That's the Sword Saint, weren't they trying to eliminate us from the start?" Adele looked around, thinking that others also knew him. Well, after all, he had defeated quite a few demon clans. Instructor Aries explained nonchalantly, "Of course we don't expect you to face the full power of the Sword Saint, he will only use up to 10% of his strength." Everyone listened. Renee turned around. 10% isn't too easy, is it? Adele smiled, "Not at all, even weakened, a monster is still a monster." He looked at the Sword Saint with concern. 10% of his power is enough to destroy an entire city. He wondered how this recruitment round would survive such a brutal test. He had an idea, there must be some criteria to pass. If possible, he wanted to use the information scroll, but we didn't have much money and the number of questions was limited. The lecturer continued to announce that, given the current level, you cannot face him alone, so we will split into teams of 4. To ensure fairness, the top 8 from the first test will be placed separately, and the rest will be assigned randomly. Adele pondered, surely among the top 8, there must be heirs to the 7 deadly sins and myself. Well, I guess I'm being supported. Renee was observed by admiring glances from the male trainees, but she paid no attention. Adele thought of those looks, now he was used to them. In contrast, he received unfriendly stares, as if they said he had drawn a lucky ticket while the others were all worthless. A small hand touched him. Renee whispered, "Get through it and come back safely." Adele smiled, "Yes, I wish you success as well, Miss Renee." An announcement sounded, "Now I will call the names, starting with Group 1. Adele's group was announced, Group 33, with Adele as leader, and members Kina, Chris, and Sanchez. He approached his team, thinking, I don't recognize these names, aren't they minor characters without much significance in the original story? Adele gently introduced himself, I am Adele, nice to meet you all. A white-haired young man enthusiastically said, Hi, I'm Chris, and this is Kina. The blonde girl waved, hello. The other person looked irritated. Chris introduced him, and this is Sanchez. Sanchez looked at Adele and jerked his chin, saying, a half-demon as team leader, what an insult to the family. Adele gritted his teeth in frustration, even a bunch of nobodies looked down on him and insulted his family. He thought he might be the heir to 7 great sins. He turned to the other two and said, well, let's just do our best anyway. He took the initiative. First, we need to assign roles. Please share the type of weapons or abilities you use. Let's start with you, Chris. Chris demonstrated his ability, my power is mana transformation. I can create triangular prisms, turning them into armor or swords. He flexibly wielded it. It doesn't deal high damage, but it's very versatile. Adele was pleased. Not bad at all, well done. Next is Kina. Kina was enthusiastic. I'm not suited for combat, I'm more of a support type. Adele asked, a support type. She crossed her arms and invoked a spell. I pray to the demon god to speed up allies. Magic manifested. Kina panted heavily. So, how is it? Feeling lighter? Adele calmly said, yeah, I think so. Kina got angry. You're really terrible. Adele backpedaled. Ha, just kidding, don't be mad. But he thought, better than nothing, though so weak I barely feel it. Honestly, I don't know how she passed the first test. He looked toward Sanchez. Finally, what about you? Sanchez performed his ability and proudly showed off. My ability is to harden. Adele smiled. Oh, perfect for the frontline position. Sanchez barked. Now it's your turn. With a swoosh, Adele disappeared and appeared right beside Sanchez, taking him by surprise. Adele introduced himself. Teleportation. That's my ability. He held the sword lightly, and seeing that, Sanchez turned pale with fear. Kina and Chris praised. Oh, awesome, teleportation is really fantastic. Adele laughed. Haha, thanks for the compliment. But he thought, even so, who knows what variables might occur. I won't reveal all the details of my ability just yet. Adele assigned roles. Very simple. Chris and Sanchez good at defense up front. I stay in the middle. Kina supports from the back. Everyone okay with that? Kina agreed. Sounds good. Sanchez had no objections. Announcements rang out. We will begin the second test. Each group get ready. Adele turned. Finally it was starting. The instructor called Group 1 to step forward. Adele stared intently. Despite facing the Holy Swordsman, their eyes burned with the fighting spirit. The Holy Swordsman swung his sword, with just one strike. The entire group scattered in all directions. One member got hit in the stomach, rolled on the ground moaning. Adele was stunned. I didn't even see him move. Was that really only 10% of his strength? The instructor called next. Group 2. Just like Group 1, Group 2 took hits. Everyone watching grew worried. Groups 3 and 4 stepped forward. 2 members from Group 4 approached the instructor. It's useless, we're sure we'll lose. Ares was silent for a moment then said, alright, you two can skip the test. The other two continue, okay? One replied, yes, we will try. Adele sensed, are they really going to continue? I understand now. That's probably the condition to pass the second test. Chris was surprised. What, they don't have to take the test? Adele smiled, of course not. The other 2 trainees from the group of 4 prepared themselves. The instructor shouted for the group to begin. Adele watched, thinking that the 2 of them couldn't possibly handle 90 cell. He observed a bit more. Again, with just one move from the holy sword, both were knocked away. One person cried out in pain. Adele was powerless. If he had truly used sword energy, they would have been cut in half by now. Chris panicked. Can we really defeat such a monster? Sanchez was still boastful. Are you really afraid of an ordinary human? Adele saw Sanchez smile, but he could hear his legs trembling from here. With just one move from the holy sword, Group 5 was defeated, lying scattered. Group 9 was facing even more intense situations. Group 10 stepped forward and asked to forfeit. Renee watched without emotion. Groups 20 and then 30 were called up. As they stepped forward, Adele thought that by Group 30, 5 groups had already given up. Not one group had been able to land an effective hit on the holy sword. The next group formed their formation and focused on fighting, a battle against an invincible opponent, with no allowance to quit midway. One trainee managed to block a strike from the holy sword with his sword. Chris was amazed. Wow, he blocked it. Adele remained silent. As the battles went on, they lasted longer, and their skills were better than those before them. He directed his gaze at the holy sword and said, I see now, that is truly the condition to pass the second test. Sanchez arrogantly shouted, it's almost our turn. Chris replied, yeah, I'm nervous. Adele said, I've figured out how to pass the second test. Sanchez was surprised, what do you mean? Adele smiled, the criterion is that even if you lose against overwhelming power, you still have to get up and fight to the end. Judging by how the instructors deal with those who give up and the power of the holy sword, I'm sure about this. Sanchez wondered, but, Instructor Ares shouted, next up, Group 33. Adele drew his sword, smiling, let's try to defeat the Holy Sword. With our power, we can do it. Sanchez hesitated. What? Kina and Chris excitedly said, definitely, let's give it a try. Yeah, losing is fine. Adele smiled silently. So what if I'm just a half-demon, with the talent of the strongest villain? I can win. The group took their positions, shouting loudly, come on, let's start. He thought, unlike the protagonist, I don't have much information about 90 Cell because there was no clear record before. Now what should I do? Then he reassured his teammates, don't worry, hold your positions and fight. Chris and Sanchez trusted him, alright. Humph, I know. The Holy Sword attacked. Adele shouted, he's here. The Holy Sword lightly swung the blade. Chris's shield immediately shattered. Chris was thrown high into the air by the shockwave of the power. Kina stepped forward, let me handle this, while Adele thought inwardly, I need to reduce the impact when he falls. Adele worriedly called out to Sanchez ahead. Sanchez stayed firm in his position. He replied, I know. The Holy Sword swung the next strike. Sanchez stood firm to block the blow and said I held steady. He noticed that, just before the second slash, the man had an opening, but thought the opening was too obvious. Instinct told him not to take the risk. He felt, could it be that the man was setting a trap? Did he have AI inside him? The second attack was coming, aimed at the position. Chris tried to deploy a shield, muttering, damn it. Adele felt uneasy. Chris had reached his limit, and Sanchez's hand was starting to crack. Adele stayed calm, just one strike already like this, not good, hold on a bit longer. The Holy Sword's next blow came. Sanchez began to crack, almost losing his grip. Was it even stronger? Sanchez shouted to Adele, what are you waiting for? At this rate, we'll die. Adele replied, hold on just a bit longer. Sanchez was furious, cursing the crazy bastard. Adele calculated, we're the only team to block the second strike. Was that his plan? The Holy Sword quietly observed the group. Adele realized something. Meanwhile, Chris, exhausted, collapsed, causing Kina to anxiously shake him and call out, Chris. Adele hurriedly asked, are you okay? He told Chris, who's trembling, I know it's hard but trust me just one more time. Sanchez called out, what are you doing, Adele? He's about to attack. Chris asked, you have a plan, right? Adele nodded, yes. He suddenly transformed into that grotesque form from before, saying, I will definitely thrust my sword into his throat. Chris and Kina were astonished by this face of his. The Holy Sword prepared to strike. Sanchez shouted, he's coming. Adele stood behind Sanchez and said, this time you have to hold on without Chris's barrier. Sanchez was startled, what do you mean? The Holy Sword launched an attack. Sanchez couldn't defend himself and was struck away. Adele jumped up and activated the second swap, teleporting directly opposite the Holy Sword. As he launched his next strike, the second swap targeted. Adele leapt up and exchanged positions with his sword, standing before the Holy Sword. He unleashed a move, Die, 90 Cell. Adele charged forward as fast as lightning. Instructor Ares frowned in discomfort, watching intently. Renee unconsciously followed with her gaze. The Holy Sword's knee rammed straight into Adele's chest. Fortunately, the barrier blocked it. A streak of red blood splattered onto the floor. Adele endured the pain, thinking, this bastard, I have to push myself one more time. He dodged the attack and continued to activate his dark trait. A black vortex enveloped within. Adele thought, without Chris's barrier, I would have exploded by now. The position swap failed, but at least I trapped him. Ahead was the Holy Sword's back in complete darkness, not a single ray of light. Adele frowned but thought, I have dark fangs, in this space, they're stronger than any weapon. Standing behind the Holy Sword, he thought, I will defeat him with everything I have. The Holy Sword suddenly sensed something, turned sharply towards Adele, catching him off guard. At a dizzying speed, he charged forward with his fist raised. Adele thought, this guy really is a monster. He spread both arms. A red flash appeared in one eye. Adele smiled. The sword in his hand suddenly appeared in a different position behind the Holy Sword. Adele raised his hand in front of him. This time, the one trapped was you, Sword Saint. Not just one, countless swords appeared in the space. Adele clenched his hand tightly, activating the Shadow Fong, the dark sword dance. A barrage of blades lunged straight forward, thrusting repeatedly at the Sword Saint. Everyone outside focused intently on the whirlpool. Chris worriedly wondered what the hell was happening in there. Instructor Ares was calm, it seemed it was about to end. The whirlpool gradually disappeared, standing there as if nothing had happened. When the whirlpool completely vanished, the sword saint fell to the ground, while Adele was still standing. Everyone was extremely stunned upon seeing that, paying attention to the satisfied look on his face. Adele thought, in this silent atmosphere, I've done it. The orange-haired boy looked on and exclaimed, truly fascinating. Chris and Kina excitedly ran over. Chris praised, that was really amazing. Kina asked, how did you manage that? Adele smiled, saying it was just thanks to everyone's good cooperation. He turned to Kina, what about Sanchez? She replied, he's a bit stunned but the instructors are helping him recover. Adele raised his sword, that's good then. He walked over to the sword saint, so let's just end this, right? Chris and Kina were bewildered, ending? Isn't it already over? The sword saint's legs suddenly moved. Chris exclaimed in shock, what are you doing? Adele looked back, well, don't we need to be sure that he really lost? Instructor Aries stared intently. A seductive figure exclaimed, with a half-demon like you, you're not bad either. The guy beside her said, but compared to her, he's nothing special. She laughed, yeah, of course. He was born inferior, no matter what, his true nature would eventually be revealed. Renee was full of murderous intent, standing and staring closely at her. She was confused, what the hell was that, who was that person? Recognizing the horns of the bear's family, she trembled uncontrollably. Why was she looking at me like that? It's so scary. The people around whispered, it was indeed the heir of the 7 great sins. They had stepped into a threatening battle, unsure who would win. Her fervent supporters were excited, of course it's her, that girl wasn't even worthy as a side dish. She thought maybe she wasn't that weak after all. Adele suddenly realized, wait, isn't that Renee? Why was she radiating such murderous energy? Lecturer Aries approached and called Adele. He stepped forward and stared intently. Adele smiled, yes, is there something? Aries said seriously, don't you really know? Adele responded calmly, no, I don't. Aries turned to leave, from now on, I'll be keeping an eye on you. Adele sighed with relief, well, I thought I was going to be praised or something. Looks like I better watch Renee instead. She was about to fight another student. Renee was full of murderous intent towards her opponent. Adele was surprised, whoa, they're still going at it. He wondered who the girl facing Renee was. With blue eyes, long hair, and a single oni horn on her forehead. She was a member of the Lust clan, Laurel Prone. But why did she want to fight Renee here? I got so caught up following the human story that I'm clueless about the demon world. Prone suddenly saw Adele watching, and shouted loudly at him, hey, half-demon. Adele was startled, Why did she suddenly call me? Prone shouted loudly, become my slave. Renee, full of murderous intent, charged forward. She flew up, drew the sword from her back, aiming at Prone. Prone frowned at Renee, alarmed. Before she could react, she shouted in fear, are you crazy? Noticing the conflict between the students, Instructor Aries quickly shouted, stop. Renee looked up as Aries declared that all meaningless disputes are strictly forbidden at Saitan. Prone was lucky to block Renee's strike. Aries continued, saying personal grudges must be settled outside. Adele sighed with relief, fortunately, no major incidents happened before the enrollment ceremony. Renee sheathed her sword and turned to leave, unconcerned. Prone stammered, thinking she must really have a problem. Adele wiped sweat nervously and approached, Miss, are you okay? Renee stared fixedly, only nodding since it was nearly their group's turn. Then she searched through her belongings, wanting to take something out. Adele was awkward when Renee took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his sweat, saying, well done. Prone was astonished, wow, what's your relationship? Are you dating a half-demon? Adele was ecstatic, after surpassing others, he was treated better now. He gently thanked her, Miss Renee. Renee looked at him and said, you're hiding your strength, aren't you, to appear weaker? Adele was surprised, The announcement echoed, Group 34, step forward. Renee turned around, I have to go now. I won't tell anyone. Adele was silent, thinking he had used all his strength to surpass them. Did she really think he was the family's weakling? A voice called out from behind, state your name. Adele was surprised, and so was I. She nodded, yes, you. Adele replied, my name is Adele. Prone considered, Adele, that's not a bad name. He wondered why she called me here. Prone thought, you interrupted me earlier. She crossed her arms seriously, forget that bitch bears and serve me. Prone calmly said, witness my undeniable charm. I will take you away and smash that bitch's nose. Adele turned away, uninterested. Sorry, but it's my lady's turn now, next time. Prone was stunned. Wait, it's not working. Adele was excited, finally getting to see the full power of Renee. Her group seemed quite strong, just how powerful is she? He thought, looking forward to the rest of the 7 deadly sins children. The holy sword and Renee emitted killing intent toward each other. Adele and the others were amazed. It was such an intense confrontation, even more impressive than expected. Renee stomped her foot, her group remained calm, not a bit tense. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. She was pretty funny too. Renee stepped toward the holy sword. Adele panicked. She's heading straight there. What is she thinking? Renee stared intently at the holy sword. Their killing intents exploded. Silent anticipation. Renee burst forth, and so did the holy sword. In a split second, both launched their attacks. Renee slashed across the holy sword wielder's body. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Not only was the sword broken in two, but his hand also fell to the ground. Renee turned and walked away. The students erupted into loud cheers. Instructor Aries was satisfied. Not bad. Everyone shouted, Renee, Renee. Adele was stunned, unable to believe it. Had she seen incorrectly? Did she really win that easily? He realized that was why Nini Cell didn't attack Renee when she approached. He had recognized the level of her strength. Prone stood beside them and commented. Renee hummed. It was a pity she didn't see that she was being mocked by the Sword Saint, but at least, if she wanted to confront me, she would have to possess that capability. Adele was amazed. She meant that if all the children of the 7 great sins gathered, they could defeat the Sword Saint. Truly. Prone replied, no one can defeat the Sword Saint right now. Maybe if the previous Demon King were still alive, possibly. Adele asked further, but what if the kids have skills exceeding 10% of the Sword Saint's power? Prone reacted strongly, are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes can see that pathetic fake name is even weaker than 10% of the Sword Saint's power. Adele looked bewildered at the fake Sword Saint. Yet, she struggled against an imposter not even 1/10 as strong as the real one. I might be the creator of this world but know nothing about the demon realm. He smiled, but this anticipation was stirring his heart. Let's see how things unfold. An announcement sounded, the next was Group 35, only the 7 great sins remain. The test became easy for them. Perhaps influenced by Renee's trial, the other children also defeated the Sword Saint. Group 40 passed, and the orange-haired guy laughed loudly, ha, too easy. Next is a girl. The match was so one-sided it was hard to tell the power difference among the children of the 7 deadly sins. Adele thought, however, that he knew who the 2 strongest were, so there was no need to worry. Lecturer Aries announced that the entrance exam was over and told everyone to gather in front of the podium. The trainees listened as he declared the results of the second test. All those who participated in the fight passed, regardless of winning or losing. Adele thought it was just as he expected, those who gave up had failed. Renee remained calm, in contrast to everyone else who was joyful. Aries continued, congratulating those who passed. From now on, you are officially members of Saitan, as well as official trainees. He reminded them, causing anxiety among the trainees, but warned them not to get excited too soon. The path to hell awaits, so difficult that many would want to give up. Finally, Aries loudly said that those who passed should gather for the induction ceremony in 2 days. Prone looked proudly at the lecturer. Aries said that the 8 people who defeated the Holy Sword should stay where they were. Renee turned around, asking why he wanted them to stay. Adele smiled, thinking she must not realize that he was rewarding them with access to the armory he mentioned in the first test. Aries stepped down the stairs and approached. All of you passed excellently. As promised, I will give you the chance to enter the armory. The orange-haired guy eagerly raised his hand. I have a question. Aries agreed, go ahead. The trainee Baltan said. He said clearly, can we take multiple weapons? The weapons of Saitan sound super useful. Adele stared intently. Indeed, he was Baltan Lekin's son, with boundless greed and curiosity. He had had a fairly decent appearance in his own novel. Aries frowned. No, using too many weapons makes it hard for you to concentrate. You are only allowed to choose one. The instructor led on, saying there wasn't much time, so he wouldn't take any more questions. Follow me, and I will take you to the armory. Aries raised his hand and lightly touched the wall ahead. casting a barrier spell. A door flashed before the student's eyes. The Baltan guy was extremely excited, while Adele was astonished. This is now a privilege granted by Saitan. Whether you choose the best or worst weapon is up to you. Adele looked on skeptically. Is this really an armory? Why does the door look like the entrance to a dungeon? Instructor Ares beckoned toward the entrance. You will enter one by one, in reverse order of the second test as a precaution. Each person will be checked upon exit. Adele was suspicious. Wait, so I'm the last one? Can he just do whatever he wants? The orange-haired guy was still excited. Great, I'm going first. He approached the door, waved his hand and said, I'll pick the best one, haha. Instructor Ares frowned, told him to shut up and go in. Renee said softly, I will choose an artifact since I already have a weapon. What about you? Adele smiled, I think I'll choose an artifact too. Suddenly stopping, worried, wait, does that mean everyone else will do the same? Will there be anything left when it's my turn? Renee looked dazed. Instructor Ares called out loudly, who's next? Come in. The orange-haired guy walked out, wearing a crown on his head, showing off. Haha, isn't this too cool? Adele looked at the two who had taken weapons as they wanted, feeling a bit disappointed. Just as predicted, everyone went out with artifacts, so choosing armor is better for me. Renee gently reminded, it's your turn now. Adele looked at Renee in admiration, I see you chose a bracelet. I asked, can I ask what its attribute is? She cheerfully replied, you'll know once you're inside because there's a description. Adele was surprised, a description? Renee smiled, yes, but some items don't have descriptions. Adele nodded, I understand now. He thought to himself, some have no description. Does that mean they are worthless? I don't think so because they are preserved very carefully. Adele walked past Instructor Ares. He thought to himself, surely they have something special. Ares said, you're the last one. He frowned, coldly, if you want to say something, say it. Adele broke out in sweat, shyly asked, can I ask what it means when an item has no description? Ares replied, it means we haven't precisely figured out what it is. Adele was excited, so they haven't found its owner or what abilities it might have. Ares nodded, exactly. If you're lucky, you might get an item with amazing abilities, but if you're unlucky, you might suffer a lifelong curse. Adele was stunned. Ares urged, we don't have much time, go in. Adele stepped in enthusiastically, perhaps going last is good or bad depending on luck. The door opened, and Adele stepped inside. Looking around, the inside is quite bright and tidy, hopefully nothing surprising will jump out. He saw the door on the other side gleam, it must be over there. He stepped into the room where many items were stored. Adele passed by a red sword, wow, this is really crazy. Then stood before a long spear. This spear looks unique, let's check the description. Twin snake spear, a spear used by an unnamed demon to hunt soul snakes. The revenge of the snakes killed that reside inside. When a certain amount of mana is transferred, the form of two snakes will appear. Adele pondered, the description sounded important but the ability wasn't great. I already have daggers so I don't really need them. He continued to the next weapon, a star essence crystal orb, soaked with starlight once used by a skilled astrologer. Transferring a little mana, you borrow the light of stars to illuminate the surroundings. Adele turned around, not quite compatible, I can use dark element as a torch, but let's skip it. Suddenly noticing something strange, Adele was intrigued, why is this empty? I don't know what item was here. He bent down to read the description, the Great King's seal granted to the victor bestows the wearer extraordinary recovery and stamina, belonging to the owner until they die. Adele frowned, this is the Baltan worn on the head, that greedy bastard. He sighed helplessly, I removed bound items in the novel, didn't expect to encounter one here. Adele looked around, most of the good artifacts have been taken, only empty boxes remain. The serpent chains have no luxury left. The battle flag of the demon general, the emblem of noble luxury, completely empty, sigh, nothing left at all. He stopped to think, 7 great sins have taken most of the good things already. What should I do? He turned to the lone sword, thinking most armor and weapons weren't very good. Seems there's no other choice left, but if this is a cursed relic. Adele thought of something, right, I can use that method. He took paper and pen, I need to save gold, but now I will use it. He wrote, tell me about the broken sword that has no description in the armory. You must pay for this information, payment with a treasure above relic level or 100 gold coins. He recalled, wait a moment, an old item in a box without description. Tell me about the fragmentary book without description right beside it, pay at least 50 gold coins. Adele broke into a sweat, realizing 50 gold because it tells the cost. I just need to choose the most expensive item. He calculated, there are 7 undescribed boxes in this row, I will ask them in order. He wrote, a blue-eyed hawk without description, tell me about the black stone shaped like a hawk, pay at least 1 gold coin. Adele smiled, if only 1 gold coin, then let's see its description. The description is to exchange the owner's luck with the misfortune of others. He was surprised, wow, definitely not choosing this one. Next, he wrote the next item, pay at least 100 gold, pay at least 50 gold. Adele gasped, holding the paper. Moving on to the next box, hesitating, none particularly good, only 2 left. He wrote, requesting a description of a strange weapon, this is an artifact at least at the mythic level, paying at least 300 gold coins. Adele was delighted, wow, mythic level, so lucky. This one is better than the artifacts others have taken, I will take this one. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him pause. Adele turned to the adjacent box, glowing. What is this strange feeling? As if someone is watching me. Inside the box was an intricate necklace. Adele thought, right, there's one last item. He wrote, tell me about this nameless necklace. Suddenly, the paper floated, glowing. Adele was surprised, what? The paper read, you must sacrifice a god. The light flashed brighter. Adele was amazed, is this a legendary item? Adele was utterly astonished, he thought his luck was over, but who would have thought he was actually lucky? Watching the floating paper, he carefully considered, wait, it's too soon to celebrate, which god should I sacrifice? Right now I don't even have a minor deity, let alone a demon god. Adele stared intently at the necklace in the box. What exactly is this necklace? He tried to test it, maybe he should channel a bit of mana into it. But there was no response, the necklace remained still. Adele was puzzled, damn it, so frustrated, if only I knew what it could do. It just said to sacrifice a god, nothing more. Not giving up, he continued writing on the paper, maybe he should try some tricks. Tell me which god is associated with the nameless necklace in the basement. The paper still read, sacrifice a god. Adele was confused, it was of no use. He held the box reluctantly, even if he rephrased the question, he would probably get the same answer. Should he give up? No more hesitation. He opened the box, confidently took the necklace. No, he was sure about it. After putting it on, he confirmed it was something far more valuable than any ordinary artifact. His instinct told him so. He checked the information, race, half-demon, chaotic attribute, second permutation innate talent, interest trait, focus, shadow killing intent, mana suppression, arrogant eyes. Mana, 1297. Calculating, the status window glowed, just as he thought. No one is interested in this thing. I can take my time to study it. Instructor Aries was surprised when he saw the item Adele took. What was that necklace? Adele was flustered, it was one of the items without a description. Aries was stunned, you chose an artifact without knowing its function or origin, so you must know something about it. Adele smiled, no, I honestly don't know anything at all. Aries frowned and said nothing, making Adele break out in sweat. He made that face again. Why did he dislike me so much? Aries turned around, alright, I will trust you. As Saiten's instructor, I must trust my student. Mr. Tien turned to everyone, now take careful care of the artifacts you have chosen. In times of danger, they might even be a secondary lifeline. The students answered in unison, yes, master. Adele looked at the students, amazed, everyone here except himself had the potential to be future leaders of the demon realm, and they would receive immense investment and support. He felt insecure, wishing he had even a little of that. Could he truly hold his ground in Saiten? The gate to the weapons warehouse vanished. Aries said, alright, dismissed. We'll meet again at the enrollment ceremony. Adele approached Renee, shall we head back to the dormitory, miss? Renee nodded in response, yes. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was the orange-haired guy. Haha, sorry about that. I was a bit rude when we first met. Leader of Group 33. Adele turned to look at Baltan. He raised his hand enthusiastically, nice to meet you. I'm Baltan. The way you fight is really impressive. Adele happily returned the greeting, nice to meet you too, Baltan. I'm Adele. He thought the encounter was sudden, but it was good that Baltan had approached first. However, the smile did not last. Adele felt uneasy as Baltan tightened his grip on his hand. Adele gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Damn it, what the hell is this guy suddenly doing? It seemed Baltan was finally revealing his true nature. Adele knew Baltan was the kind who didn't care about the weak, only interested in the strong, driven by envy and greed, a belligerent person. He had once pushed the main character in the human world to the brink of death, but spared him upon recognizing his potential and promised a rematch. Baltan pretended, what's wrong? You look like you're struggling. Adele forced a smile, it's nothing. There are stronger people around, so why did you come find me? He cast a spell, Baltan's sword lit up, they swapped places. Target locked. Suddenly, Adele stood right behind Baltan and said, stop it, alright? The test just ended, everyone's tired. His hand trembled, damn it, my hand. Baltan laughed loudly, haha, I didn't expect this. He turned his head, full of lethal provocation, if you're strong, fight me right here until one of us dies. Adele panicked, he's crazy, truly a madman. I told you, I don't intend to fight. Renee shouted loudly, stop. She widened her eyes, challenging Baltan, if you want to fight my guardian, you have to fight me first. The scene of the three fighting broke out. Baltan stopped. He laughed and said, I really enjoy fighting, but facing both of you is a bit too much. I don't want to get injured before enrollment. He turned back and smiled threateningly at Adele. Well, there will definitely be many chances, see you around. Adele was concerned. He said he didn't want to get injured before enrollment but wanted to fight to the death, truly a madman. He looked at Baltan, witnessing firsthand that he couldn't predict his character. Baltan raised his sword, he wondered when he had drawn it. Renee called out, let's go. Adele turned back and smiled, yes, Miss Renee. He thought it had only been a day, but it felt like several days had passed, and he began to look forward to life in Saitan. The next morning, Adele woke up full of excitement. Standing by the window, he couldn't stop sighing, perhaps due to yesterday's hardships, but today he felt unusually refreshed. In front of the mirror, he examined himself, his body looked much better, he was definitely getting stronger. He happily picked up the shirt, trying on the uniform Saitan had sent, they knew where we were and sent it directly, quite thoughtful. Adele wore the uniform, oh, it was more comfortable than he had expected. He looked it over, they said for 3 years we would only wear the uniform, but at least it was practical. He thought of Renee, he had already given her the uniform, but he didn't know how she looked in it, should he check? Adele knocked on her door. Miss Renee, I want to ask if you need anything before going out. The door cracked open and she said, come in. Renee stood shyly in the sunlight wearing the uniform. Adele was amazed and complimented her, you look very beautiful. Renee blushed, embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she asked, where are you planning to go? Adele noticed her ears were red too and thought, embarrassed. He hadn't expected her to be so endearing. He smiled, today is a rare day off, so I plan to wander around the city a bit. He bowed slightly, you should rest as well. Miss Renee, may I take my leave first? As he turned to leave, Renee spoke up, wait. She was too shy to look directly, do you have something you need to do? Adele was puzzled, excuse me, something I need to do. Renee blushed as she looked at him. Adele turned back to look at Renee, thinking to himself, wait, did I forget something? Suddenly he remembered, security. Adele was flustered, oh, that's right, I have to protect her, forgot about that after getting too excited at the thought of resting alone. Renee turned around, I'll go with you, let me change clothes, wait a moment. She was still blushing, how long are you going to stare? Adele realized, oh, of course, I will wait outside. He stood outside the door crying silently, his day off. In the busy and bustling city, people were exchanging and trading briskly. The city was clean, it was hard to believe that a war had taken place 10 years ago. Adele looked at everything, thinking while reconstruction was still ongoing in the city's outskirts, it seemed humanity won the war but couldn't fully occupy the capital. Renee lightly pulled his hand calling Adele. She headed toward a street food stall, let's eat this. Adele looked, she meant street food. Those golden skewers, the fat sizzling on the charcoal grill. He approached to ask the stall owner, what kind of skewers are these? The person replied, marinated venison meat and vegetable skewers. Adele wondered if it was similar to chicken skewers. He said, "Give me 2 skewers, thank you." Renee brought the skewer to her mouth, both of them carefully enjoying it. Adele asked, "It's delicious, don't you think?" Renee nodded, it really is." He looked at her attentively, thinking, who would have thought that someone as reserved as Renee would show such expression. Maybe she was gradually opening up. They walked past a fountain in the city, deeply engaged in conversation. Adele enjoyed himself. It had been a long time since he had a real vacation. Maybe this was the last time he would be so carefree. The two stopped in front of a giant statue in the middle of the city. Adele looked up. "Who is she?" He pointed at the statue and asked Renee. Renee replied, "You really don't know?" "That is the first demon lord." Adele exclaimed, "Oh, the first demon lord. Now that I think about it, she does resemble Diana a bit." He thought there wouldn't be many chances to see the first demon lord up close. He said, "Come closer to get a better look." Suddenly, the statue's 2 eyes flashed brightly, and the necklace on Adele's neck also glowed. He grabbed the necklace in astonishment. "What is this?" "The necklace is glowing." A beam of light transferred from the statue to the necklace. Adele held on tightly, amazed. A gem on the necklace turned gray. He exclaimed, "What the hell is happening?" Renee called out, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out the artifact and look at it like that?" Still stunned, Adele looked at the statue, wondering if he was mistaken. He was sure he saw the light from the statue and the color of the necklace change. He turned to Renee. She didn't understand what was going on. Adele thought to himself that indeed, only he noticed it. The statue returned to normal. Adele thought, "I only received a vague answer like offering a sacrifice to a god but have now uncovered something important in the most unexpected place." He realized this necklace was definitely connected to the first demon lord. If he investigated everything related, he would uncover clues. Renee called out, "What are you standing there for? Let's go back." Adele replied, "Yes, Miss Renee." But he still thought to himself that now he was truly curious about the nature of this necklace. The next morning at the academy, the two arrived after the holidays. Adele gently called out, "Hurry up, Miss Renee, the enrollment ceremony is about to start." She replied, "Okay." In the grand hall, the principal stood on the podium welcoming the new students. The principal and instructors were seated in the auditorium with about 100 freshmen. Adele thought, it was just a regular enrollment ceremony. 2 students whispered, unable to believe that child was the principal. That child was a monster overwhelming us just by their presence. One person complimented, yet she was still adorable. Adele smiled inwardly, "Adorable my foot." He looked at the principal, exclaiming, "She's covered in tattoos, with a child's physique, and you call that adorable?" Suddenly, the principal's gaze fixed downward. The student startled in fear. The principal's aura turned fierce. Adele thought, "I mean she really is cute, can she read minds?" Instructor Aries spoke sternly, and everyone fell silent. The enrollment ceremony was about to begin. Renee and Adele stood together in uniform. The principal's usual speech was nearing its end, and the atmosphere quieted. The instructor said, "You must abide by the rules of Saitan." He continued, "The principal's speech has concluded. Now we begin the oath ceremony for the top and runner-up students." 2 outstanding students were invited onto the stage. "Top student, runner-up, please come forward." Adele quietly observed, just as expected, those 2 claimed these positions. Renee remained unflinching. He thought, the only reason she enrolled was to avenge her mother. Perhaps she didn't care about competition, but for me, no matter what anyone says, I have to focus on what needs to be done. Suddenly, Adele felt a finger pointing straight at him. Baltan, he still had his sights set on Adele. He sighed. That scary name again, this clingy guy, what's wrong with him? Adele tried to stay calm, not to react. Ignore him, stay composed, don't get drawn in. A girl stepped forward. Top student, please. A beautiful figure walked by coldly. The male students murmured in admiration, including Adele, truly a person blessed by the gods, the daughter of the demon king Diana. Now she claimed the top student position. Who could stand in her way? 2 students before the principal solemnly pledged, "I solemnly swear, we, those admitted to Saitan, will erase the humiliation and vow to rebuild the demon world." Her oath echoed, and the atmosphere in the hall shifted. Adele touched the black mark on his neck, sensing the anger of those who lost their homes and families to humans. He thought just imagining someone discovering his arson bloodline was terrifying. A horrific scene appeared, Adele being brutally tortured. The worst case would be eternal torture. The ceremony ended. Lecturer Aries shouted loudly, "The Seitan enrollment ceremony ends here. Students check the notice board behind to find their assigned class. After confirming, proceed to the classroom." Adele smiled brightly, "Let's go, Miss Renee." She nodded, yes. The students glanced attentively at the notice board. Adele looked at the information board and said, "Let's see, I'm in Class A, and Renee." He sighed, "Truly a pity." He announced, "You're in Class C, Miss Renee. Honestly, I don't want us to be separated." Renee frowned, dropped that smile. She angrily turned around, "You are still my bodyguard, so it's best you stay until I call you." Adele responded, "Of course, Miss Renee." He enjoyed it thoroughly. "It seems now I can relax a little." Suddenly, he brushed past another trainee, whose eyes glared fiercely, gritting his teeth. "Do you want to die, you bastard like that Cerberus?" Adele was surprised. "Wait, this guy is..." Adele recognized the person before him, from the greedy family, Varus's son, Samuel. If he remembered correctly, he was quite strong among the 7 deadly sins. "He bumped into me but still tried to cause trouble, how ridiculous. But today I should avoid conflict." Adele shrugged, smiled lightly, "Ah, I wasn't paying attention, sorry." Samuel angrily shouted, "Get lost. You're lucky today is enrollment day." Adele thought, how come the children of the 7 deadly sins are like this? I hope Samuel isn't in my class. Surely Baltan isn't in Class A either, right? A loud bang on the table echoed. Idea shouted, "So you don't trust me?" Aries calmly said, "That's not the issue. That kid is too dangerous. Speaking from experience, it's better if I handle it myself." Idea disagreed, "They are my assigned students. As the instructor of Class A, you cannot overshadow me." The principal cut in, "Enough, sit down." The instructor begrudgingly sat down. The principal asked Instructor Aries, "What is your reason for wanting to change the class you're in charge of?" Aries replied, "I intend to handle that trainee myself. I have faced countless kids like him on the battlefield. He was born a killer and could turn his sword against allies at any time. He must be restrained right now." Another lecturer spoke up, "Isn't it that you are being too cautious with a half-demon? He is significantly weaker compared to the children of the 7 great sins." Aries objected, "No, strength is not only determined by power. His boldness and composure are no less than those of the 7 great sins." The 2 other lecturers exchanged glances without saying a word. Aries continued, "That is why I want to be in charge of Class A, we need to be cautious with it." Idea shouted, "Wait, so you mean you don't trust me?" The principal sighed before the quarrel, "I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. Aries, when will you stop treating her like a child?" The principal radiated killing intent, "Enough." The whole room fell silent. She said, "I understand your concerns, Lecturer Aries, but the classes have already been assigned, changing classes now would do more harm than good." Aries didn't argue, "I understand, but being cautious won't hurt." The principal instructed the lecturers to pay special attention to that child. Idea was clearly excited. The principal concluded, "The meeting is over now, lecturers, please go to your classes to welcome the students." In Class 1A, Adele was disappointed, "Why am I so unlucky?" Prone approached Adele's desk. Relieved it's not Diana or Baltan." She wondered, "Did you follow me all the way here?" Adele explained, "The class assignment was random." Prone gleefully said, "Oh ho, wonderful, I grant you the privilege of being my slave." Adele thought, "Here we go again." Samuel spoke up, "Hey you two, shut up or I'll kill you both." Prone flew into a rage, "What did you say, you brat with the infamous name?" Samuel replied, "What? Kid, I'm going to kill you." Adele reassured himself, "We will get along, won't we?" The door swung open, and everyone fell silent. They looked toward the door. The instructor stepped in, saying, "You all are quite noisy. You don't plan to start fighting on the very first day, do you?" Idea clapped cheerfully, "Welcome, everyone. I am the instructor in charge of Class A, remember my name. Idea, your senior, is known as the Legion of Calamity." Adele wondered about the name. People whispered, "Legion of Calamity, the one who single-handedly killed 10,000 enemies at the Pollux River. Wasn't it 30,000? Adele smiled slightly, having such a strong person as his instructor might increase his chances of survival. Idea said, that concludes my introduction. I will now give an overview of the courses. Idea wrote on the board, hunting methods. I will teach you this. We don't hunt animals, we hunt beasts. Samuel gritted his teeth. A bold student asked, what exactly do we hunt? Idea replied, one of the reasons you are here, humans. The class murmured. Idea continued, I only teach hunting methods, magic and weapons are taught by other instructors. Prone thought to himself, she has quite a pretty face for an instructor. Idea said, I am also responsible for basic physical training. Adele froze, recognizing it as his weakness. Idea concluded, now, let's start the first lesson. Gather at the training ground. At the training ground, Adele exclaimed, wow, this area is huge, 4 or 5 times bigger than a normal field. Is it meant for weapons or magic? No one knew what to study. Idea spoke up, is this enough? Focus, don't take your eyes off this. A large black hole grew. Suddenly a troop of soldiers stepped out, holding weapons, standing behind waiting for orders. Everyone was terrified. She laughed, they're not real people, just illusions I created with magic. She delightfully touched the face of one soldier, oh, I created the holy sword in the entrance exam. A replica nearly 1/10 the power of the holy sword. Adele thought to himself, she's a monster. Saitan is quite formidable, but the Royal Academy is even farther beyond. Idea said, the mission is simple, get past these people to me. Who to start with? She paid attention to the enchanting tone, what's your name? Why not try stabbing my neck like you did with the holy sword? Adele was scared, thinking after lecturer Aries, now I'm being noticed by the lecturer. Adele asked nervously, you're not going to fight me directly, are you? Idea suggested, the key point is that among those soldiers there is a leader with spiritual power. When the leader falls, the soldiers collapse like dominoes. If the leader is strong, so are they. I will play the role of the leader. Adele confidently drew his sword, understood, Sun Tzu's art of war, to destroy an army, first capture the general. Taking down the leader in the midst of the soldiers is too easy. He smirked, of course you can't defeat her, so if you touch her hand or weapon, consider it a win, right? Idea signaled to start. The soldiers attacked. Adele cast teleport too. In just 1 second he was behind Idea, pressing the sword to her neck. Does that count as a hit, lecturer? His breath brushed her neck, Idea. He thought, separated by a few dozen meters, but now the distance meant nothing. At first, I could only move a few meters, this was a tremendous breakthrough. Now I can easily destroy enemy bases. Adele was proud of his abilities. Idea smiled, now I understand why I was told to watch out for you. She pushed the sword away. You're through, go back to your place. Adele replied, yes, I understand. He thought, whether it was hostility or curiosity, he didn't know which part of himself provoked them, and they hadn't realized who he really was, right? She sheathed her sword. He kept thinking. Idea said, now you see what the trainees are doing, right? Those who fail will have to study extra hours. Her words caused more fear in the class. The soldiers continued to attack. Adele observed that they excelled at the basics. Just as expected from the demon race, considering they were mere mortals without much power, it made sense. But they could only take down a few if the instructor controlled them directly. The soldiers switched to other weapons targeting the trainees. One trainee screamed, ouch, that must have hurt a lot. He leapt up, shouting, I'll jump over all of you. But the soldiers switched to shooting arrows directly. He cried out and fell, and everyone was helpless. Adele thought that the 2 swaps were too powerful. With this skill, he could aim for the top of the class. He confidently grasped his target. The next trainee, Samuel, stepped forward. Samuel approached Adele and coldly barked, get out of the way. Adele thought, now it's Samuel's turn, let's see if his arrogant nature measures up. Samuel emitted a blue glow that surrounded him. Adele waited in anticipation. He accumulated magic and then unleashed it, a power that affected the entire training ground, causing Adele to be impacted. Samuel wiped out the soldiers in the blink of an eye. Adele was amazed, was this magic? The unique ability of greed, a bizarre skill, devouring everything. He thought he would temporarily let him take the top position in the class. Idea raised her hand slightly, Samuel's magic vanished. She said, well, it's understandable, no way a lecturer gets defeated by a student. You blew everything away except me, truly impressive, enough to shock me for a second. But unfortunately, you failed. Samuel froze for a moment. Idea snapped her fingers. A group of soldiers immediately appeared. She said, I told you if you don't kill the leader, the soldiers will always find a replacement. No matter how many you kill, they'll remain like this. At least 200 soldiers came rushing in. Idea praised, your magic is quite strong for a freshman. Samuel's hands trembled. Angrily stepped back to his seat, face full of dissatisfaction but accepted the result. Passing by, he glanced at Adele. Adele thought his confident face made him angry. Adele said, Samuel, overconfidence is the reason you failed. If you focused on the goal like me, you would have passed easily. Prone laughed loudly, haha, finally it's my turn. Adele thought, Prone of the 7 deadly sins, wondering how she would get through. Students whispered. Prone pointed right at the soldiers, those petty minions, daring to block her way. She laughed ho-ho but stayed still without moving. Everyone wondered what she was going to do. Prone turned purple with fear, thinking what should she do. Adele thought, just as expected, Prone, child of lust, does not fight directly. She controls her minions like a queen bee. Without minions, she can do nothing. Prone remained fearful and motionless. Adele thought, she needs to do something. Suddenly, Prone turned her head with a pleading look, help me, my slave. Adele was surprised by her action. He was confused. Slave. Everyone around was whispering, did she just call him a slave? Adele looked at Prone, lost in thought, that's crazy, what is she thinking saying that? Prone turned and shouted, hurry, help me. Idea wore a serious expression and ordered 2 subordinates to step forward. Prone fearfully stepped backward, screaming loudly for help. Adele realized she had no defensive abilities, perhaps she couldn't strengthen herself. But a thought flashed through his mind, no, she must have a special reason. On the other side, Prone struggled against the relentless blows, helplessly crying, Adele, save me. Another source of energy caught Adele's attention. He turned around, and saw a girl treating a boy's wounds. The boy said, thank you very much. The girl replied, it's nothing, I'm glad you're not seriously injured. Adele was surprised, healing magic, but it was a power only humans used. So this child must also be a half-demon. Unexpectedly, he studied in the same class as someone with rare healing talent. I don't remember her name, but I need to connect with her. Should I approach her now? Idea spoke up, Student Prone is asking for your help. The test is over now, helping her up would be great. Adele responded immediately, oh, I understand, I'm coming right away. In fact, he blamed Prone in his mind, she chose the wrong timing and ruined my good plan. Looking at Prone's shabby appearance, he teased, useless Prone. She screamed, ouch. That hurts. Adele tore off her disguise and said, please stand up, it's over now. Prone sat up, tears streaming down, his body covered in wounds. Sniffling, he said, have you seen everything already? He pretended to be naive, what are you talking about? Prone shouted angrily, don't pretend, you slave. Adele replied, well, I think you're even weaker than a slave. Prone was furious, wishing he could tear him apart. Are you mocking me? Idea commanded, all right, let's clean up. Everyone, focus. The results were exactly as predicted. Idea said, you all did well in the first lesson. Experiences like this are important to understand your own position. Mistakes help you support each other and coordinate perfectly in battle. Samuel gritted his teeth, furrowed his brows tightly, angry. Adele thought, listening to the explanation, at the Human Royal Academy, students are sorted by ability, but at Saitan, classes are assigned randomly, so cooperation is key. Her idea emphasized this. Idea spoke aloud about the only person who surpassed student Adele. Hearing this, he proudly replied, yes. Her deep eyes full of expectation, I look forward to your progress. Adele responded without hesitation, thank you, I will do my best to learn. Around him were envious and jealous glances. At the end of the lesson, Idea turned and returned to her class for the next session. Adele hesitated, thinking, she praised me, right? But why did her tone sound hostile? She always looks for opportunities to cause trouble, trying to become Prone's slave. Can I build a faction here? The clock struck 10 o'clock. After Idea's lesson, the following classes took place. A teacher dressed in a neat uniform stood on the podium, I am pleased to meet you all. I am the instructor in charge of theoretical education. We studied the history of the demon world and the weaknesses of humans. The demon race revolves around the first demon lord. Their body structure is similar to humans. Adele was thoughtful. When hit there, the demon race feels just as much pain. The teacher announced that next we will have a test on today's material. If you don't want to retake the class, memorize it. Adele closed his book, exhausted, leaning down on the desk. Really, oh heavens. It's no different from school days, discouraged right from the very start. Watching everyone laugh and talk happily, he felt depressed, as if he was the only one separated and lonely. There were no friends now either, just like back then. He shed tears, but then he noticed a girl who had healing abilities. Encouraged, he thought, that's right, there is that female friend. He stepped forward, this time determined to start a conversation. He greeted, nice to meet you, I'm Adele. Looking around at him made him feel confused. Wait, why is everyone looking over here? The girl seemed unaware, casually saying, yes, nice to meet you. Adele thought, when two half-demons do something, it definitely attracts attention. She's uncomfortable, I should leave the conversation for another time. Feeling disrespected, he said, I'll talk to you another time then. She was flustered and replied, all right, then goodbye. As he walked away, he comforted himself, maybe I should go to the restroom to replenish mana, loneliness or something. Just before reaching the door, Samuel threw it wide open. Adele blamed his bad luck, at the worst moment. Samuel saw him, angrily said, it's you again. Adele didn't want trouble, I was just about to leave, you go first, I'll follow. But Samuel brushed past him, insulting, low-life creature, disgusting. Adele couldn't let it go and struck back. Your family must be really wonderful, huh? The question made Samuel angry. He turned around, unleashed his power, and growled, what did you say? Adele continued, I mean, to give birth to a worthless piece of trash that can walk and talk like you. The curse flew out, filthy and petty. Samuel clenched his teeth and growled, I'll tear you apart into 100 pieces. Adele's eyes showed a deadly look, a cruel scheme was forming. Unlike Baltan, this guy displayed pure hatred. If he interferes with the plan, it's best to eliminate him immediately. The power between them surged, ready to fight to the death. Looking at Samuel's hand full of sharp spikes, Adele thought, insane, if I use magic, no one would care if I blew off his arm. Suddenly, a teacher appeared and immediately stopped them. Class was about to start, both of them back to their seats. Like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the fire, both were surprised. Adele wondered, when did he arrive? The fighting flame died out. Both Adele and Samuel were surprised, when had he arrived? They simultaneously withdrew their intense fighting spirit, but the sign of confrontation was temporarily set aside. Nevertheless, tension still hung in the air. Adele knew Samuel wouldn't give up easily, at least not just yet. The newly appeared teacher was introduced as the magic instructor Robolt. Adele immediately noticed the sudden appearance and the calm demeanor of the man, which made him cautious. But he told himself, anyone entrusted with teaching at the Saitan Academy must be a master. If so, learning magic from him would be an opportunity not to be underestimated. In this world, magic is not an innate gift but a skill that can be trained, even academic in nature. Robolt emphasized that to study magic effectively, one must understand attributes. He explained the 4 basic elements, earth, water, wind, fire, the foundations of all magic. Combining darkness and light makes 6 attributes in total that form the current magic system. Robolt added that most people possess only 1 attribute. Adele wondered if his mixed heritage made him an exception. He pondered the 2 bloodlines within him. On his father's side, the Bear clan was renowned for the darkness attribute. But on his mother's side, the Arson clan was a complete mystery, never clearly mentioned. After the introduction, Robolt announced that the lesson would focus on identifying mana attributes. He instructed the students to take turns placing their hands on a special orb that changed color according to their mana attribute. The students lined up and advanced in order. Adele proactively stood at the back observing, each person placing their hand, the orb changing colors. Robolt announced, red fire, blue water, green wind, brown earth. The process proceeded quickly, without any issues. When it was Adele's turn, Adele hadn't stepped up yet when Robolt directly called his name, causing him to startle. Adele was astonished, how did he know his name? Alert, he slowly stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb. Immediately, a strange color appeared, half black, half gray. The entire class fell silent. Robolt's expression changed. He stood stunned, staring at the orb, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He explained that black represented the darkness usually seen in high-level demons, but gray was extremely rare, almost never appearing. Adele tilted his head. Teacher, don't you know what that color is? Robolt shook his head. No, I know it, but I'm just surprised by how rare it is. He continued, gray symbolizes chaos, magic that does not obey natural laws, even breaking the fundamental principles of the world. Adele stood silently, his mind shaken, the word chaos echoing in his thoughts. As the creator of this world within the original novel, he had never considered this attribute. Now he himself possessed something that had not existed in the original manuscript. Magic that defies natural order might also be the key to his special ability. But for now, Adele focused on the darkness, something he was certain he could control. Lost in thought, he sensed eyes watching him from behind. Playing back the footage, he saw Prone standing behind him. She stood still, clearly using stealth technique but got detected. Her expression showed a moment of surprise. She didn't expect Adele to notice. But in the blink of an eye, her eyes turned cold and angry. Prone gritted her teeth. Hey, what the hell were you thinking just now? Her sharp question made Adele hesitate. He feigned ignorance, asking, what do you mean? But she was not easily fooled, her gaze piercing and distrustful. She accused Adele of deliberately provoking Samuel. Adele defended himself, I just couldn't stand being bullied. She laughed scornfully, sarcastic, her eyes narrowing like knives. The person he provoked was no ordinary foe, he belonged to the dreaded 7 deadly sins. Adele retorted, outsiders have no influence within Seitan Academy, so he's not worth worrying about. He intended to end it, but she grew more irritated. Sighing, she spoke as if to an ignorant child, obviously, you don't understand a thing. She was about to say, that kid's family actually, but stopped mid-sentence, leaving the remark loaded with implications. Turning to walk away, she left him with one last sentence, just be careful from now on. Adele watched her figure fade away, his mind spinning over what she meant. Could it be Samuel's family is infamous for brutal revenge? Her tone was not merely threatening but dangerous and complex beyond personal grudges. Adele shook his head, dismissing the thought. The last class was about to begin, he needed to focus. The swordsmanship instructor entered, his face scowling as if the whole world owed him something. Without greeting, he scolded, with this level, none of you deserve to be here. He was harsh. During the previous training, even when only 10% and then 5% of the initial exercise were activated, all groups except the first 8 were wiped out. The words cut into the trainees' pride like a knife. Adele thought he was deliberately provoking them. The instructor declared coldly, from today, we will learn how to wield a sword, so that when you die, at least you take down one opponent with you. The lesson began with running outside in the yard, a real test of physical endurance. He explained that the foundation of swordsmanship is physical fitness. Regardless of technique, having endurance and strength multiplies effectiveness 2 to 3 times. Intense training soon left the trainees gasping for breath, their legs burning after each lap. How long until it's over? The 20th lap already, groans echoed. Some secretly used magic to cheat, but they did not fool the instructor. He shouted, punished them with push-ups, then ordered them to run again from the start. No one dared to argue, the nightmare continued. Adele smirked silently, rich kids always tried to cheat. He remembered when he first entered this body causing chaos without cheap tricks. Finally, the instructor announced the final lap, the 50th. Those who completed 50 laps could return to the dormitory, those who didn't had to stay for extra study. Adele exhaled in relief. Today's psychological tension had worn down his stamina, leaving his body exhausted. He just wished to return to his room and throw himself onto the bed to sleep. On the way back to the dormitory, Adele suddenly froze. His whole body stiffened as someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He spun around quickly, heart pounding, ready to react. Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Adele's eyes widened in shock. How could she be here? He was confused. Turning around in a state of panic, he saw Miss Renee and couldn't help but wonder what she was doing here at this moment. With her reddish-brown hair and gentle smile, Adele greeted her with a smile and then asked softly if she was on her way back to the dormitory. Today is the first class, how do you find it? But Renee didn't say a word. That silence made Adele suspect that someone in the class had annoyed her. And the earlier scene was indeed easy to misunderstand. Finally, Renee just let out a cold remark, "You're still lacking training." Then suddenly she suggested they do some light exercise to stretch the muscles. "Train together with me." Adele was completely surprised by the invitation. Yet, Renee's face showed a bit of eagerness as she asked, "You'll help me, won't you?" Adele remained silent, his expression unclear whether reluctant or agreeing. Finally, he sighed softly, thinking silently that this girl really never seems to get tired. Noticing a training area nearby for students, Renee pointed in that direction and said, "Let's go there quickly, we still have time." Adele nodded lightly, meanwhile thinking to himself that training with the descendant of the 7 great sins would be tiring but definitely beneficial. They entered a spacious building together. Adele glanced around and blurted out, "It's really spacious." Inside, the training equipment was fully equipped, and other students were also diligently exercising. Adele nodded in approval. With such conditions, physical strength would surely improve significantly. Seeing a large barbell loaded with heavy plates, he asked, "Shall we start with this?" Then he suggested I try first, speaking while keeping an eye on the clearly heavy weight. With a mix of confidence and pride, he reassured Renee, "I've trained for years, this is nothing." Then he stepped forward, bent down into position to lift the barbell. His neck veins bulging, facial muscles tense, he strained with all his might to lift the bar, emitting a hoarse groan. Miss Renee stood with her arms crossed nearby, watching coldly. Finally, she uttered briefly, "Too weak, don't force it. Watch out for muscle tears." Adele gritted his teeth in silence, cursing inwardly. This damn body, after all those years of imprisonment, simply couldn't withstand such pressure now. He collapsed onto both hands, gasping, sweat dripping onto the floor. Paying no mind to his struggle, Renee stepped forward nonchalantly, bent down to grasp the barbell and said calmly, "This type, huh?" Then with just a slight jump, she lifted the barbell effortlessly overhead. Adele gaped, unable to hide his astonishment. What the hell? This kind of strength is truly incomparable. He realized that even if he used all his pure power, he might not keep up with her. He needed to train more seriously. A determined smile quietly formed on Adele's lips. 2 hours passed under the harsh afternoon sun. Finally, he walked up to Renee, who was still lifting weights. "It's late, we should stop." Renee placed the barbell on the floor with a solid thud. Without objecting, she simply nodded and said, "Okay." Adele gently spoke, "I'll take you back to the dormitory gate." She did not refuse, just silently walked beside him. On the way, quietly observing and thinking to himself, she has clearly been training a lot lately. Curious about Renee's current condition, when she briefly turned off to change clothes, Adele quickly activated a special skill. A glowing blue interface appeared before his hand, displaying Renee's status information. The contents showed, half-demon race, chaotic alignment, second-level transposition talent, curious trait, easily immersed, high killing intent, dark attribute, magic control, proud gaze. Adele looked at the data panel, filled with indescribable emotions, both surprised and intrigued. A person like her was definitely not simple. Renee's mana level clearly showed on the interface, rising from 1297 to 1321. Adele noticed that almost all other stats remained unchanged, only the mana increased by exactly 24 points. He pondered and admitted that even though Renee persistently practiced mana control every night, the growth rate was still frustratingly slow. Indeed, this was the slowest phase of development. He sighed inwardly, briefly considering finding some kind of elixir or something to help her speed up cultivation. But before he could think further, Renee's voice called from behind, "I've finished changing." Adele was taken a bit by surprise at her quickness. Renee frowned at him, wondering what he was doing. Adele regained his composure, smiled lightly, and said, "Oh, it's nothing, let's just go back." After practice, he escorted Renee to the gate of the female dormitory. He said goodbye, "Get some rest." Renee nodded gently. "You too, good night," then she stepped inside. Adele stood watching her leave, letting out a deep, heavy sigh, his body feeling as if it were about to collapse from exhaustion. From the start until now, it had truly been overwhelming. He decided to return to the male dormitory to rest. Climbing the grand staircase of the luxurious building, he recalled the instructions, go up the stairs and turn right. He pulled out his acceptance letter to confirm his room 407. Adele muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the fourth-floor corridor until he quickly found his room. Standing in front of the door, he wondered who his roommate might be. He silently hoped it would be someone skilled and pleasant, maybe even someone who would join his side. This could be the first male friend he made in the demon world. The thought made him a bit excited. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and smiled warmly. "Hello, nice to meet you." His voice caught abruptly and his smile froze when his eyes met the person lounging leisurely on the bed. Samuel was casually sucking on a lollipop. He lifted his head, his face shifting from surprise to disgust. His green eyes narrowed with deadly intent. The two shouted in unison, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Adele almost collapsed against the doorframe, one hand pressed to his forehead, tapping it lightly with tension. He couldn't believe it, out of hundreds of students, he ended up rooming with this guy. Samuel was equally furious, biting down on the candy until it shattered, clearly not happy at all. The two opponents exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with hostility, as if a single spark would ignite a chaotic fight. From the bed, Samuel curled his lips with contempt. "Spat, dirty hybrid," he muttered. Adele stood near the door, teeth clenched, struggling fiercely with whether he should make him leave immediately. But he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and exhaled heavily. Then stepped over to the desk, intending to set his things down. Samuel jumped up, fists clenched tight, shouting, "Wanna fight?" "Right now." Adele laughed scornfully, shaking his head. "Are you crazy? Want to fight inside the dorm room?" His tone was full of sarcasm as he calmly turned away. "I just planned to go out for a bit." Samuel didn't reply, only staring at him with murderous eyes. When he touched the doorknob, Adele casually said with a slight taunt, "Have a good rest." Then he decisively stepped out, the door snapping shut with a dry click. Inside, Samuel ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn unlucky bastard," he spat. Outside on the school grounds, Adele sighed once more. He had just hoped for a peaceful rest but had to share a room with that guy, clearly no peace to be found. He decided to take a walk, planning to return only after Samuel had fallen asleep. Walking slowly along the tree-lined paths within Saitan Academy's campus, he pondered Samuel's strange hostility. He wasn't the type to easily lose his temper, yet he seemed to flare up all the time. He shook his head irritably. Tisk, truly incomprehensible. But a thought flashed, wait, Samuel is a descendant of the great sin of gluttony. So his anger is instinctual, just like I have a chaotic inclination. Adele reflected on the concept of inherent tendencies that Master Robolt once mentioned. What exactly is chaos? Is it a mana attribute or something deeper? He was about to ask the magical resource proxy for information to query his knowledge, but shook his head. If it knew anything about chaos, it would have said so when teaching the skill. Buying extra seals would only waste money. Frustrated by the lack of information, Adele searched for a quiet place to practice the mana purification skill. He wandered into a small forested area near the eastern yard. Under the blazing evening sky, his eyes unconsciously looked up at a tree, where a small bird perched on a high branch. Adele muttered, "A sparrow?" But looking closely, he shook his head, not exactly a sparrow. But still, there are birds here, how interesting. He thought that even within the Saitan Academy grounds, creatures from outside the city still fly in freely. Suddenly, the bird's eyes flashed red, startling Adele, who quietly took note of it. Night fell, and Adele gently opened the door to room 407, sighing in relief to see that Samuel was already asleep. Wrapped snugly in a blanket, good, once asleep, all is settled. Exhausted, he didn't bother tidying up, tossed his bag to the side, collapsed onto the bed, sighed deeply, so tired, today he just wanted to collapse completely. Even though his body was worn out, he still tried to think he should practice his mana a little before sleeping. Lying on his back on the pillow, Adele regulated his breath, focusing his mind. A gentle flow of mana circulated through his body, but his consciousness gradually drifted into sleep. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure loomed over the bed before him. It was Samuel. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light, staring straight at him as if trying to pierce his mind. Meanwhile, Adele knew nothing and continued sleeping soundly. Samuel's face was full of contempt, and bitter thoughts filled his mind. Even when asleep, that guy still looked foolish and annoying. Resentment surged as old memories flooded back. the sarcastic remarks, the insults Adele had directly thrown at him, even defaming his entire family. Samuel clenched his fist tightly, vowing in his heart that even if he was wrong, he would never apologize first. He exhaled wearily, full of frustration. With so much to worry about, now he even had to waste effort caring about this worthless name. Then suddenly an image appeared, Adele in class yesterday, radiating a powerful, almost terrifying aura. The other figure standing beside him made Samuel's heart ache as if being crushed. This feeling, he had experienced before, but why did it show up now? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his ribs. Samuel collapsed, groaning in pain. He clutched his stomach, eyes wide with horror. Damn, was Gluttony's binge starting again? Cold sweat poured down as he gritted his teeth to endure it. The ravenous hunger spiraled out of control, his abdomen faintly glowing with a dark green energy, chilling and poisonous, gnawing inside. His body felt drained dry, unbearable. Just as Adele shifted slightly in his sleep, murmuring something, Samuel turned around, his eyes full of irritation. He was starving every moment, yet he had to look at that weary face until morning. He really wanted to punch Adele right in the mouth. Samuel slumped down on the edge of the bed, groaning softly as the pain continued to torment him. Dawn broke, the clock tower bell ringing to signal the start of class. Adele sat up, yawned softly, and stretched. What time was it now? Still early morning. Sunlight poured through the large window, the clock ticking steadily in the quiet space. Adele looked out the window, his eyes brightening. It's the bird from yesterday, a little bird perched on the branch just like the one the evening before. A faint, sharp smile spread across his lips. Here in Saitan, so strict about invasive species, yet something like this still lurks around. He frowned, suspecting someone was watching him, quickly concluding this reflexively yet remaining calm. Adele stretched by the window, the wooden frame creaked softly. In his mind, he calculated, it might be Lecturer Aries, the one who suspected him the most. He scanned his mana to check, no illusion, it was a living creature. After thinking a bit, he planned to try taming it with food. He reached out his hand gently, calling softly, come here. But glancing at the clock, Adele saw breakfast time was almost over. He muttered, Samuel must have gone to eat already, I have to go too or I'll starve. He left the window, still thinking about the strange bird and the figure behind it. A moment of confusion when he forgot where the cafeteria was. As a result, he arrived late to class. A female lecturer entered, cheerfully greeting, good morning class. Adele sat down and sighed quietly. He got lost looking for the canteen and missed breakfast. His stomach empty, he wondered if he could concentrate on studying while so hungry. The lecturer, a gray-haired woman with wavy hair, stepped up to the podium holding a serious grade book. Today during homeroom, she had an important announcement. Is everyone here? Adele frowned, suspicious. What important announcement could it be? The lecturer continued, today we will be choosing the class president. The whole class buzzed with excitement. Adele opened his eyes wide, thinking silently, a class president, huh? A student with pale blue hair raised a hand, excuse me, ma'am, how is the class president elected? The lecturer smiled knowingly. At first, she intended to let everyone vote, but then decided to appoint directly. The room fell silent for a moment. A horned female student stood up, a pink aura sparkling around her like a stage effect, a absolutely wise decision. Adele was startled, realizing she was prone, just like in the novel. He smiled faintly, with that personality, he was sure he couldn't become class president. Prone turned down confidently, from now on, let me lead this class, serve me as your king. Adele quietly nodded. Prone was a reasonable choice, although slightly lacking in intellect, her charisma and ability to coerce were unmatched. Another student spoke up, yeah, why not let Adele be class president? He seems quite capable. Prone gave a contemptuous glance, please, a half-blood like him wanting to be class president. The lively discussion continued, someone asked, what about Samuel? Prone frowned, shrugged, he's too scary. Adele smiled gently, feeling warm inside, not expecting that the performance the other day left such an impression. Being called out like this was also enjoyable. Prone puffed out his chest proudly, saying no matter what, I'm still the clearest choice. Come on, teacher, make the announcement. The instructor exhaled and spoke decisively, the class monitor is not the student Prone. Prone gaped, his blue eyes wide open in shock, yelling, "What are you shouting about?" The instructor smiled and turned to look at the red-haired boy near the window. "The class monitor is Adele." Adele froze in silence. "Huh?" He looked around, his mind tangled like a web. "What? Why is it me? A half-demon like me becoming the class monitor?" Before his thoughts could finish, the instructor's voice sounded again, his eyes gently glowing blue. "Adele, do your best to lead the class well." An excited student cheered, "Go ahead, class monitor Adele." Still stunned, Adele responded awkwardly, "Yes." He thought to himself, "I haven't even eaten breakfast yet." The instructor nodded, announcing that she would be teaching another class and left a few instructions behind. She said that to prepare for the midterm exam, the upcoming sessions would focus on practical combat training. The whole class buzzed with whispers, students murmuring among themselves. She continued, the training would be divided into groups of 3, and groups had to be formed by the end of the day. A pink-haired female student near Adele raised her hand to her chin, showing deep thought. Adele closed his eyes, deeply pondering the exam and the practical combat. He reasoned that if it was practical combat in Saitan, it was very likely to involve killing. Fighting here meant ending the enemy's life. The lecturer ended the session with a reminder. Prone looked up curiously and responded, "Yes." The teacher's voice was gentle but her eyes were full of authority. "If you address me disrespectfully once again, you will be prioritized for separate supplementary lessons, understood?" Prone jolted, froze, and her arrogant smile deflated like a popped balloon. With just one sentence, the lecturer made her understand her place. Adele observed quietly with a slight smile, thinking this teacher knew how to bring someone back down to earth. Before leaving the class, she reminded the class monitor to submit the group list by the last session. She smiled and wished everyone good studies. Adele was now officially the class monitor. Watching her leave, he pondered deeply about practical combat. He stroked his chin, considering whether to use the training puppet like before, but shook his head, dismissing the thought. Based on the storyline, it wasn't yet the time for the academy to attack humans, the current training was just preparation. Anyway, the priority was to form a team. Adele's eyes scanned the classroom. Resting on the pink-haired girl near him, he smirked, having almost chosen his teammates. In the hallway outside the classroom, just as the homeroom teacher left, 2 figures waiting nearby caught sight of her. One was a tall man with purple hair standing on end, a black cross tattoo on his neck, a cold, fierce face. He took heavy steps forward. In another room, lecturer Idea was writing documents when the door suddenly burst open. She looked up calmly. "You're here already." The man, Aries, growled angrily, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Idea just smiled lightly. "It's been a long time since I've seen his serious face, which is worth something, right?" Her words, soft as the wind, only made Aries flare up. He snapped impatiently, "I didn't come here to hear you say meaningless things." He slammed his hand on the table, the sharp bang echoed, "Why appoint that guy as class president?" Idea kept a calm tone, "The matter just happened this morning and you already know." She smiled, "You really do have an information network all over Saitan, don't you?" Aries gritted his teeth, eyes sharp as knives. She couldn't fail to understand the meaning behind letting him be class president. Idea nodded without hesitation, "Of course I understand." But Aries shouted, "Even temporarily entrusting that guy with control over Class A was like handing him the whole world. You must be crazy." He slammed the table, trembling with anger, grinding his teeth, "It's not too late yet, replace him immediately, or else." He left the threat hanging in the air. Idea did not flinch under his piercing gaze, she looked straight at him with a calm but resolute expression. She didn't need to shout, her steadiness spoke for itself. Aries held his head, ruffled his hair in despair. "Oh God, this matter is enough to drive anyone crazy." Idea continued calmly, "I like that student." She explained that although he is highly capable, he isn't arrogant like the descendants of the 7 deadly sins. Moreover, the bear's family guarantees his status, his identity is clear, and he has strong backing. But Aries was not convinced. He emphasized that a clear status does not mean reliability. She should understand that better than anyone. He went on to say that the most dangerous sword is the blind sword. Idea sighed lightly, crossed her arms, and said she would take care of her class herself, and asked him not to interfere anymore. Even though she was just a new lecturer, she had great faith in her own eye for selecting people. Aries grew angry, slammed his hand on the table, but said nothing, silently left the room, leaving an infuriated Idea sitting alone. After she had disappeared from sight, he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. He growled inwardly, regretting that he should have fought for that class. Letting someone dangerous like her have it was definitely a mistake. A memory flashed by. A half-blood clan had left an unforgettable wound in a fierce battle. He thought the aura Adele gave off yesterday was too similar to that person. The chance that he was a descendant might be low, but it was too much of a coincidence to ignore. I haven't figured out what he wants yet. Just then, a small bird landed on Aries' shoulder, chirping. He turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold, still seeing nothing unusual, but ordered that no one take their eyes off him, not even for a second, understood? Elsewhere, apparently in the library, a group of students chatted animatedly. A pale purple-haired boy with pointed ears smiled. Beside him was someone with a dark tattoo on their neck and a blonde student with sharp hair and small horns, radiating friendliness. The atmosphere was very casual and warm, like school friends. None of them knew they were being closely watched with every move. During class break, everyone was starting to form groups. Adele sat quietly, observing the lively scene. He smiled softly, half joking, half sad, saying that even though he was the class president, no one had invited him to join a group yet. Maybe it was because his face looked too suspicious. Just as a student approached, slightly hesitant, "Hey, do you want to team up with me?" Samuel, sitting nearby with another student, glanced over upon hearing this and said coldly, "Just don't drag me down." The other student turned to thank Samuel before introducing his friend. Adele looked at them both and sighed inwardly. Even he had someone to invite him, yet here he was still sitting alone like an outsider. Adele sighed in resignation, accepting the truth. If he kept waiting to be invited, he'd never have a group. Steeling himself like a snake twisting its joints, he stood up determined. His gaze settled on the pink-haired girl he'd noticed earlier. He approached and greeted her simply, "Hello." The girl flinched slightly, letting out a small surprised sound. Adele remained calm. "I just scanned your mana. Sorry if I startled you, but I noticed your mana level is quite good, and you have healing skills, perfect for forming a group." He smiled and introduced himself, "I'm Adele. We've met before, remember?" Then he asked, "Have you found a group yet?" The girl hesitated, replying softly, "No, not yet." Adele immediately nodded. "Great, then tell me your name." After a brief pause, she answered quietly, "Luna." Adele smiled gently, "That's a cute name." He tilted his head and invited her directly, "So join my team. Working with the class leader will be beneficial for you." Luna widened her eyes, flustered. This was a bit sudden. Adele stayed in control, leaning in to lower his voice as if whispering, "The final period is coming up, and there isn't much time left to submit the team list." He said this softly but cleverly. "Besides, since both of us are half-demons, we're sure to coordinate well together." Luna let out a small sound of surprise. Adele concluded, "Just say yes and it's done, from now on we're in the same group." She didn't answer, but regarded silence as consent, nodded, a wise decision indeed. At that moment, Prone, the horned girl from the next table, scoffed. "What's so wise about that decision?" Adele turned her head and sighed inwardly, "Here she goes again." Prone laughed loudly, her eyes mischievous, "So you still don't have a group?" She flipped her hair and declared proudly, "Fine, I will generously allow you all to join. From now on, serve under my command." Adele replied coolly, "Luna and I just formed a group, can you go back to your seat?" Prone answered, "Don't be ridiculous, I heard everything from behind." Meanwhile Luna blushed deeply, caught up in this mess. Unmoved, Prone declared boldly, "No matter what, I won't recognize you as class leader, the real leader should be me." Adele thought better to just refuse outright. But Prone clung on like a leech. Eventually Adele relented, "Fine, you can join. On the condition that Prone becomes group leader." However, in her heart she planned that every decision of Prone's must be approved by her first. After all, as a descendant of the 7 deadly sins, it was better to keep her close to monitor. Prone, unaware of this calculation, smiled brightly, trusting the leader and following confidently and arrogantly. Just as Adele predicted, she slightly nodded, thinking to herself she was still leading her. 1 week later, sitting at the table, Adele stared intently at the glowing green status board. The mana stat increased from 1321 to 1332, it's a slight rise regardless, he noted. But he muttered that it's still not enough and that he must find a way to obtain the medicinal elixir soon. Mana is somewhat manageable, but he still doesn't understand what the chaotic attribute means. Hopefully, this week's magic class will offer a clue. A wave of exhaustion emanates from him. Thinking of something else, Qualitative, the small dragon-shaped artifact, rests quietly in its box but has been unstable lately. It seems he must carry it with him at all times. Adele sighed, things are getting messy, mana unsettled, chaos uncontrolled, and now an artifact. But one thing eased him, Samuel was unusually quiet. Glancing at his roommate, who just shrugged indifferently with unclear emotions. Despite mounting worries, Adele clung to a fragile optimism, believing things would eventually get better. The next morning, the clock tower bell rang, signaling the start of class. The lecturer entered, beaming with a radiant smile. "Good morning, everyone." Adele glanced at her, thinking she looked unusually cheerful today, surely something good happened. Idea clapped her hands. "Today's class is a bit special, we're going outside for practical combat training." Adele raised an eyebrow. Finally, actual combat training. Idea explained, "We will leave Saitan for an area called Oregon." Adele's eyes widened, he remembered clearly. In the storyline, Oregon is a prison holding human combatants trapped in the war between humans and demons. No one returns, we're heading to a prison camp. He thought as Idea continued with a bright expression, "We will travel via dimension space spaceship. Follow me, everyone." The students buzzed excitedly, going outside sounded thrilling. It wasn't a break but a chance to go out and have fun. Adele glanced around, sighed, and his eyes darkened. Everyone was excited just thinking that learning outside would be fun. If they knew what Oregon was, they would be stunned silent. More importantly than the training session was what awaited in Oregon. It was a special opportunity that the main character in the original novel was supposed to discover. If you went first, you could be the first to lay your hands on it. But he worried whether he could find it without being exposed to so many watchful eyes. He knew the guard force at Oregon was no ordinary matter. While he was pondering, Prone appeared, smiling teasingly. "What's up? Why does your face look so stiff, like a statue?" She giggled, tilting her head carefree. "First time training outdoors. You must be really nervous." Adele nodded. Prone was surprised. "Huh, you get nervous too?" She glanced at his solemn expression and thought that even looking so gloomy, he was still afraid. She puffed out her chest proudly. "Don't forget, your super-level captain is here, just follow me and it'll be fine." Adele sighed inwardly. She really never seemed to tire, but he smirked, thinking to himself to see if she would still be so confident when they reached Oregon. Still, he admitted that with her noisy presence, he felt somewhat relieved. The spaceship sped through the twilight space in the afternoon, its magic wheels sparking as it passed through the dark layers of the void. Sitting inside the cabin, Adele looked through the foggy window as the purple-hued, misty scenery drifted by coldly. Ahead of him, Oregon appeared as a huge, cold fortress, standing like a scar across the world. Adele clenched his fists, his eyes sharp and cold. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No matter what happens, I have to seize it. The powerful locomotive, sparks flying from the wheels, thundered into the station as an announcement echoed. "Passengers, we have arrived in Oregon, please disembark safely." The voice resonated through the train cars. Adele and the other trainees got off the train, standing before a massive structure. Majestic beneath the purple sky dotted with indentations. Idea spoke to the group, "All right, everyone, we have arrived, please follow me closely. This is the human prison camp, Oregon." She declared, her gaze sweeping over the anxious faces. Observing the cage-like structures reinforced firmly, one trainee remarked on the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, another expressed unease, asking if they would really be training here, as he had a bad feeling about the place. Idea, with a prominent expression and confident smile, confirmed, "Yes, this is your training site." Oregon added reassuringly, "No battles are expected, so don't worry too much." Though Renee's eyes gleamed with something contradictory, Adele remained silently doubtful. To say so without knowing what's coming next is a sick pastime if he's ever seen one, a sardonic thought he kept to himself. As they advanced, 3 stern-faced guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their path. One of them demanded, "You're from Saitan?" His tone was curt and suspicious. Idea calmly responded, "Yes, this is our permit." She presented the document while Adele silently noted that the guard seemed experienced. The pressure radiating from him was no joke, a distinct power. The soldier checked the permit and ordered verification complete. "Please follow me." His tone left no room for questions. Another person, perhaps a guide or a lower-ranking guard, gestured, "All right, this way." He signaled them into the darkness. The trainees followed, stepping through the dark, suffocating corridors. A giant centipede quickly crawled across the floor, unnoticed by anyone, but desperate cries from invisible cells echoed. "Please save me, I don't want to die." A choking voice, followed by another, "Please let me out." Words filled with despair. Prone looked around uncertainly. Meanwhile, another person anxiously asked, "What is this place?" Her voice trembled. Another trainee covered his nose and complained that the place smelled strange. His companion added that it felt like something was about to jump out. His eyes widened in fear. Adele observed their reactions with a slight smile. He thought it seemed they were finally reacting. A grim satisfaction touched his mind. Samuel then coldly told them, "Don't gather in front of me, keep moving." His voice was sharp. Adele silently noted that Samuel seemed unshaken, concluding that he really was strange. As he continued leading the group deeper into the frightening facility, the trainees advanced further into a web of pitfalls. Adele reacted to an invisible stimulus with a look of surprise. But then Idea announced to all the trainees that we had finally arrived at the training site. Her voice cut through the tense silence. They stood looking down at a vast multi-story prison complex, the atmosphere purple with despair. Adele noticed the shocked expressions on her classmates' faces, and said gloomily, "This is the true nature of Oregon, hell itself," words hanging like a shroud. Flashing images of prisoners, gaunt and bloodied behind bars. Their forms barely resembled humans anymore. Idea confidently appeared to explain, "As you can see, this is the prison for those who have attacked the demon kingdom. Every person here has killed at least one demon, hardened criminals, some even pregnant women or children." She spoke in a cold tone. She gestured towards a gaunt chained prisoner in front of them, continuing with a smirk. "You are probably curious about your training. Take a good look, everyone." Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Dark swirling energy surrounded her as she approached the panicked prisoner, who emitted choking sounds of extreme fear. Grasping his face, she commanded, "Now swallowing silence will be over quickly." As a glowing blue orb appeared in her hand, vibrating with malevolent energy, the trainees watched in horror, Luna covering her mouth as the prisoner emitted muffled cries of pain. Suddenly, the prisoner screamed as his head began to swell and shake violently, splattering onto the stone floor with a disgusting sound echoing in the sudden silence. Adele flinched, letting out a disgusting sound under his breath. Idea expressed smugly, explaining the mission simply, "All you have to do is kill a person in your own way, simple, right?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over the pale faces. Some trainees immediately vomited, the sight and sound too much to bear. However, Adele remained strangely calm, his expression obscured as he thought, even after witnessing such a brutal death, he strangely felt unaffected. Perhaps because he had synchronized with Adele. With a cold awareness, he reaffirmed his resolve. No matter how much worse things got, his goal would not change. He would survive to the end, fix this damn world's ending, and fulfill Adele's wish. This silent vow strengthened his composure. Idea then turned to the class president, asking, "Do you have any final words?" Her tone was challenging. Adele, as class president, stepped up to a cell where a gaunt prisoner, chained and curling up, he held a glowing dagger that looked sinister. Adele was silent for a moment before calmly asking, "Is there anything you want to say before it ends?" His voice was devoid of emotion. The prisoner, eyes blazing with hatred, spat defiantly. "The only regret I have is not being able to kill more of your demons. We humans will wipe out every single one," he shouted with unwavering determination. Adele, his face expressionless and smeared with blood from the previous execution, stuck the knife into the prisoner without saying a word, silently thinking that killing him after hearing that made him even more satisfied. A dark thought passed through his mind. Adele turned to ask if that was enough. His expression was unreadable. Idea clapped slowly and commented, "Perfect." Her lips curved into a pleased smile. Then she addressed the remaining trainees, "Now, as your class leader, go into a cell and begin training." Her voice rang out with authority. However, she quickly added, "Oh, half-demon trainees, please stand aside a little." Her sharp gaze fixed on them. The pink-haired girl Luna and another male trainee clearly looked distressed by this sudden discrimination. Idea ordered, "Please stand over here," signaling toward a specific area. Adele observed that only the half-demons were separated, so there were more than just him and Luna in this class, but Luna looked truly unwell. He remarked with detached concern. Idea then revealed with a cruel smile that the trainees here had specific prisoners to kill. Her words dripped with malice, as she gestured toward a row of gaunt figures kneeling below. Adele immediately realized, his expression stiffened, these prisoners were half-demons, a truth that sent chills down his spine. Idea continued, her voice full of malice, "You all need to prove something, that you're different from these traitors." She hissed, eyes devoid of mercy. One of the male half-demon trainees, his face twisted with anger and perhaps fear, suddenly shouted, "You know how much we have suffered because of you." Then violently kicked one of the half-demon prisoners with brutal force. Another joined the shouting, "Why don't you die if you deserve to?" His voice cracked with a mix of anger and frenzy. Adele observed this horrifying scene unfold, his expression dark as he thought, "So it has begun." The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. A cold hiss echoed through the prison, emphasizing the harsh reality of the training session. As other half-demon trainees attacked the prisoners brutally, Samuel's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, unleashing a terrifying blue shadow entity, commanding it to devour them. His voice resonated with dark power as the entity lunged at a panicked prisoner. His scream abruptly cut off. Luna, the pink-haired girl, cried out in pain, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed by the brutality. Adele watched Samuel's actions, silently noting that Samuel didn't need to kill them with his magic like that, wondering if he was eager to tear humans apart or if this was just a display. Luna continued to sob uncontrollably, clearly distressed by the surrounding violence. Adele observed that Luna was completely broken, and noted that if Idea paid such attention to her, it could be very bad. A practical concern arose. Prone approached Idea and said to her, "As long as she kills using her own abilities, she will pass, right?" Seeking clarity about the test parameters, Idea confirmed, "Yes, that's correct, technically." A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her lips. With a determined look, Prone simply said, "Understood." Then Prone commanded a human, "You are now bound to me, kill the person beside you." Her voice was absolute and cold without any warmth. Prone did not hesitate to reach toward a lanky, panicked prisoner, her eyes glowing with a frightening pink light as her power took hold. The prisoner screamed, and another cried out, "Don't do it." Their pleas were lost in the suffocating atmosphere. Prone remained indifferent as the prisoner choked, life gradually slipping away. After a while, Prone asked evenly, "Done yet?" Idea replied, "Yes, she passed, we can fix the weakness over time." Her assessment was clinical. Adele watched Prone silently, quietly noting with a slight snort that Prone seemed not to lack hatred toward humans, yet she was more compassionate than he had expected. A surprising observation. Idea then turned her attention to the last half-demon cadet and said to her, "Now only one remains, Cadet Luna." Her tone was as cold as ice. Luna was panting, her face pale and tear-streaked, still trembling uncontrollably. Idea gave a cruel smile and commanded, "Proving who you are." Her voice was as sharp as a knife. Adele looked grim, thinking that if Luna couldn't complete this training, the consequences would be severe. Luna's eyes widened in terror as she whispered, "No, she couldn't do it, please let me out of here." Her plea was a fragile sound against such cruelty. Luna collapsed to her knees, her voice full of despair as she cried out miserably. Tears ran down her face as she lamented that for a man not even worthy of being called a father, she had come here to avenge her mother, who had lived a life of hell. She could do nothing, her hands clenched uselessly as if mocking her own helplessness. Adele stepped forward and gently asked if she was okay. Luna looked up, startled by his sudden presence, and asked uncertainly, "Adele?" Adele smiled reassuringly and said, "Please wait a moment, I will help you, Luna, with your training. Turning toward a bound monk, Adele declared with calm determination, now let's begin. Luna stared, eyes wide and shocked, breath caught in disbelief. Adele then handed Luna a sinister-looking dagger. As he gave it to her, he explained that although fear was natural, she had to do this. Trembling with fear, Luna held the dagger, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Adele gently placed his hand over hers, urging her to relax. Gently reassure her that if she keeps pushing forward like this, she'll be fine. Luna clenched her teeth, her face distorted by intense internal conflict. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to find her determination. Adele gently patted her head and offered simple words of comfort. Well done. Then, with a knowing smile, he whispered, that was almost bad. Elsewhere, Idea stood with her arms crossed, her expression stern as she clearly declared what would happen to a half-demon who couldn't kill a human, at best, expulsion. And at worst, something far worse. She approached Adele and Luna, her tone sharp and disapproving, I don't understand what you're thinking. The class president remained silent while Luna looked on anxiously. Idea continued, you don't expect her to pass after that, do you? However, Adele smiled confidently and declared, Cadet Luna passes. Idea's expression twisted in disbelief and she shouted, what did you say? Adele calmly explained, I clearly said that if we kill a human with our abilities, we pass. Cadet Luna is the only healer in all of Saitan, and I help her because I recognize the value of that talent. Idea sneered dryly, unable to believe it. So by that logic, you're saying you wouldn't help a cadet without talent? Adele asserted coldly, of course, if they have no talent, I will leave them behind. A subtle calculating smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. Idea's expression stiffened. She coldly remarked that he only remembers what he wants to remember, but she would definitely remember those words. Then she announced that she would go check on the others and ordered both of them to wait there. When Idea left, Adele breathed a sigh of relief and thought silently that the crisis was averted. He felt lucky that his answer satisfied Idea. If it had been Ares, Luna wouldn't have had a chance. Turning to Luna, who was still recovering, he gently said, Luna, it seems you have passed safely. Luna looked up hopefully and asked, really? Adele nodded, reassuring her. Luna was filled with relief, whispering softly, I understand now, thank goodness, before collapsing forward and fainting. Adele gently supported her and said simply, it's okay, rest now. Then, as Luna slept soundly leaning against the wall, Adele stood nearby, a look of determination appearing on his face. Now he thought the real game was about to begin. He was confident knowing every nook and cranny of Oregon and believed he still had plenty of time. Observing the patrolling guards, he silently remarked that the security was very tight. He concluded that to find the opportunity he was seeking, he needed to go underground. Determined about his purpose, Adele decided to cloak himself in darkness. As the swirling black energy surrounded him, he observed with satisfaction, oh, it's working, I'm definitely more advanced than before. Confident that the darkness would allow him to sneak in undetected, he focused on reaching the entrance to the underground tunnel. Moving stealthily through the dim corridors, he suddenly froze as a stern-faced guard spun around, eyes scanning the area. Adele wondered silently if he had been spotted. The guard stopped, but ultimately turned away, seemingly unaware of Adele's presence. Adele exhaled in relief, quietly impressed by the guard's sharp instincts. He sensed a subtle difference, surely a guard from Oregon. Realizing he needed to move quickly, Adele pressed on and soon found his target. Found it, he whispered. The only empty cell on the first floor had an inner passage. Activating his ability, swapping positions, moving, he teleported into the cell in a swift shadowy blur. Landing inside, he immediately noticed a pressure mechanism on the floor. Just as he had predicted, suspended in mid-air before the floor collapsed, he wondered how to descend safely. Recalling the depth achieved by protagonists in novels, he timed it precisely, 1, 2, 6. Just as he neared the bottom, he reactivated his ability, swapped positions, moved, and landed smoothly on his feet as the sound of something piercing through the ground echoed in the darkness. He had reached the underground waterway. Next would be, Adele muttered as black energy swirled around him. The poisonous black slime. Suddenly, 3 terrifying poisonous black slimes with glowing purple eyes emerged from the shadows. He knows their poison is deadly upon contact. Quickly formulating a strategy, he thinks that in that case, I will aim directly at the core of the slime from a distance. With a sharp, focused movement, he unleashes his ability, dark fangs, a black blade sweeping wide, several black energy blades cutting through the slimes, striking their cores with precision. Knowing their weakness makes dealing with the poisonous dark slime easy. Standing at the edge of a murky, dark body of water, he mutters, "Now I just need to dive beneath this water." Immediately, Adele plunges into the water, sinking deep into the unknown. As he dives down, he recalls that according to the protagonist in the novel, this is said to be the final resting place of the great evil. But he wonders silently about this great evil. I have never written anything like that. He remembers this is where a demon who led a rebellion centuries ago was sealed. So the great evil means a demon even the demon king could not handle. He wonders, well, I'll find out when I get there. Surfacing from the water, soaked and gasping for breath, Adele looks around and wonders, is this the place? Before him, chained to the wall, hangs a gruesome white skeleton. He quickly realizes that a heart is beating within its chest. The heart inside the white skeleton, perhaps it contains the opportunity. I'm about to reach it. Reaching out with silent confidence, his fingers draw closer. Yet as he closes his eyes to concentrate, his heart suddenly began to beat irregularly, glowing with a fierce red light. The alarm surged as his eyes widened. Wait, the heart. He stammered in his mind. Without warning, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently, throwing him off balance. Staggering, he thought to himself, this is crazy. The moment had shifted from opportunity to chaos, and Adele realized that whatever happened next, it would not be easy. For a brief few seconds, the skeleton before Adele seemed to come alive. Its entire body suddenly lifted into the air, hovering menacingly. Behind it, a radiant golden symbol appeared, shining like the sun. Adele could only stare, stunned, unable to believe this was really happening. And that symbol, it looked exactly like the tattoo of his family clan on the back of his neck. Wait, could the kingdom's traitor have something to do with your family? The skeleton, as if running out of time, began to speak hurriedly, its voice echoing directly into Adele's mind. Child of the arson house, listen carefully to what I say. If you can hear my thoughts, it means we now share the same burden. Chaos is born from me. Do not let yourself be swallowed by that disorder. Chaos is what warps the natural order of the world. If you lose yourself chasing its meaning, you will end up like me. With that final warning, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, dispersing into the air as gray dust. The message was delivered, and its existence vanished. All that remained was the heart turned to dust. Silence once again. Adele reached out to grasp it. Holding it in his hand and observing carefully, he could sense inside this thing a fierce will of destruction. It was definitely the final wish passed down from his ancestors. The heart shattered, crumbling into fragments in his palm. Curious about what he had received from it, Adele quickly opened the status window. His eyes lit up when he saw the words appear, soul transfer, a new skill. He couldn't help but shout out, the skill to manipulate souls. Finally something like this. I've waited too long for this, let's try it right away. Without hesitation, he drew his trusty dagger and tried to move it using only his will. Clang, the dagger fell to the floor with a harsh metallic sound, not budging at all. Adele blinked and then knelt to pick it up. It wasn't a lack of ability, he simply wasn't familiar with the skill yet and needed more practice. But still, he had improved drastically. He had a clue about chaos and unlocked a new skill, which was a great victory. He looked around, there was nothing useful left here. It was better to return before someone noticed he was missing. Without delay, he dashed back to the gathering point. Unfortunately for him, Prone had noticed. As soon as she saw him return, the proud white-haired girl approached and scolded him, "Where have you been sneaking off to?" Caught off guard, Adele gave an awkward smile. "I just went for a little walk, you know, to stretch my muscles." Prone didn't believe it for a second. "Seriously, you expect me to believe you went for a walk alone in this place?" Still unfazed, Adele just waved his hand. "I don't know what to say, the sight of someone locked behind bars is quite striking." His indifferent attitude only made Prone more angry. "Hey, I'm talking to you, so where exactly did you go?" But Adele had already started looking around, clearly bored with the interrogation. Wondering where he had been, he muttered to himself. Just then, Luna appeared nearby. Her voice calm as she greeted them. Adele turned to her with a smile. "Oh, Luna, did you sleep well?" The girl nodded lightly. "Yeah, I slept very well." Seeing her so composed, Adele breathed a sigh of relief. Good, you slept so deeply that I was worried someone might carry you off without you even knowing. Turning back to Luna, she didn't forget Adele's earlier help. In a gentle voice, she murmured, thanks for helping me. Without you, I probably. Before she could finish, Adele flashed his usual polite smile and interrupted her. Don't worry, no need to thank me. It sounded normal, even charming, but behind that friendly mask, his thoughts told a different story. Now Luna owes me, I just have to find the right moment to make use of that favor. A little advantage is always helpful. Not long after, their wandering guide finally returned. Idea was still full of energy, clapping his hands and calling out, all right, everyone gather around. Well done, everyone, this time, no one gave up. I'm starting to see a spark in your eyes now, but don't get complacent. We still have a lot ahead of us. For now, let's head back. The students collectively exhaled with relief, some even cracked smiles. Adele, more than anyone, was thrilled to leave that gloomy prison behind and finally escape that timeless hell. Time passed quickly once they returned to the classroom, and a week later, things had somewhat stabilized. The students who once trembled after being forced to take a life were now calmer, some even joked around a bit. As for Adele, he had been secretly practicing a new skill, soul transfer, and just in time, as the teachers kept reminding everyone about the midterm exams. He glanced around the room. In the novel, the first-year students from Saitan actually launched an attack on the Royal Academy during the midterms. That meant something big was about to happen, likely involving an assault on the human kingdom. His eyes narrowed. How many of them would survive? That was the real question, and honestly, one worth pondering. Just then, something caught his attention. Luna was secretly watching him from across the room, but the moment their eyes met, she startled and quickly looked away. That reaction didn't escape Adele's notice, and he raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. What was going on? What was it about her that made her look like that? Unable to contain his curiosity, Adele stepped forward and gently tapped her on the shoulder. The sudden touch made her jump. Adele, you startled me, Luna exclaimed, spinning around. Adele looked at her calmly, almost playfully. You didn't answer, so I thought I'd sneak a little closer. You look strange, is something wrong? Your words hit a sensitive spot. Luna immediately panicked, waving her hands to deny it, saying, no, nothing's wrong. But that reaction only made Adele more suspicious. Really? He asked, his voice full of doubt. Luna nodded so vigorously it looked almost cartoonish. Really, I swear. Seconds passed, and Adele sighed inwardly. She was definitely hiding something, but instead of pressuring her, he gave her an out. Want to have lunch together? Luna blinked in surprise. Lunch. Adele nodded, unless you have other plans. Her face quickly blossomed into a relieved smile. No, let's have lunch together, she replied eagerly. That made Adele nod in satisfaction. I'll wait at the cafeteria entrance at noon. Her reaction, especially the warmth in her eyes, reassured him. She looked more relaxed, a little fragile but approachable. She wasn't afraid of him anymore. It seemed he had earned some points with her. Lunchtime arrived. Adele waited outside the cafeteria but saw no sign of Luna. He checked the time again, frowning. The lunch break was almost over. Where had she gone? He sighed. I don't usually eat alone, but it seems I have no other choice. Well then, back to the dorm and keep training. Disappointed, he turned to leave, but after a few steps, he paused. Two familiar figures are approaching from across the street, Renee and Diana. Oh no, your mind nearly shuts down, not now. Without hesitation, Adele activates his teleportation skill and vanishes in a flash of energy just before being spotted. Almost caught, Renee stops, instincts warning her. She narrows her eyes to scan the area. Diana steps a few paces ahead, notices, and turns back. Diana asks, what's wrong, Renee? From Renee's side, she glances over the area one last time, finding nothing suspicious, then turns to Diana. I thought I just saw my escort, I must have imagined it. Meanwhile, a few bushes away, Adele is crouched low, his heart pounding. Why are they here? His thoughts swirl in confusion. This pair is the worst-case scenario. I've already heard enough in Oregon. If they find out I'm a descendant of the arson family, I'm as good as dead. His mind replays memories. I'm not just a side character in this story, I play a central role in the downfall of the demon kingdom. More than that, I killed the demon king, both him and his wife. If that truth is revealed, it's the end of everything. Adele bites his lip and slowly crawls away from the area. Only after putting enough distance does he finally let out a sigh of relief. That was dangerously close. He looks around the small forest behind the cafeteria and smirks. This place isn't bad, much better than the cramped dorm room. Maybe this will become my new training ground. Just as he prepares to start, a steel clang breaks the silence, high-pitched, desperate, and heartbreakingly familiar. Adele lifts his head, that voice is Luna's. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the sound. When he reached a small clearing, the scene before him made his blood run cold. Luna stood there, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling, begging him to stop, to please stop. Witnessing the young girl being bullied by the crowd made Adele's blood boil dangerously. She turned to him with a glimmer of hope, trying to hold herself together. Adele observed the thugs and realized they were classmates. He almost fully understood the situation unfolding. With a voice filled with barely concealed anger, he demanded the thugs return to the classroom. They were definitely bullying Luna, while everyone here was also a demi-human. The leader of the thugs had been resisting from the start, refusing to acknowledge Adele's authority as the class president. These guys had no real guts, thinking they couldn't handle a 3-on-1 situation, but they were quickly proven wrong. With pure mana brimming with deadly intent, Adele grabbed one thug and choked him without even touching. The remaining two were panic-stricken, sensing the terrifying hostility from their class president. These fools dared oppose him but were immobilized just by a hint of his lethal intent. He dropped the thug to the ground, looking down at the miserable worm. Suddenly, Adele realized he had underestimated a thug standing on the sidelines. The man with a spiderweb birthmark on his cheek showed no fear, even calmly analyzing each of Adele's moves. After teaching one of them a lesson, Adele advised the thugs to stop disgracing themselves and to run away. Hearing them bark more, he issued the final warning. One last chance for them to shut up. It was still lunchtime, and he didn't want to see their innards before the meal. Casually walking away, the three fools retreated with their tails tucked between their legs. The boy with the spiderweb tattoo remained calm and composed, cautiously watching Adele. Such calmness was unusual for a trainee. Besides Luna, perhaps Class A had another rough gem. When the gang left, Luna ran to the person who saved her, expressing sincere gratitude. Having been held back too long, their lunch appointment had to be postponed. Class was about to start, so they needed to hurry back. Adele heard that today they would learn real magic, so he didn't want to be late. Day by day, Luna felt closer to her fox-eyed boy. A few minutes later, Teacher Robolt entered the classroom, and excitedly announced that they would begin learning magic for practical situations. Today they would focus on 2 techniques, invisibility and silence. These 2 techniques should not fall into the hands of perverts. Incidentally, they were also Adele's specialty. The purpose of learning these 2 techniques was simple: how to deal with someone stronger than you on the battlefield. Sometimes the only way was assassination. For some, these dark methods were not a choice but a necessity. Currently, no trainee in Class A could defeat a human hero in a direct fight. To begin, Robolt demonstrated invisibility magic. He carefully explained how to cyclically heat their demon tattoos and gradually release mana. Despite the low purity of mana, they had to strive to evenly spread a thin and uniform mana coating all over their bodies. Failure to do so would result in failure. After flawlessly completing all the steps, the teacher seemed to vanish without a trace. That must be the reason no one noticed when Robolt entered during Adele's fight with Samuel. The teacher appeared right where he had disappeared. He assigned the students the task of wrapping mana around their bodies. First, they had to close their eyes and fully concentrate on handling mana precisely and with difficulty. This step required time and patience. Even if they accidentally succeeded after several attempts, the caster could still see their own body. Each student tried their best to focus all their willpower and control mana toward this task. Robolt estimated it would probably take more than a day for any of these kids to achieve some success. One of the outstanding students was Prone. She had deep lineage and good control abilities, unsurprising for a child of the 7 deadly sins. More impressively, Samuel, the boy known for his rebelliousness, showed astonishing control. His body had begun to fade. He must have a natural talent for this technique. For ordinary students, a week of practice is the threshold to feel the complexity of invisibility. Prone and Samuel were already at a genius level. While busy praising the rich kids, Robolt noticed a prominent student was absent from class. The boy with the chaotic attribute whom Ares had warned him about. Looking at Adele's seat, his physical form had completely disappeared. He remembered the boy sitting there when the lecture began. While the teacher was mentally panicked, Adele easily maintained his invisibility spell without much effort, thanks to the innate talent of his body. Invisibility magic was too easy to master. He was even thinking of how to combine the chaotic attribute with it. The invisibility and assassination skills discussed today were not enough to deal with truly strong opponents. He needed a more powerful way to kill. When returning to the dormitory, Adele was stopped by Teacher Robolt in the hallway. He just wanted to know if Adele had ever practiced magic before entering Saitan. Seeing no harm in it, Adele admitted he was new to magic but could always use his innate talent. Realizing he had a generational talent in hand, Robolt invited Adele to visit his laboratory regularly. He praised Adele's outstanding potential in magic and the untapped abilities of his rare chaotic attribute. Adele might be very skilled in assassination, but exploring other directions wouldn't hurt. Since he already had plans today, he promised to visit Robolt's lab another time. This would help his school life if he continued to maintain the facade of a magical genius. Sitting in the dormitory, Adele needed to handle something before the midterm exam began. To do so, he required a technique that surpassed mere invisibility. Samuel was absent. This was the perfect time to practice. If events were as in his novel, then a human spy must be hiding within the demon kingdom. He could not let that person discover him. Adele needed to find and kill that spy at any cost. A high-level spy would be very difficult to handle, so mastering the trump card was key. Surpassing simple invisibility, he intended to both exist and not exist at the same time. With the perfect combination of compatible attributes and mastery of basic invisibility magic, he succeeded after only a few attempts. This technique was so effective that he could no longer see himself. As his existence and presence faded away, Adele felt a grim premonition. Perhaps he had overdone the non-existence part of this technique, and now, he was struggling to breathe. His body felt strange, and his instinct urged him to dispel this dangerous magic. When trying to disperse the mana, he found that he could not forcibly shut it off. He needed to do it immediately, or he would truly disappear from existence forever. Focusing all his strength to regain control over the mana, he managed to dispel the modified invisibility spell after many efforts. In that state, his sense of time and all his senses became dim. It was truly a terrifying feeling to lose control. Furthermore, his mana was severely depleted, making it difficult to stop this annihilation technique. If not controlled in time, he could have been completely swallowed into the void. This experience made him understand why the ancestors warned about being engulfed by the power of chaos. Nonetheless, he could not give up such a promising trump card. A completely new technique, combining a famous spell with chaotic attributes, would be a deadly weapon in his hands. He called it absolute invisibility. Suddenly, while gasping for breath from exhaustion, his annoying roommate rushed in and kicked him forcefully. Samuel shouted angrily, but Adele couldn't understand a single word he said. Thinking back, he couldn't even hear his own voice. The worst-case scenario crept into his mind. Had he lost his hearing? After everything settled down in the dormitory and his hearing returned, Adele decided to continue practicing the new technique in the outskirts of Saitan. This time, he controlled absolute invisibility better. Fortunately, this time the backlash did not cause him to lose hearing but rather vision. Now he was certain that using absolute invisibility must come at the cost of losing one or two senses. He experimented and refined this spell for a whole week, going through losses of hearing, taste, touch, and now vision. Fortunately, these drawbacks only lasted about 2 hours each time. The bad thing is you can't choose or know in advance which sense will be lost. Currently, this technique is only safe for about 3 seconds. In other words, it's almost useless. A high-risk technique with low benefits is not worth it. Perhaps Adele could unlock this technique if he ensured a killing blow. Besides practicing absolute invisibility, he also tried combining chaotic attributes with others but was unsuccessful. The most straightforward way to get stronger right now is to train swordsmanship and mana. Without sight, he was stuck in the forest for 2 hours without seeing anything. Because he was used to coming early in the morning, he wasn't worried about being late for class. Class A is managed by the strict teacher, Ares. After regaining his vision, Adele was forced to line up and run as if his life depended on it. Weeks have passed, and the class consisted only of physical exercises instead of learning how to use the sword. After a grueling physical training session, Ares ordered the students to gather. As the class leader, Adele was used to conveying orders from the teacher to his classmates. Of course, this always annoyed the muscular guy. Still bitter because he was assigned this important role, after clearing his throat, Ares announced that they would reduce the time for physical training to start formal swordsmanship lessons. Adele was not the only student pleased to hear that the running sessions would be reduced. Today's swordsmanship class would begin with a demonstration. As he drew his sword, Ares signaled the class leader to step forward. Adele had no choice but to comply. Ares rudely asked if he could already channel mana into his sword. Adele honestly replied that he could. Ares sternly ordered him to put his full strength and mana into the sword and attack. To create an advantage, the teacher would not use mana, relying solely on raw strength. Knowing this hateful personality, he was certainly aiming to stage a humiliating scene for Adele. Before attacking, Adele confirmed that Ares would only use the sword. Under that condition, he drew his trusted dagger. Although permitted to use mana, employing his innate traits might be excessive. Currently, he wanted to probe the teacher's level. From the start, he noticed Ares's stance had no exploitable openings. In the human realm, he would be at a high expert level. But in the demon kingdom, swordsmanship is mainly assessed by the amount of mana infused into the weapon. Rank meant nothing here. Infusing mana into a weapon was not easy. Adele knew the teacher was underestimating his abilities, slightly wounding his pride. If so, he just had to exceed expectations. Charging forward like an arrow, Adele aimed at the right carotid artery to kill. Of course, the opening strike was not easy. Ares effortlessly evaded by shifting his angle. The second part of the attack began as he twisted the dagger's handle, whipping it back with a swift follow-up strike, confident he could deliver a fatal blow. Ares stared at him and insulted his unfinished technique. The teacher flexed his muscular biceps and caught the dagger without raising his sword to defend. Then a savage counterattack to the spine made Adele fall to the floor. Classmates witnessed Ares using excessive force in a simple demonstration. Adele's fall created a large hole on the training ground. He coughed and gasped for breath, his lungs collapsed from the ruthless counterattack. Not stopping there, Ares raised his sword, seemingly aiming at the trainee's neck with a murderous intent radiating out. Adele felt death approaching. From the crowd, Luna anxiously called his name. With one hand lifting the heavy sword above his head, Ares brought down a powerful strike aimed to cause destruction. The impact shattered the training ground floor. Even Samuel realized this was too violent for a swordsmanship lesson. If that rebellious kid felt that way, something was clearly wrong. Fortunately, Adele managed to channel mana into his body and rolled out of the affected area. Thanks to quick reflexes, he timely pushed the sword aside just in time to survive that brutality. A moment sooner or later, he would have been cut in half. Ares sensed a disturbance in his sword blade. Adele stood up to confront the muscular man for trying to kill a student without reason. Ares pulled the dagger out of his chest as if it were nothing and calmly denied the accusation. He threw Adele's dagger to the floor and ordered him back in line. Shut up. Then the wretched teacher asked the class president how it felt to fight directly against someone at his level. Adele did not beat around the bush, asserting that what happened was the tactic of the weak. He further explained that he was allowed to use mana, but the opponent imposed limits on himself. He deduced that Ares wanted to demonstrate to the entire class that the only way for the weak to defeat the stronger is to be willing to sacrifice themselves to deal damage. According to Adele's estimation, Ares could have easily dodged his final blow, but he deliberately endured the blade as if it had been planned from the start. Surprisingly, Ares acknowledged that he had given the correct answer. He wanted to deeply imprint in the students' minds that the human world is full of terrifyingly strong individuals, almost impossible to defeat without taking risks. Monsters must lure these strong ones into a state of complacency and, when necessary, boldly expose weaknesses to seize the chance for a surprise attack. What he teaches is not the noble art of swordsmanship. In the real world and actual warfare, such things do not exist. Ares will not teach students flashy sword techniques, only what helps win. From now on, they will not be limited to swords. This is a weapons class. He implied that death does not matter, as long as victory is achieved. Ares is planting this idea for the midterm exam. Now, the human royal school's teachers are surely on high alert. Human spies must have detected the current situation in Citan. In the novel, Citan students will fall like straw. Meanwhile, the royal school students will remain safe. Ares might suspect Adele of being a spy. To prove his innocence, he must find the real traitor first. After the showy performance, Ares dismissed the trainees. While the others returned to class in an orderly fashion, Adele stood still in place. Ares looked at him with annoyance and asked if he intended to rebel over what had just happened. Adele smiled to deny such a ridiculous thought, but when Ares turned his back, his covert hostility ignited. He couldn't rely on someone who suspected him of being a spy. Ares was also disgusted by the cruel, assassin-like expression that Adele had shown from day one. He could no longer suppress it, as the assassin instinct had completely merged into his being. It was necessary to gain the authority and status needed to suppress the power of the 7 deadly sins. However, if Ares continued to cross the line as he did on the training field, Adele would do everything to make that muscle-bound guy face the consequences. While scheming revenge against the teacher, Luna approached and sensed a slight murderous aura leaking from him. Adele apologized for startling her again, saying it wasn't intentional this time. She came to make up for the time they had planned to have lunch together before. Maybe today was the right day. Adele happily agreed, brightening Luna's face. In the dining hall, they ordered extravagant dishes befitting nobles. It had been a long time since he had eaten anything so luxurious, even for lunch. With the table full of delicious dishes, Luna worried that leaving food uneaten might anger the gluttony deity. As they were about to eat, the group of thugs who had been taught a lesson earlier entered. They took notice of Adele and Luna. But before they could cause trouble, Adele smiled and waved, prompting the 3 fools to decide not to get involved. Unlike the other 2, the spider boy remained captivated by Adele. He took the opportunity to ask Luna what had happened with those 3. She confessed that she had been bullied by other half-demons. She didn't know why, she only knew they started teasing her at some point. She blamed herself for being weak and lacking special physical abilities. Perhaps she didn't realize the true value of her healing power. Luna added that the 3 never hit her, only cursed at her as they passed by and occasionally took her money. Hearing about the terrible situation she endured, Adele advised Luna to always stay close to him from now on. Luna insisted she didn't need protection, only to prove she wasn't betraying the monsters. But that was all the more reason for them to stick together since Adele wanted to investigate. He asked Luna what she knew about the boy with the spider web tattoo. According to Luna, his name was Kyle. Hearing the name, Adele's memory recalled a character named Kyle in a novel. Adele probed further. He knew Kyle was a pure demon but mingled with half-demons. In Luna's eyes, he was especially terrifying. He looked at her as if she were a disgusting bug. Wasn't that how they used to look at humans in Oregon? Kyle immediately climbed to the top of his spy suspect list, briefly considering asking for an information sheet to confirm, but that might just be a waste of money. To avoid more headaches, it was better to check personally. After all, he already had plenty of related data about this spy. Adele stood up and walked over to the table of the 3 idiots, greeting them politely. They immediately reacted with a mixture of fear and hostility, while Kyle remained indifferent. Incidentally, Adele mentioned having heard about a girl in the first year of the royal school. Kyle continued sitting, focused on his meal. Adele added that the girl was a half-demon with 1 living relative, a brother. At that moment, he sensed Kyle burning with anger in his seat. To provoke a reaction from the suspect, Adele mentioned the name Ray with a malicious tone. At that moment, Kyle must have realized that his disguise had been exposed and it was a far bigger problem than he had anticipated. Things were about to go too far. The green-haired guy with eyes flashing with aggression stepped closer, his firm hand gripping Adele's shoulder tightly, shouting angrily, "Can't you get lost somewhere else?" As soon as he finished, with eyes cold as ice, Adele tightened his grasp on the man's tie, pulled hard and slammed him down onto the wooden table where Kyle sat. The impact rang out like thunder, cracking the surface, splinters flying everywhere. The green-haired guy fell heavily, his mind spinning, eyes blurred from dizziness, blood trickling from a tear on his forehead. Before he could regain composure, Adele expertly twisted his wrist, his sharp gaze like a blade, speaking in a low, threatening tone, "So it turns out that guy was real." On the ground, the green-haired guy clutched his head tightly, blood streaming between his fingers, screaming in pain, his voice trembling with fear and humiliation. Right after Adele's words, Kyle held back the storm of anger raging inside him and slowly stood up. His eyes ashen, deep like a suppressed storm, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Without a word, Kyle quietly turned and walked away, his tall figure casting a shadow against the dimly lit corridor. Seeing that action, Adele silently confirmed in his heart, a subtle smile flickering across his lips, found it. The three of them left, gathering in an old restroom, the weak light from the flickering fluorescent lamp on the ceiling. The blue-haired guy's face was still smeared with blood, aggressively washing his wound under the cold water, his hands trembling with anger. Suddenly, he slammed his fist against the wall, the impact echoed in the cramped space. He growled through clenched teeth, "Damn it, it's that cursed half-blood again." Then he turned to Kyle, eyes blazing with fire, continuing to shout, "Will you take revenge?" Kyle remained silent, his cold eyes staring into space as if lost in deep, secret calculations. Seeing the silence, the blue-haired guy grew even more furious, stepping closer with a hardening voice, "What's this? Why aren't you answering?" Kyle still didn't speak, his face as still as a stone statue. At the peak of his anger, the blue-haired man lunged forward, shouting, "You're the untrustworthy one among the half-demons, yet you're the one talking to them. Now you plan to abandon us?" He grabbed Kyle by the neck and yelled, "You cowardly bastard." But as soon as he finished speaking, Kyle, like a provoked beast, spun around with terrifying speed, grabbed the blue-haired man's head, and slammed it hard against the brick wall. The dry crunch echoed along with the blue-haired guy's pained cries. Unrelenting, Kyle's face twisted with rage. He continued banging the man's head against the wall, each blow as rhythmic as the heartbeat of a destructive machine. The wall began to crack and shatter, debris falling heavily to the floor. The blonde-haired guy stood beside them, his face pale, watching the scene in horror. Finally, when the wall was stained with blood splatters, Kyle stopped, still gripping the green-haired man's head tightly, his voice low and filled with murderous intent, "These pesky vermin are really troublesome." The blonde man stammered tremblingly, "Hey Kyle, what are you doing?" At this moment, Kyle seemed to become a different person, his bloodshot eyes flashing like fresh blood, grinding his teeth as he looked at the blonde man, who cowered in fear to the floor. Kyle growled in a voice cold as ice, "Get out of my sight before I kill you all." The two hurriedly helped each other, staggering away from the restroom, leaving Kyle standing alone in the quiet space. He walked to the faucet and washed his face, the cold water helped him regain some sobriety. Looking into the mirror, his face reflected faintly, Kyle murmured to himself, how could he possibly know, the illusion that reduces awareness and the camouflage spell still function perfectly. Cast by the best sorcerer, moreover, being a half-demon, the chance of his identity being exposed was extremely low. Could it be that he was also a spy sent by humans? But no, the bear's family had secured his identity. A haunting question arose in Kyle's mind, "Adele, who exactly are you, and how do you know about my sister?" His eyes grew fierce, deadly thoughts rising. He cursed silently, it would be best to kill him before he reveals his identity. Night fell, in the dormitory shrouded in darkness, Kyle placed several weapons on an old wooden table, the light from an oil lamp glinting off the sharp blades. He checked each item, his fingers lightly gliding over the metal surface to ensure perfect sharpness, silently calculating that to kill him he must be thoroughly prepared. First, he needed to send the information he had gathered. His identity seemed to have been discovered by Adele. Just as he was about to write a letter, the door suddenly swung open, Adele barging in with a loud push, causing Kyle to startle and turn around. Adele, looking exhausted as if having just run a marathon, sighed softly, "Haha, that was nearly late." Kyle's sharp eyes questioned, "How did you find this place?" Adele adjusted his outfit and smiled comfortably, "Tonight is truly beautiful." As Adele stepped closer, Kyle hesitated not at all, and flung the pen he was holding fiercely toward him, shouting, "Damn your head, if it weren't for you, tonight would have been peaceful." The pen flew swiftly, but Adele easily dodged and caught it, his tone still calm, "Too difficult, huh?" Immediately after, a sudden explosion sounded behind Adele, startling him. A brilliant yellow energy beam shot forward like lightning, Adele quickly dodged. Realizing Kyle had taken the initiative to attack, he smiled mockingly, "Dual-element energy orb magic, huh? Not even bothering to hide your identity now. If you are using magic, you must be a half-demon and your current form is fake." Kyle did not deny it, replying coldly, "Yes, even this secret place you found, so you have understood everything already." Adele smiled, his eyes sparkling, "Probably so." Kyle angrily unleashed several more magical strikes at Adele, shouting loudly, "How do you know about Ray?" With astonishing agility, Adele spun to dodge each attack. While running, he thought, even in this situation, he was still worried about his younger sister first. Which was understandable. Kyle was not acting out of concern for humanity, but for a younger sister with a peculiar constitution, whose magical energy was concentrated in her heart with reserves beyond endurance to cure a terminal illness. He had allied with humanity, and faced with Adele's defensive dodging, Kyle continued to unleash fierce magical attacks, yelling, "Answer me quickly." Adele did not resist, he only dodged. But a thought flickered in his mind: why not dig out the truth completely? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He adjusted his clothes and calmly said, "How would I know? How could I possibly know? I haven't even met your sister." And that pitiful smile of hers, just before she cries, is beautiful, so beautiful I want to crush it. Hearing this, Kyle trembled with anger. His eyes were bloodshot, lips tightly pressed, the energy inside him erupting like a volcano about to blow. He could no longer hold back and growled, "You damn bastard." Adele remained composed and replied, "To be precise, you should say, spy, that bastard Cerberus fits better." The insult was like pouring oil on the fire. Kyle clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Shut up." He stretched both hands forward, gathering into a massive magical orb surrounded by blinding light, and shouted, "I will extract all the information you know before I kill you." Noticing that the opponent was losing control just as predicted, Adele smiled inwardly. He had walked right into the trap. He turned, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "Go ahead, try if you can." Kyle immediately hurled the magic orb toward him at a terrifying speed, but Adele was not caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, he used a position-swapping skill, causing the energy orb and his position to exchange places. The wall behind where he had just stood trembled from a violent explosion, shrouded in dense smoke and dust. Kyle was stunned by the opponent's ability, muttering to himself, "So you can teleport instantaneously, even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe." Adele smiled in response. "Almost right, you've investigated me so thoroughly, so you must already know everything, don't you?" Kyle gradually regained his composure and said, "So that means you've known my identity all along, right?" Adele nodded. "That understanding should suffice, I suppose." Kyle's cold glare drew closer, his voice dropping. "Understood." In this situation, Adele thought to himself that finally he realized there was no chance of winning. But contrary to his thoughts, Kyle gritted his teeth as a massive surge of magical power erupted around him. Countless yellow magic orbs appeared, enveloped by flashing lightning bolts that shook the very space. This sudden action startled Adele, and his eyes flashed with vigilance against the opponent's terrifying power. Seeing countless glowing energy orbs swirling around Kyle, Adele murmured inwardly, "Third circle level multi-magic, at least 20 strikes, much easier than I thought." A slight smile curved on his lips, so easy it was almost unbelievable. On Kyle's side, he maintained intense focus, his sharp eyes locked firmly on the target. The magical orbs he had just created hovered, glowing like tiny stars. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, commanding them to dart straight towards Adele, shouting fiercely, "Die." The magical orbs screamed as they cut through the wind, aiming directly at Adele's body. But just as they were about to hit, Adele silently activated his position-swapping skill. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished, replaced by a sphere of energy appearing in the original spot. Kyle's attacking orbs lost their target and crashed into the stone wall behind, causing a blinding explosion that shook the entire space. Seeing Adele suddenly rush forward, Kyle smiled with satisfaction, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. "I've been waiting for you to use this move for a long time," he shouted loudly, but before he could savor the moment of victory, Adele used the position swap again. In an instant, his body appeared right behind Kyle, as fast as a ghost. Kyle froze, turned his head in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. How did he link them together? Before he could finish the sentence, a dense wave of dark magic burst from Adele, enveloping the entire surrounding space. The darkness was like a living curtain, swallowing the light and making the scene suffocatingly mysterious. Looking at the scene before him, Kyle stammered, his voice trembling. "This is..." Adele cut him off, his voice cold and low. "Get some sleep." Before Kyle could react, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike to the back of his opponent's neck. Kyle collapsed instantly, unconscious, his body limp as it fell to the cold ground. Adele exhaled deeply, murmuring softly, "Finally, I've got him." He glanced around, scanning the items Kyle had prepared earlier, unable to help but marvel. So much preparation just to kill me. His gaze settled on Kyle's unconscious body, and a thought suddenly flickered through his mind. should I just kill him now? But he immediately dismissed that idea. No, I need the information Kyle holds. If I kill him, Ray will become my enemy. Dealing with Kyle is easy, but Ray is a different story. In Adele's mind, the image of Ray was vivid. The girl who was once helped by the protagonist had now become a powerful pseudo-contractor, freed from a fatal illness. The dragon's heart had granted her tremendous strength, enough to control an enormous amount of mana, turning her into a great mage, no less than a legendary heroine. If Ray were to unleash her full power to avenge her brother, even Adele would find it hard to retreat unscathed. Their bond truly was that strong. He thought silently, his eyes briefly clouded with contemplation. Then he noticed a small device nearby that looked like a camera. Humph, this transmitter only sends information one way, with no status updates. They probably still think Ray is suffering in pain. He turned to Kyle, his voice lowering. But that doesn't mean I'll let you go. If only there were a way to make him obey me, how great that would be. Just then, Kyle's body slightly stirred, a sign that he was gradually waking up. Adele watched, a cunning smile briefly crossing his face. I see, he thought to himself, so there is still a way. Kyle opened his eyes, waking up from unconsciousness, realizing he was unharmed. He scanned his whole body and then glared fiercely at Adele, shouting loudly, "What are you plotting?" Adele raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. Plotting? I don't understand what you mean. Kyle growled angrily. I mean, why didn't you just kill me but let me wake up? Adele smiled, his tone gentle but tinged with danger. Ah, indeed I was waiting, but do you think I was just standing by doing nothing? Finishing his words, he took out a small dragon from inside his sleeve. Its entire body emitted a dense dark magical aura, making the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. Seeing the dragon, Kyle was stunned, his whole body trembling as he stammered, "What is that? What the hell is that?" Adele smiled coldly. So you recognize it now? Kyle panicked, his voice trembling. You can also control the poisonous parasite? Adele nodded in confirmation. That's right. He raised the small dragon and continued. This parasite is called the twin poison. Just a slight trigger is enough to kill the host, but it only works properly when inside the bodies of two people. Kyle jumped up, eyes full of panic. Twin poison, what the hell have you done to me? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Kyle jerked back, shouting loudly. Wait, don't tell me. Adele nodded, his tone calm but cold. Just as you think, the last one is inside Ray. Hearing this, Kyle's whole body trembled with anger. Adele continued leisurely. Her body is truly fascinating, her mana sensitivity is so high that even my heart can hardly bear it, which makes the parasite implantation much easier. These words made Kyle shake violently, unable to utter a word. His body turned to stone. Adele went on, her voice gentle but full of authority. Although her condition is very dangerous, it is not incurable. Kyle seemed to snap out of it and hurriedly spoke. So. Adele interrupted him. If it were me, I could cure her. Kyle narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Someone like you can do what even the great national archmages cannot. Adele smiled, raising a finger. A stream of dark mana burst from the fingertip, awakening the little dragon. It opened its eyes, devouring that mana like a starving beast. Adele slowly explained. The Bear's clan's parasites feed on the host's mana. Ray's heart cannot withstand the overwhelming mana, but the parasite absorbs it. Knowing so much about Ray, do you think I have no way to make you submit? Watching the little dragon fall asleep after enjoying the meal, Kyle felt his whole body go limp. A thought gradually became clear in his mind. It turns out this parasite was actually saving my sister. He looked up at Adele, his voice trembling. So, what do you want from me? You can't say so much and then just leave us alone unless you clearly want something from me. Adele stepped closer, a thick aura of killing intent radiating from him. He sat down and stared directly into Kyle's eyes, his voice cold and deep. I really like your attitude, but don't forget your life and your sister's are in my hands. Under heavy pressure, Kyle gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling slightly, and finally nodded. Understood. Adele smiled with satisfaction and stood up. I want two things. Kyle frowned. Two things. Adele glanced at the communication orb beside him. First, send false information to the Royal Academy using that device. Say that Saitan is plotting an attack on the candidates of the 35th hero. Kyle was puzzled. You plan to attack another 5, right? I can't accept that. Adele reassured him. I understand your concern, and of course you worry because Ray is studying at the Royal Academy. Don't worry, if you cooperate, I will ensure Ray's safety. Hearing this, Kyle clenched his hand tightly, trembling. He nodded. All right, I will send the false message as you said. What is the second request? Adele replied immediately, leave this place. Kyle was stunned, his body turning to stone. He looked up. You want me to leave Saitan? Adele nodded, yes, there's something I need you to do outside. Regularly gather and report all rumors about the hidden regions in the demon realm to me. Upon this condition, Kyle immediately agreed. All right, I will give you what you want. Feeling that everything was going smoothly, Adele silently rejoiced. It was even easier than he thought. Just a little deception, and when the fake news was exposed, Kyle would be discarded. Plus, taking advantage of his spying skills was really convenient. But just then, Kyle cut through his thoughts, speaking in a low voice. I have one condition. Adele was startled and thought to himself, what, even now he dares to make a condition. He calmly asked, what's the condition? Kyle gritted his teeth, his tone resolute. Write a pact of gods and demons. If you don't agree, just kill me and my sister, I don't care. Adele was stunned, thinking to himself, a pact of gods and demons. Under the name of magic, a pact set up creates an inviolable bond. Whoever dares to break a vow sworn under the name of god or demon must pay with their life. Adele looked Kyle straight in the eyes and thought to himself, it's risky, but this is the surest way to restrain him. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Kyle frowned suspiciously. What are you planning to do? Adele smiled coldly and replied, fine, I accept. In his mind, a plan gradually formed. If I cleverly slip a small trick into the pact, breaking the vow won't be too hard. He turned to Kyle, his voice steady. Only a Grandmaster level mage can create such an item, do you have any left? Kyle shrugged and snapped, none left. Hearing that, Adele burst out laughing, his eyes flashing with mockery. Haha, aren't you a bit too confident? Kyle stared at him challengingly. For someone like you, getting that thing can't be too hard, right? Faced with Kyle's arrogant attitude, Adele slightly clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath. I knew it, in the end, I still have to do it myself, he thought silently. Of course, someone must possess it, the question is who. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, maybe Lecturer Robolt will have it. Putting the thought aside, Adele immediately spoke up. All right, I'll try to get one today. He extended his hand, his tone resolute. Meet me here at dawn tomorrow. Kyle hesitated for a few seconds, his eyes filled with doubt, then also reached out his hand to seal the deal, after which the two went their separate ways. Adele had just taken a few steps when the corner of his mouth lifted into a slight smile. Looks like I've just found a useful dog. Meanwhile, Kyle clenched his teeth tightly, cursing silently to himself. Damn it, after walking a bit, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose within Adele. Even if he deceived them with false information about Kyle, he still wasn't sure he could do well in the midterm exam. No matter what is done at Imperial University, the chance of success is almost zero. He clenched his fists tightly, telling himself that nevertheless, he must try at all costs. The scene shifted to Lecturer Robolt's office. At this moment, Robolt was still immersed in his research, his eyes focused intently on the pile of documents before him. Suddenly, a noise from outside startled him. Adele stepped in, offering a friendly smile. Good morning, Professor. His unexpected appearance left Robolt amazed. He stood up abruptly and approached, his tone cheerful. You really came as we agreed. Adele nodded in reply. Of course, a promise must be kept. Robolt warmly invited him. Sit down, would you like some tea? Adele nodded. Yes, thank you, sir. While waiting for Robolt to brew the tea, Adele glanced around the room. The shelves were filled with documents, magical tools glittering with mana, and ancient ritual symbols on the walls. He wasn't just interested in books but rituals as well. This truly was a mage professor's laboratory, Adele thought silently in admiration. Just a few minutes later, Robolt brought out a steaming pot of tea. As he poured the tea, he spoke, "Thank you for coming." Adele replied politely, "No, I'm the one who should thank you for your warm hospitality." Then he went straight to the point, "But may I ask, why exactly do you need me?" Robolt's expression suddenly turned serious, he pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. "This is a rather significant matter." Hearing this, Adele quietly pondered. "So it's not a trivial issue. Perhaps I should try probing him a little." He spoke cautiously, "Are you afraid I might reveal it to others?" Robolt immediately denied it. "No, not for that reason, it's just that this isn't something easily shared." Adele smiled and made a proposal. "Then if you wish, I can sign a demon-god pact." Hearing this, Robolt was startled. He answered, his voice tinged with excitement. "Oh, if you're willing to do that, of course, I'll tell you." Adele thought to himself, so he really does have it. Robolt waved his hand to summon a contract sheet enveloped by a deep red magical aura that sparkled like blood. He brought it before him. Looking at the contract, Adele was surprised. Was it really that easy? The contract clearly stated that Robolt's research documents must not be disclosed, and that support for the research must continue until significant results were achieved. In exchange, he would receive a salary, with terms spelled out clearly. Adele turned to Robolt and asked, "Did you prepare this in advance?" Robolt scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ha." Adele continued, "Okay, can we adjust a clause to be fairer? If during the research process I find it beyond my capabilities, I can stop supporting and return all the salary I've received." Robolt nodded. "Reasonable. So, how do you want to be compensated?" Adele responded immediately, "I want a demon god's oath pact and 3 premium mana potions." Hearing the request, Robolt stroked his chin, pondering. Adele thought to himself, premium mana potions can fully restore mana upon drinking, an essential item for him right now. After a while of thinking, Robolt amended the clause on the contract and handed it to Adele. "Understood. That's cheaper than even a vial of elixir, you just need to sign here." Adele held the contract and asked, "I just need to sign my name here, right?" Robolt nodded. "That's right." Before signing, Adele curiously asked why he chose me. "Surely there are many students better than me." Robolt replied calmly. "Actually, I've asked many second and third-year students for help, but most weren't any help. Oh, I even invited Samuel from the first year, but he flatly refused, saying it was troublesome." Adele smiled quietly, typical Samuel. After signing, he handed the contract to Robolt. It was done. In his heart, he thought, "I will soon have to use an alias without the name Arson in it." Immediately, the contract vanished, transforming into a deep red magical energy that shot straight into Adele's heart. The pact was established. He felt a new power surging through his body and exclaimed, "So this is how the demon god's oath is sealed." Robolt stood up and took a book from the shelf, then turned around. "It's done, now let's begin right away." As he reached for the bookshelf suddenly shifted, revealing a secret tunnel. Adele murmured in surprise. "I didn't expect a place like this to exist," wondering if Principal Saitan or the other lecturers knew about it. Seeing his hesitation, Robolt turned back, urging, "Go in. This is the place." Adele followed, observing the surroundings and marveling. "A secret laboratory underground, huh?" Robolt pointed to a book on the table. "This is the book I'm currently researching." Adele looked puzzled. "This book?" Robolt nodded. "Yes, it's considered an artifact." Adele muttered. "An old book, it really looks like an ancient manuscript." He stepped forward and opened the book, but found that the inside contained no writing at all. He looked up and asked, "What is this?" Robolt nodded and continued, "That's right, as you can see, most of the pages are completely blank, but there is writing on the last page." Adele asked further, "Where did you get this book?" Robolt replied, "I happened to find it in an abandoned house in the western desert, lying among a pile of fine sand." Adele frowned. An abandoned house in the middle of the desert, based on the large nearby oasis, I guess there was once a village there. Adele nodded, "So besides the book and the ruins, the whole village disappeared without a trace." Robolt confirmed, that's also the only conclusion I can draw for now. Adele exclaimed, interesting. Let me see the writing on the last page. Robolt's face instantly brightened, and he responded immediately, of course. That's exactly why I invited you here. He flipped to the last page, where strange characters appeared on the page, resembling an ancient language. Looking at the cryptic writing, Adele said, so there really is writing. Robolt continued, yes, but I have absolutely no way to decode it. Do you understand what it says? Adele stared intently at the winding characters and thought to himself, there's no way I could recognize this strange script. Robolt interrupted his thoughts. Now you understand why even the other top students gave up. Adele asked, has there been any progress in the research so far? Robolt shook his head, no, still no leads. Adele proposed a hypothesis, perhaps the clue lies where the book was found. Robolt replied that strangely, he had visited several nearby villages, but no one knew anything about the ruins or this book. Seeing the case at an impasse, Adele frowned slightly, thinking to himself that trying to find an answer without any clues was really difficult. What if they returned empty-handed? He reached out and touched the page, feeling to see if there was anything unusual. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy emanated from the book. Adele was startled, thinking to himself, what is this? Why is my necklace reacting? At the same time, the lines of text on the page began to change strangely, as if they were coming to life. Looking at the squiggly lines before him, Adele marveled inwardly, are the letters moving? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? But no, the ancient scripts on the page truly began to move, twisting like magical snakes, rearranging themselves into characters he could read. The first line appeared clearly and coldly, the breaker of the laws, the price paid is brutal destruction. Everything will continually perish until this world comes to an end. Adele pondered quietly, his gaze fixed on the page. He could read it, but understood nothing. He reached to touch the necklace around his neck, sensing the strange energy vibrating. The pendant's reaction surely had something to do with demons or gods. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Robolt spoke up curiously, is something wrong? Adele looked up calmly and replied, I have decoded the inscription. Robolt was startled and exclaimed, what? Adele explained slowly, this sentence talks about breaking the law, but I can't clearly explain the rest yet. Robolt looked at the book, his eyes shining brightly, an excited tone, indeed, the syllables match perfectly. It is indeed related to the chaos attribute, a rare attribute, very worthy of study. He suddenly turned to a hurried tone, wanting to know more, we need to conduct further research. But for now, this is an extraordinary discovery. Adele raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, is that so? Robolt nodded enthusiastically, yes, I think we need to continue searching for artifacts and ancient texts in other lands. He paused, looked at the students, that will be enough for now. Adele intended to ask permission to leave, but Robolt suddenly spoke up, the payment will be transferred right now. Adele replied, right now? Robolt smiled, that's right, please wait a moment. Adele thought to himself, if it were a divine demonic contract, that would be understandable, but mana recovery potions require time to brew. Meanwhile, Robolt rummaged through things, mumbling, let's see, where did I put it? Hearing this, Adele suddenly froze, a thought flashed, wait a minute, if Robolt continues researching other ancient texts and artifacts. He reached out and touched the necklace, the 3 gems on it were glowing a bright blood red. The influence of the ancient texts has turned these 3 treasured gems red. If the entire necklace were soaked in blood, what would happen? Even he did not know. He pondered silently, if it had nothing to do with demons or gods, it was best to keep it close. Although he was familiar with Robolt, the man was not entirely trustworthy yet. After a moment of searching, Robolt exclaimed, found it. He turned back and handed a mana vial to Adele, smiling warmly. Adele accepted it, still deep in thought that it would be safer to keep it on him. Robolt then took out a small bag. Here it is, I've put all the payment into this bag so it's easier for you to carry. Adele nodded as he took the bag, thanking him sincerely. Robolt stepped forward politely, no, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to read those texts. I hope to cooperate with you again in the future. Adele smiled, I will help as much as I can. Robolt suddenly became serious and warned, please don't tell anyone else about my research. Adele's expression soured slightly. He muttered to himself, that depends on the exorcist's decision as well. Robolt was startled. No, are you planning to break the contract? Adele stepped closer, exuding a strong aura of menace. He looked Robolt straight in the eyes and said coldly, it seems this research hasn't been approved by the headmaster, right? If all procedures were followed and Saitan had given consent, there'd be no need to sign a secrecy contract. Robolt's uneasy demeanor confirmed Adele's suspicion. Adele smiled, shifting to a gentler tone. If this research gets discovered, I'd probably be expelled, but since we're in this together, I'll do my best to help you. All you need is some more mana recovery potions. Robolt broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, I understood. He hurriedly grabbed a few more mana potions, his voice trembling, saying that this is all he has left now. Looking at the number of mana potions, Adele thought silently, not bad. He accepted the payment, turned around to leave, thanking and taking his leave. Just as he was about to step out, Robolt called after him, and that contract, what do you plan to use it for? Adele stopped, turned his head with a sly smile, to save a slave. The scene shifted to the dormitory, exactly at Adele's appointed time. He stepped into the room, where Kyle was already waiting. The master looked at him coldly and said, you're here. Adele replied calmly, it's been a long time since we last met. Kyle frowned, what the hell is that? You've brought the contract already. Adele took out a contract and held it forth, of course, now we might as well write the contract. Kyle took the contract and exclaimed, I didn't expect this to be true, you actually got it today. Adele smirked, you told me to find it, so what are you saying now? If you want to change your mind, it won't work with me. If you go back on your word, be prepared to face the consequences. Read the contents carefully before signing. Kyle glanced over the contract, which clearly stated that Kyle would not be harmed by Adele nor his sister, Ray's illness would never relapse again, Kyle would prioritize Adele's commands. However, Adele would never issue any orders that endangered Kyle's life. After reading, the contract immediately dissolved, transforming into a blazing red energy that shot straight into Kyle's heart. Seeing the familiar scene, Adele smiled warmly, the contract was now complete. He took a small piece of paper out of his shirt, continuing, this is the first order. Kyle nodded, understanding, we'll send false information. Insert the paper into this slot, and it will start sending. Watching Kyle's professional actions, Adele thought to himself, using it like that, how interesting. Right, to open a gate big enough for someone to pass through requires enormous resources and mana. Kyle continued, this automatically reloads each month and can be used once. Send messages to make them think we are dead and will no longer target us, sooner or later, we will become worthless anyway. Adele stepped forward with a faint smile, dead. This is a mutually beneficial agreement after all. Kyle sighed with a weary tone, do as you wish. He continued, now there is one more order, from today, you will leave Saitan. Go gather all news about the demon realm from outside, whether it's secret realms, stories about the high-level demon clans, or hidden artifact histories. For now, find the nearest secret realm location and information about any clans that have escaped punishment. Send reports every half-month. Kyle nodded, understood. Seeing his professional attitude, Adele was pleased inwardly, probably because of his experience as a spy, his ability to receive and grasp orders was very quick. Kyle suddenly reached out his hand, Adele was surprised and also extended his hand in return. Thinking to himself, Kyle actually initiated a handshake. He spoke, looking forward to your upcoming achievements. But contrary to expectations, Kyle slapped his hand away and shouted, achievements my foot. Give me money, you need money to gather intelligence. Adele forced a smile and scratched his head, ah, right, it's the money. I forgot there isn't much, what should I do? He quickly took out a piece of paper and said, just mention my name and give this to them, the bear's family will help you, but absolutely do not open it to look. Kyle took the paper and nodded, understood. Today I will depart immediately, I will submit my withdrawal form and leave Saitan. Adele praised him, quick and agile. Kyle didn't care, walked away coldly, snorting, living with scum like them is really disgusting. The scene switched to the next day in the classroom. Adele sat pensively in the middle of the class. Since yesterday, Kyle had completely disappeared from Saitan. Rumors of him submitting a withdrawal form spread quickly, causing his name to be mentioned quite a lot due to the commotion in the dining hall. Even Luna suspected herself, which was understandable, she suddenly lost control while eating. He thought further, the issue was with Instructor Aries, who surely had noticed something but would not interfere with him. Only a few days remained until the midterm exams, and if they changed class president now, it would surely cause a lot of chaos. Idea entered, placed her hand on the desk, her voice ringing out, "Pleased to meet everyone." She continued, "In 3 days the midterm exams will begin. There are 4 subjects: weapon skills, magic, understanding humanity, and practical exercises. Among them, the most important subject is practical exercises. The practical exam on the last day will involve an attack on the Human Royal Academy." Idea's words stirred the whole class, everyone was surprised, only Adele remained calm, thinking silently, "At last, it has begun." He thought to himself, finally arriving at this place. Now, the main plot of the original story will officially begin. The demons attack the Royal Academy, while the humans put all their effort into stopping them. Amidst this chaos, countless villains will reveal themselves and fierce clashes will erupt. Contrary to everyone's worries, the girl prone stood up, hands on her hips, happily declaring that the top spot in the midterm exam would be hers. In response to her arrogant declaration, a student below nodded in agreement and cheered, saying that anything was possible if it was her. Another shouted loudly with an excited tone, "Kill the class president, eliminate them all." She laughed loudly and continued, "Haha, kneel before me." Hearing this, Adele clenched his teeth slightly, thinking to himself, is it really necessary to kill? It seems the whole class has been brainwashed. The 2 students below began to whisper and discuss. One spoke with worry, asking if the invasion of humanity was truly about to happen. The other replied with a grating voice, saying, "Given all we have endured, we must avenge this grievance." Confused thoughts surged through Adele's mind. The demons who lost their loved ones were fiercely seeking revenge against humans. This might be better than trembling in fear like this. He furrowed his brow and continued thinking, if everything unfolds as in the novel, Class A will be wiped out during the midterm exam, but there is still hope. I have changed countless original plot details up to now. I bribed Kyle to leak false information to the Royal Academy and kept Luna from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible, but at least I can save the entire class, preventing their complete demise. If I manage that, I will receive the highest praise as a truly exemplary class president. And Ares' trust will be the accompanying reward, opening more opportunities to access Sidon's armory again. A smile spread across his lips. The goal for this exam was to survive and achieve a high score. He resolutely decided, in a determined tone, to go all in as if betting his very life. Back at the dormitory, Renee stood before him, speaking coldly. It had been a long time since they last met. In response to this somewhat brusque remark, Adele slightly furrowed his brows and replied, "Yes, miss, it feels like months have passed, as if it has been many months since we last met." He thought to himself that she was very angry. Her face darkened, radiating intense hostility. She continued, in a sharp tone, "Perhaps because you've been avoiding me." Under this heavy pressure, Adele slightly stooped. He thought to himself that they had been using the excuse of training together to evade each other, and now, suddenly being summoned before the midterm exam, he understood why she was so angry. But despite that, he glanced sideways. At this moment, Diana was sitting with her legs crossed, looking straight at him. He thought to himself, why do you two always go everywhere together? Surprised by Adele's astonished look, Diana smiled and spoke up, "Hello, I'm Diana." Adele didn't reply immediately, still lost in his thoughts. They say the more you try to avoid bad karmic ties, the tighter they cling. I really don't know what to do. Noticing he was silent and thoughtful, Diana tilted her head teasingly, no greeting back. Then I'd be very sad. He snapped out of his thoughts, hurriedly put his hand over his chest, bowed in greeting, "I'm Adele, honored to meet someone of noble lineage like you, miss." She smiled in response, "Yes, nice to meet you." Renee immediately cut into the conversation, her tone cold, "Skip the greetings, explain to me why you have been avoiding me all this time and now suddenly demand a fight." Adele stepped closer, speaking softly, "Because I feel guilty." She questioned suspiciously, "Guilty of what?" He wiped his tears lightly, sobbing, "I am your defender, and I failed to protect you. That has tormented me all this time." Facing Adele's genuine expression, Renee, embarrassed and angry, shouted, can you stop crying like a little puppy? He continued, his voice trembling, you don't understand how I feel. Renee was cold, her whole body slightly trembling with anger. Adele thought to himself, damn it, do I really need to use this method? Then he took out a manna vial and said, actually, to make amends, I brought you a gift, my lady. Seeing the vial in Adele's hand, Diana came over to peek curiously and asked, what is this, a manna vial? Adele nodded in response, yes, I had to work very hard to get it. Diana smiled and turned to say, I heard that after the war, they became much rarer. Renee, you should take it and forgive him. Seeing her speak up for him, Adele thought silently, repaying anger with kindness, thank you, Diana. But Renee immediately brushed Diana's hand away and responded indifferently, no thanks, I don't need these things. This time Adele thought to himself, she really is angry with me. He began his charm offensive, opening up. Actually, I was bullied by other trainees because I am a half-demon, so I've been trying to keep my distance to avoid causing you trouble, Lady Renee. He immediately knelt down on one knee, his voice sincere, if that hurt you, I sincerely apologize, sorry, my lady. He thought to himself, I've said everything I could, hope this will work. Diana stood beside him, arms crossed, adding, he really cares about you, he's a very good protector. Hearing these words, Renee pondered for a moment, then the corners of her lips softly curved into a gentle smile. She stepped forward and spoke, I won't accept it. Seeing that she was less angry, Adele put his hand into his shirt and smiled as he continued, you mean you accept the manna basin now? She still kept an indifferent attitude, turning her face away and continued, I said I'm not hurt at all. Those words left Adele speechless, not knowing how to respond. Diana stepped up to rescue him once again, cheerfully saying, that's great, it seems everything is fine now. Renee glanced sideways and coldly replied, don't talk to me. Diana pointed at her eyes and laughed loudly, I'm telling you, Renee is just a bit too rigid, if she could fix that, it would be absolutely wonderful. Seeing Diana's warm attitude, Adele thought to himself, I didn't expect Diana to have this side as well. Then the group proceeded to the training room. Renee held a sword in her hand and said, then let's have a sparring match, it's been a while after all. Adele nodded and replied, all right. Diana stepped closer and whispered into Renee's ear, Renee, show him your new technique. But these words accidentally reached Adele's ears. He thought to himself, a new technique, so she must have learned something while we were apart. At that moment, a dense dark aura radiated from her. Her eyes narrowed, her voice full of killing intent. Watch carefully. She tightened her grip on the sword, mana bursting forth outward. It increased steadily, and her eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. The space around her mysteriously solidified. Facing this intense killing aura, Adele slightly furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that such a fierce killing intent was truly astonishing. The sword in Renee's hand suddenly turned jet black, emitting a dense aura of dark energy. Adele was terrified, thinking that the demonic power gathering in each sword was turning it black. Could it be a dark sword? A form of sword aura that only master knights of humanity could achieve. Usually, channeling magical power into a weapon or body can activate skills. But with a dark sword, the magic must be refined as thin as a sheet of paper. Yet he could do it, truly the descendant of the seven-shaped great sin. She gripped the sword tightly for a long moment, then relaxed her hands, causing the dark aura to gradually dissipate and returning the sword to its normal state. Seeing this, Adele stepped forward and spoke, wondering if it was not yet perfected. Renee nodded in reply, yes, I still have to concentrate with all my focus to the utmost limit. Adele tightened his short sword in hand and smiled, then let's have a match and see how it goes. The girl happily nodded, all right then. He thought to himself, curious about the power of the dark sword, but for now he'd try using a regular knife first. With that thought, he rushed toward Renee, swinging his knife with great force. She immediately swung her sword to block the attack, their weapons clashing and sparking fiery bursts all around. Facing this powerful attack, Renee took a slight step back, her eyes flashing as she spun her sword to deliver a horizontal slash. Fortunately, Adele leaned back, dodging the slash. He stepped back, dropping to one knee, readying himself for the next strike. Thinking to himself, with enhanced vision, I can see all of Renee's movements, this is doable. On the other side, Renee wielded the dark sword once again, her eyes flashed, the blade turning pitch black and exuding a terrifying pressure. The dagger in Adele's hand suddenly shattered. He was startled, thinking silently, did she deploy the dark sword that quickly? The outcome was almost decided. Adele shyly scratched his head and said, amazing, a dark sword with such power. Renee replied confidently, of course. Diana stepped forward to add, a noble lady stronger than even her own guards, that's not something you see every day. Renee is truly remarkable, isn't she? Faced with such praise, Renee quietly reflected without responding. Diana teased, what's this, are you blushing? That's not very Renee-like. Renee's expression suddenly changed. Diana's eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous intent as she spoke, but the more I look, the stranger it seems, something seemingly ordinary yet far from trivial. She glanced over Adele's body, causing him to flinch slightly, then looked at him with a meaningful smile. What is this? I feel genuinely curious. Under the dreadful pressure she radiated, Adele shivered and broke out in a sweat as if bathed. The cold gaze of Diana as she approached him made his whole body tremble slightly. Looking into those sharp eyes, he thought silently, one of the powers Diana possessed was the ability of keen observation, capable of noticing even the tiniest fine hairs on the opponent's body. To be noticed so intently by someone destined to become a demon lord was truly overwhelming. How should I react now? Countless thoughts flooded Adele's mind, leaving him confused and unsure of what to do. He continued thinking, could she possibly become the greatest enemy? It would be best to keep some distance. Suddenly, a deep red murderous aura burst through his entire body, causing Diana to flinch briefly, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling on her lips. Looking at that confident smile, Adele thought to himself, most people would feel fear or alertness when sensing such a murderous aura, but this was a calmness only the strong possess. Renee stepped forward, cutting through the tense atmosphere, and said, Diana, are you curious about something? To this question, Diana approached, pointed at Renee, and smiled, yes, because the swordsmanship Renee just displayed looks stranger the more I watch, so I'm just a bit curious. Renee looked at her with suspicion, but seemingly with some trust as well. Seeing this, Adele muttered inwardly, she's so easily deceived. Then he turned to Renee and said, I also want to ask, how is such swordsmanship performed? Holding the sword in her hand, Renee began to explain firmly, first, you must grasp the secret, which feels like pouring energy fully into the sword itself. Adele nodded repeatedly, ah, so that's how it is, he thought to himself. Haha, only geniuses would come up with something like that. He stepped forward and continued, I still have to study for exams, so let's stop the contest here. Renee nodded in agreement, yeah, let's do that. Watching her back as she turned away, Adele asked, Renee, how is your preparation for the midterm exam going? She looked at him and smiled confidently. Perfect. Faced with that confident look, Adele also smiled, thinking that the timing of the first midterm exam and the moment the main characters received that arrogant glance didn't align. Which means Renee will survive this exam, but the chances are very high that my Class A students will all perish. Watching their backs as they walked away, he said, then good luck, miss. Renee turned back and waved, yeah, you be careful too. Diana glanced at Adele beside her and gave a slight smile, whispering, see you later. This unexpected remark startled Adele. He thought to himself, looks like I'm being noticed again. Scene changes to the next day, the academy appears under the clear blue sky. Sun rays streamed through the window panes, and a little bird perched on the windowsill, pecking at tiny crumbs of bread. Adele looked at the bird and thought, finally the midterm exams start today. Aries worked me so hard he didn't even let me eat, I still have to take exams, so hurry up and eat quickly. He was almost exhausted, his face pale, muttering to himself. The first subject is human knowledge, and despite studying all night, not a single word seemed to stick. Being the author but not understanding this subject, it's truly ridiculous. But he comforted himself, back in school, he often studied selectively, so he probably managed to salvage a few points. When he sat down in class, Adele's expression turned blank. He cursed, realizing that as soon as he entered the classroom, he forgot everything he had studied. Luna approached him, clenched her fists tightly, and encouraged him, Adele, you've done your best. His face looked like he hadn't finished speaking, but Adele interrupted, it's not that bad. He then asked Luna if she was ready. She smiled and said, yeah, I'm a bit fuzzy, but it's probably not enough to fail. He turned to Prone and asked, what about you? Prone crossed his arms with a confident smile, saying, why bother with theoretical subjects? As long as I do well in the practical parts, that's enough. Hearing that, Adele thought to himself that to increase the chance of survival, even by just 1%, no part should be taken lightly. Prone laughed loudly, ho ho ho, after all, the top rank will belong to this young lady here. At that moment, a teacher entered, speaking in a clear, strong voice, everyone, take your seats, arrange your notebooks, and put everything into your desk compartments. If anyone is caught cheating, they will be immediately expelled from the exam room. As the proctor finished speaking, the students below bowed their heads and began their exams. While working on the test, Adele muttered to himself that perhaps thanks to his interest and focus, cramming had surprisingly been effective, and the test was going smoothly. But then, a question caught his eye, causing him to pause briefly. What do you think about humanity? This question isn't graded. He mumbled, but this isn't a multiple-choice question, it's an essay, and moreover, it has no points. What does it mean to ask what I think about humanity? If it were Adele, whose clan was destroyed by humans, the answer would be obvious. But since I created both humans and nobles, I am their father, how am I supposed to write the correct answer? Though feeling somewhat uneasy, he still knew the answer that Saitan wanted. After much thought, he wrote 2 words on the paper, enemy. 45 minutes passed, the proctor announced, time's up, hand in your papers. The second period will be the weapon skills test. The scene switched to the training ground. Ares crossed his arms, his expression dark and very serious. He looked toward the students, his voice low, today you will compete in one-on-one battles, showing your true strength. Magic or weapons, whatever it is, give it your all in the fight. You must not avoid combat out of fear. I will call names in order, step forward one by one. Faced with Ares's serious attitude, Adele sighed, thinking, the fighting spirit is intense, meaning to fight with all one's might, as if for real. Hearing these words, the 8 students below trembled with fear, especially Prone. Suddenly, a student was blasted flying backward, rolling several times on the ground, letting out a painful cry. Adele looked toward him and said, pitifully, is this all you've got? Witnessing the recent scene, he thought to himself that there was no mercy at all. No one could withstand even a few seconds without being knocked down. Even now, Ares was fighting with bare hands and they still couldn't get close to him. Ares looked down and called the next person, Samuel, come here. Hearing his name, Samuel calmly stepped forward. As soon as he stepped up, Ares said, fight with all your might. Samuel nodded and replied, yes, sir. After finishing, his whole body erupted with a surge of green mana. From within, countless bizarre-shaped monsters screamed, mixed with Samuel's cries. Immediately after, he launched numerous magical attacks straight at Ares. Facing these attacks, Ares tightened his grip on the lightning sword, mouth curling into a cold sneer, this time I'll have to use some strength. I will respond seriously. A blazing red mana radiated from Ares' body, enveloping the sword and making it glow red. Seeing this, Adele shouted loudly in his mind, the sword technique is different from Prone's, the red hue must be the fire element. In the center of the battle, Ares swung a few times, instantly cutting through Samuel's attacks. Seeing his attacks easily countered, Samuel clenched his teeth and cursed, damn it. He muttered, so strong, truly the Templar Ares. Even using that technique, he remained steady and unshaken. But then he clenched his fists tightly, faced the sky, shouted loudly, and his entire body burst forth with countless streams of dark mana surrounding him. Seeing that, Ares clenched his teeth, his facial muscles tensed, and spoke up, restoring his previous state was fine too. But with just a single charge, the bizarre monsters created by Samuel were immediately cut into pieces by Ares. He lunged forward, pointing the blade in front of Samuel, causing him to flinch briefly. Before Samuel could react, Ares tightened his other fist and threw a straight punch into his chest. Samuel let out a painful cry. Kneeling down on both knees, clutching his stomach, his whole body trembling, he struggled to speak, clearing his throat. Ares coldly asked, are you still willing to continue? Samuel's trembling hand slightly lifted to resist, gritting his teeth against the intense pain. From behind, a demon created from mana opened its mouth wide and charged straight at Ares. Just as Ares realized, it bit hard into his shoulder, causing a few droplets of blood to spatter. But this strike seemed to have no effect on him. He reached out and gave a slight pull, instantly tearing the monster in two, his expression turning cold. My shoulder has been getting hurt a lot lately, huh? An unexpected counterattack, a wise decision. At this moment, Samuel was breathing heavily and after a few seconds fell face down onto the ground. Seeing this, Ares turned back and spoke out, "Quickly take Samuel out of the exam room." He looked toward the group of students, his voice stern, "Next one, come here." His gaze was extremely fierce as he looked directly at Adele and called out, "Come up here, Adele." As soon as Adele stepped forward, the dark red murderous aura surged out from Ares, making the whole space feel suffocating, and everyone was terrified. He looked directly at him, his voice deep and low, and began. Looking at him, Adele muttered inwardly, the murderous aura was truly terrifying. Even if he didn't kill him, the master intended to take at least an arm or a leg from him. Ares raised his sword forward and declared clearly, "Give it your all." Adele immediately responded, "Please wait a moment." Ares frowned, suspicious, "What else do you want to prepare?" Adele smiled confidently and said, "I have something I want to see." Ares furrowed his brows, daring to make such a request to a test examiner. "You want me to show you what?" Adele made his proposal with determination. "I want to see you envelop the blade with sword aura." From the start, Ares explained coldly, "Sword aura isn't something you can imitate just by looking, you have to truly grasp it." Adele raised his hand and asserted, "If you show me once, I believe I can feel it." Faced with this arrogant remark, Ares tightened his grip on the sword with both hands, his voice deepening, "You've got some nerve. Fine, I'll show you once, watch closely." As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of mana surged from the sword, gathering on the blade and radiating a brilliant red light. Watching this scene, Adele thought to himself, in just an instant, the red mana condensed and enveloped the blade, truly astonishing. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Ares asked in puzzlement, "Do you think you can do this?" Adele clenched his fist, eyes full of determination, "Thank you for showing me." He smiled confidently, thinking to himself that this wasn't something you could learn by using just your brain. At that moment, a large amount of purple mana surged from Adele's body and converged into the blade in his hand. Seeing this, Ares's expression darkened slightly. He clenched his teeth and coldly said, "I admit you have talent, but that sword energy wave can only last for 5 seconds before dissipating." Adele was briefly startled and thought to himself, "It's still a bit too much for me, it only lasts 5 seconds, but even so, it's worth trying." Immediately, he enveloped the blade again with sword energy, looked toward Ares with a smile, and said, "Let's begin." Under his determined gaze, Ares replied happily, "All right then, come at me." Below the arena floor, Samuel was being treated for his wounds by Luna. He looked up at Adele in the arena, thinking to himself, if he moves like that. Cutting back to the arena, the fierce clashes of sword energy caused the space to tremble, with energy radiating everywhere and creating a chaotic scene. Adele retreated backward, took a stance, then charged straight at Ares, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a confident smile appeared on his lips. He thrust a sword straight towards Ares, but Ares easily raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Ares smiled and said, "You cloak your sword with energy when you swing it, it feels like watching a performance." Adele smiled lightly, thanking him for the compliment. But immediately after, Ares swung his sword powerfully, knocking Adele back several steps. While he was still suspended in the air, Adele immediately used the position-swapping skill. This time, the target was Ares's sword. In an instant, he appeared right in front of him. The blade, enveloped by sword aura, aimed straight at Ares's face. A powerful stab rushed forward, but with quick reflexes, Ares leaned backward, dodging the attack. Then he swung his leg to kick hard, sending Adele flying several meters backward. Adele thought to himself, the master just dropped his sword. Right then, he immediately unleashed the triple dark Fong blade technique. 3 mana blades appeared around him, exuding a dense killing intent. At his command, the 3 blades shot straight toward Ares, but Ares remained unscathed. He gritted his teeth, thinking it was just a minor irritation. He tensed, creating a protective circle that blocked all 3 of Adele's attacks. Faced with such quick reflexes, Adele thought to himself, that massive body had unbelievably fast reflexes, plus a body shield, even his dark blades couldn't hit him. That master really was a monster. Just as the thought ended, Ares clenched his fist tightly, raising his other hand, aiming to grab Adele's head to attack. When the fist was close to his face, Adele yelled loudly, "I surrender." The unexpected word startled Ares. He wondered, what did he say? He angrily shouted, "I already told you, you are not allowed to run away. Adele calmly explained that both his arms used to block the attacks were injured and that he had completely run out of mana, unable to continue fighting. He gently brushed aside Ares' fist, thinking silently that getting injured before the combat test would only be a disadvantage. There was no need for him to act that way. Also, he surrendered just to annoy that teacher. Ares angrily put his hands on his hips, turned around and shouted, "All right, go back to your seat." Adele smiled and thanked the teacher for understanding. He turned back angrily and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." Next person, faced with Ares' furious attitude, Adele smiled inwardly, scared stiff and too afraid to speak. Following behind him as he stepped down, the students below buzzed with whispers, the class monitor collaborating with the examiner. After this, it would be impossible. Another added, even if half demonic, the class monitor is still the class monitor. These rumors were exactly as Adele had predicted. He smiled inwardly, everything unfolded just as he planned. He had attracted attention with flashy moves while Ares seemed unable to do anything. During the combat test, I have to be clearly the center of the entire class. If Prone led as in the original story, Class A would have been wiped out. After witnessing the recent fight, Samuel approached, clenched his fist tightly, and wondered, why did it end up like that? Adele turned back and replied, "You recovered really fast, but what the heck are you talking about?" Samuel shouted, "I'm asking why." Adele adjusted his shirt and calmly explained, "Well, I ran out of mana and energy, so I had no choice but to surrender." Samuel interrupted angrily, "That's not what I'm asking. The question is, why are you so strong?" His arm clenched into a fist, trembling slightly with anger. Adele looked at him with a smile, "Oh, maybe it's just innate." Samuel angrily asked back, "Is that all?" Adele replied, "Do I need any other reason?" Samuel sneered mockingly, hard to believe that someone like you could be so strong." Adele responded calmly, "Aren't you also born into a well-off family and possess that greedy power?" At this slightly provocative remark, Samuel's expression darkened. He coldly said, "You little trash, watch your mouth, one day I'll break your teeth." As words left his mouth, a dense murderous aura radiated from him. Seeing Samuel's darkened gaze, Adele was puzzled, but he remained silent. After a moment of staring at each other, Samuel angrily turned and left, snorting coldly, "What trash?" Watching his retreating back, Adele thought to himself, suddenly appearing out of nowhere to pick a fight, "I worry he won't obey orders during the midterm exam." Prone stepped forward, cutting off his thoughts, and said, "So what's going on? Why are you acting like this?" Adele turned and replied, "Samuel was the one who started it." She continued seriously, "The issue isn't about that. It's true that Samuel treats you badly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking his family. Just because I mentioned his family and made a fuss. Compared to how he looks down on me for being a half-demon." Hearing that, Prone gently closed his eyes and sighed, turns out he really didn't know. She explained that Samuel is the head of the gluttonous clan. Watching Samuel's figure walk away, he murmured to himself, "A first-year student who has just enrolled is already a clan head?" As if understanding his thoughts, Prone spoke up to explain, "Just as you think, his clan was completely annihilated." Hearing this, Adele quietly murmured in his heart, "So that's why, no wonder he reacts like that every time his clan is mentioned." She continued, "During the Great War between humans and demons, all the bloodlines were wiped out by humanity, only Samuel survived, becoming the clan head. Now you understand why I blame you." At that moment, Adele thought silently, "Originally, I was also in the same situation of clan annihilation, but since I merged with him, I didn't truly feel the rage or sorrow. Samuel is different. He witnessed and experienced that tragic scene firsthand. He once thought that things like clan or family exterminations were just plot setups, but never expected the characters in his novel to become this vivid." Then he turned to her with a smile and said, "From now on, I'll be more cautious." She nodded in response, "Do that, I'm off now." Watching her back as she walked away, he said, "Good luck on your exam." She laughed loudly, "Haha, even a servant worries about me." She looked back confidently and said, "This is as easy as eating porridge, just sit there and watch with your own eyes." Looking at her back, Adele smiled, thinking to himself that he thought it was all just bragging, but it turns out there's a serious side too. But then, distant noises suddenly made him flinch. "Prone, come here quickly." Then from over there, loud cries rang out, "Wake up for me. Prone, please spare me." Faced with this scene, he frowned slightly, thinking that he should start preparing for the next test. The third test was stealth techniques and magic theory, which were his strong suits, so there was nothing to worry about. The magic theory part mostly covered familiar knowledge, so it wasn't difficult. As soon as the test was finished, the proctor announced, "All right, everyone has worked hard. Please take a good rest before the practical exam begins." As soon as the words ended, he laid his head on the desk and sighed softly. Phew. Among all the tests, this was the easiest one. Maybe his magic score would be almost perfect. But the problem was the practical exam afterward. No matter how well he did in previous subjects, dying during practice would render everything meaningless. Could he do it? Just thinking about the practical made him feel nauseous. Then from a distance, a figure approached his desk, causing him to flinch. It was prone. She crossed her arms and asked, "Did you do okay on the magic test?" He replied, "It was okay. How about you?" She laughed loudly and asked back, "Haha, guess." Seeing her confident attitude, he thought to himself, it seems this girl's specialty is magic, so she must have done well on the exam. If he didn't indulge her a little, he'd probably be bothered all day long. He spoke up, she must have gotten a perfect score. Ending his thought, he continued, clearly, she just bombed the weapon proficiency test, yet for some reason, she still likes to brag. Hearing this, her expression suddenly changed, her face stiffening. She stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, "What did you say, you bastard?" Seeing her anger, he immediately explained, Hey, I just misspoke. I was just worried about the practical exam and said something careless." She lightly punched him in the face and yelled, "Go to hell." Then, from outside, an orange-haired young man walked in and said, "Hello, Class A." Recognizing him as somewhat familiar, he thought quietly, "Is that Baltan?" Just as he expected, Baltan approached him and asked, "Oh, you're well, huh?" He replied warmly, "Long time no see, Baltan." He wondered silently, why did this guy suddenly come here? In response to his polite attitude, Baltan smiled shyly and said, "Haha, you remember me? I'm really touched then." But then his demeanor suddenly shifted, his eyes filled with menace as he said coldly, "Looks like you've gotten much stronger." Faced with this somewhat threatening remark, Adele refused to show weakness. Purple magical auras radiated from him as he smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Feeling that Adele's attitude was a bit firm, Baltan sighed softly and spoke, "Actually I wanted to have a match once, but today I have other matters." This statement made him slightly startled. Then Prone turned to ask Baltan, "You're the descendant of jealousy, right? I remember you from the entrance exam, haven't met you since that day, huh?" Looking at the girl, Baltan replied, "And you are Prone, right?" Hearing this, she smiled with amusement and responded, "That's correct." Then he pointed toward the door and said, "I have something to do, can you come with me?" The girl angrily spoke up, "How dare you order this young lady around?" He replied, "Haha, this time it's a meeting of the class presidents, the principal will also attend, so you have to be present." At this, Adele thought to himself, "A meeting?" Prone interrupted, "But I am not the class president." Hearing this, Baltan asked again, "Huh, you're not the class president?" She smiled, "Yes, though the class president is indeed my subordinate, but this guy here is the real class president." Saying this, she looked toward Adele, who was still sitting quietly there. This statement made Baltan momentarily startled. He glanced at him, puzzled, "What?" Then he changed his attitude completely, speaking with excitement, "You're the class president. I really want to have a match right now, are you free?" Faced with this eager attitude, Adele thought to himself, "He's truly crazy." Then he replied, "I have to attend the class president meeting, let's leave it for later, please lead the way ahead." Faced with this blunt refusal, Baltan was slightly angry, turned around and said, "Then let's go. And Prone, you should come along too." She curled her lips and replied, "I am the class president's master, of course I have to follow him." Baltan walked ahead. Hearing this conversation he laughed loudly, "Huh, you all seem to have a lot of fun playing together, alright then, let's go now." Prone's face was cheerful, excited as if reaping a good harvest, quickly speaking up, "Follow me, and you stay in the back." Slightly frowning, Adele cursed silently inside, "Oh God, what on earth is going on here?" Scene shifts to the hallway. Adele stepped up and asked, "By the way, why did you call the class president's meeting?" Baltan answered while walking, "Oh, it's to divide areas for the midterm exam, this time it's invading the human world, you all know that, right? He in the back replied, so that's it, meaning the meeting is to determine which areas each class will attack. Hearing this, Baltan turned back and praised, very sharp indeed, no wonder you were chosen as class president. Even if you are a half-demon class president, it's still better than those big-headed dull types like some grape-shaped brains. As he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and the three of them entered the room. At that moment, Renee, Diana, and the other class presidents were present in the room. Seeing his appearance, Renee wondered inwardly, why is he here? Beside them were the class president of Class D, Gu War, and the class president of Class B, Aaron. Baltan was the class president of Class E. He looked toward the person sitting directly opposite and said, everyone is here now, principal. Seeing the three people enter, the principal said, please come in quickly, class president of Class A, Adele. These words made Renee startle briefly, surprised to learn that Adele was the class president. Meanwhile, Aaron put on a look of frustration, asking again, what, that guy is the class president? Gu War next to him snorted coldly without responding. He stepped forward, smiling brightly and said, yes, thank you for calling me. Diana was equally surprised and turned to tease Renee, what's with your defender being so fierce? These words made Renee's expression turn shy and she didn't reply. Seeing that attitude, Adele thought to himself, so I never told Renee that I was the class president, explaining it later will probably be difficult. Seeing everyone was gathered, the principal spoke up, if everyone is here, then let's begin now, please take your seats. However, Gu War stepped forward, looked at Adele, and mocked, how ridiculous, a half-demon as class president. Then he glanced at Prone behind him and continued, and that fool back there who bore the notorious title of the 7 deadly sins has now been ousted from the class president seat. Sitting and studying with these scummy people, even Cerberus passing by couldn't hold back laughter, isn't that right? Aaron, still with his head down on the table, added, haha, not wrong at all. At these words, Prone trembled slightly with anger but remained silent. Adele maintained a calm demeanor, but thoughts began surfacing in his mind. What is this? What kind of atmosphere is this? This isn't a meeting, it's a trap. Gu War looked up and threatened, you'd better get out of my sight immediately, you damned hybrid bastard. In response to this threat, Adele did not falter at all, his eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a heavy killing intent, silently scoffing inside, surrounded by enemies on all sides. At this moment, Adele was being overwhelmed by Gu War's massive body. He thought to himself, just following Baltan to the meeting room, and yet such a thing happens. Even the principal tacitly allowed this situation to occur. Could it be that they deliberately arranged this to test if he was qualified or not? If so, I must show some real strength. Seeing Adele just standing there without saying a word, Gu War angrily shouted, are your ears deaf? Then he stepped forward, grabbed his head with his hand, and continued, talking won't do any good. But immediately, Adele used his hand to push his arm away, his hand wrapped tightly, gripping the blade firmly, aiming straight for Gu War's throat in an incredibly fast instant. As the blade approached, Gu War instantly used his enhanced physical strength to toss aside his strike. But at that moment, countless blades created by dark magic appeared in the air, ready to plunge down. Seeing this, Gu War's whole body flared up with anger, veins bulging across his face. He shouted loudly, you damned half-demon. Then he unleashed a series of punches to block the blades rushing straight at him. As soon as he finished defending, Adele gave him no chance, immediately rushing in close. In an instant, Gu War shouted loudly, I will smash your head. His hands clenched tightly, radiating tremendous physical strength, striking straight towards Adele. He was no less formidable, his hands gripped the blade firmly, his whole body emitting a dark aura that enveloped the space. With just one slash, he easily left a cut on Gu War's arm, much to Gu War's stunned surprise. Realizing the wound, Gu War clutched his arm tightly and let out a heartrending cry of pain. Watching their duel, Renee thought to herself, sword aura, Returning to the battle, Adele stepped closer, grabbed Gu War's angry face, held it firmly and directed the blade straight towards the top of his head, causing him to tremble in fear. Just as the blade was mere millimeters from Gu War's eye, the principal behind them interrupted, saying, that's enough. Stop now and all return to your seats. These words were like a lifeline to Gu War, who was trembling violently from what had just happened. Adele immediately changed his attitude completely, sheathed his blade and smiled, saying, are you satisfied now? Gu War then collapsed to the ground, speechless. The principal looked at him, smiling, and said, that's enough. Then she ordered Adele to sit next to Aaron. He nodded in agreement, yes. Gu-War looked at his wounded arm and cursed silently, damn it. Watching the play from outside, Baltan spoke up, oh, turns out he's stronger than I thought. Prone, standing beside him, smiled excitedly, haha, truly my slave. Renee was still lost in thought, yet another skill he didn't know about. Diana coldly turned and said, impressive, just as expected from Renee's bodyguard. Once everyone had settled into their seats, the principal spoke up, all right, now that everything is settled, let's begin the meeting. The sole reason I summoned you all here is to assign the attack zones to each class leader for the practical combat exam in the human world. Adele replied, I've heard a brief overview, but I want to know exactly how the areas are divided. Immediately, the principal summoned a cubic orb in his hands, looked toward him, and said, it's better to see it directly than just hear about it. From the orb, a vast map appeared floating in midair. Looking at it, Renee wondered, is this a star map? The principal replied, correct, but everyone knows this isn't an ordinary map, right? Adele spoke up, this is a continent map of the human world. The principal laughed, aha, yes. Actually, I hoped Class A would attack here, but it seems I underestimated the class leader. Looking at the marked location, Adele murmured in his heart, that's the Royal Academy, isn't it? The principal continued, so I've decided to assign you an even tougher mission. These words made the corner of Adele's mouth twitch slightly. He thought to himself, attacking the Royal Academy was already the most dangerous mission in the human world, so how could they have assigned an even harder task? What was there that he didn't know yet? The principal continued. According to information from one of our spies, one of the first-year classes in the human world will conduct an outdoor lesson to launch an attack on a secret realm. Realizing the principal's intention, Adele muttered in his heart, oh, so that's it, they only have to attack a first-year class far from the school, so they think it's easier to carry out. Although the first years are the weakest, the problem is, the principal continued, wouldn't it be better to have Class A attack the urban area instead of the Royal Academy? At this suggestion, Prone suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and exclaimed excitedly, that's right, what's worth fighting for among those worthless kids? Our Class A should be the ones attacking the capital. These words left Adele speechless, but thoughts continued to arise in his mind. The spies still hadn't grasped the timing, yet the protagonist's group had already surpassed even the descendants of the seven-shaped Great Sin. Their true nature would be exposed in the interclub tournament after the Royal Academy's midterm exams concluded. And in the class we have to attack, there is a member from the protagonist's group. His hands clenched tightly, if a battle broke out, except for Baltan's and Diana's classes, all the others would be annihilated. Which area would yield the best result? The area that our class must go to is. Prone continued speaking, saying our Class A will, but just as he said this, Adele immediately interrupted, saying we will attack one of the first-year classes of the Royal Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, Prone looked at him angrily, shouting loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? We should head to the capital. In response, Gu-War glanced over and snorted coldly, truly a bunch of weak half-demons. Just a few people and they're already so afraid they choose to retreat. At this taunt, Adele turned, his eyes cold as he replied, you should have had one of your eyes gouged out earlier. Probably now you wouldn't even dare to look at me. At this threat, Gu-War suddenly stood up and shouted, you bastard. Seeing the situation starting to descend into chaos, the headmaster spoke up to stop it. Then she looked towards Adele and asked, why did you choose such an easy area? I thought you would say you wanted to attack the capital. He was still deep in thought at this moment. Maybe they didn't know, but that was the class of one of the main characters, and they were the most dangerous rivals. Still, he had to accept the risk and go there because there was a spirit medicine. Usually one of the main character's companions would drink it, but I have to seize it at all costs. Having just finished thinking, he spoke up, the reason is because of my special ability. These words made the headmaster flinch briefly, a special ability, huh? He nodded and replied, yes. First of all, I am extremely skilled in assassination, but there's no reason to cause a commotion in a city full of people. In the capital, most areas are very crowded, so bringing along dozens of people to carry out an assassination is clearly very dangerous. Of course, killing all the witnesses would also solve that problem. In response to this bold idea, the principal smiled and said, so that's it, even more than I expected, you understand both the geography of the human world and your own strength very well. In that case, there's no reason to stop you. Class A will be assigned to attack the first-year class of the Royal Academy. Hearing this decision, Adele spoke up, thanking the principal. Then he immediately stood up and said, "Then I'd like to go inform the fellow students." He thought to himself that it would be better to leave before the principal changed his mind. Then he turned to Prone and said, "Let's go." She was very surprised by this decision, but also slightly startled as she replied, yes. After the two of them left, the room suddenly became unusually silent. Ison crossed his arms and sarcastically said, "Impressive, huh? He's the defender from the bear's family, right? Didn't expect you to pick someone like him." This remark was directed straight at Renee, making her too embarrassed to respond. She was still lost in thought. What Adele used just now was definitely sword chi, but until recently, he hadn't even demonstrated sword chi, so how on earth did he do it? Her eyes darkened, growing heavy with emotion. Adele had always been good at hiding things. What exactly is going on? Why does this pain feel so sharp? Baltan leaned back in his chair, sighed softly. When competing in martial arts, he had only been slightly stronger, but now he has grown up so quickly, which only made me want to fight him even more, aha. The principal stepped over to the window, his gaze distant, thinking to himself that now he understood why Instructor Aries warned us to be careful with Adele. He had defeated one of the descendants of the 7 great sins just to prove his strength. He might have chosen a harder area, yet acted with extreme caution, his judgment and abilities both exceptional. Truly a valuable seedling not to be eliminated. Just because of Aries' warning, if properly guided, he could become a true hunting dog like those from the Arson family. But if he cannot be tamed, the only option left would be the same as with the 6 human clans. Walking down the corridor, Adele mumbled to himself that finally, tomorrow the real combat test begins, and he must prepare thoroughly. Scene shift to the next day, in a great hall. Adele and the other students donned their battle gear and stepped inside. 2 guys behind spoke up, wondering if our class will kill the human hero. One replied, "My clan is the target of theirs, it's truly something to look forward to." Another next to him clenched his fist and raised it high, determined, "Let's show those inferior people the power of Class A." Looking at everyone's confidence, Adele thought to himself that they had sent false information claiming they would attack the 3rd-year dormitory, so the instructors from the Empire Academy would rush to the dorm area. Only one instructor would accompany the 1st-year class outside. If my prediction is correct, that instructor is a 5th circle mage. My goal is to hunt down and kill that person. Facing the protagonist's teammates is already difficult, so I must deal with that instructor first. Afterwards, I have to seize the spirit elixir from the secret base. As soon as everyone had gathered in full, Aries looked down and spoke. "The principal will now give a speech, everyone be silent." The principal slowly stepped forward from the back, looked down below, and said clearly, "Students, the war has now officially begun. You will face the civilians who killed your parents, your brothers and friends among the lives lost in Saitan. No one can escape that pain. All of you have surely witnessed the destruction of precious bonds, and have only been able to hold your families' bodies and wail in grief. Those cowardly and despicable people even desecrated our corpses. But now it's our turn to go hunting humans." In response to the principal's impassioned declaration, the students below shouted in unison to boost morale. Looking at the scene before him, Adele thought to himself that this spectacle was like a frenzy. The principal's speech raised everyone's morale to its peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal extended his hand to bless all the students below. Seeing this action, Adele thought to himself, that being able to bless so many people at once, the principal is truly a monster, and it would be very frightening to face him. Then she turned to the instructors and said, "Hey instructors, please lead your students forward." Idea, standing beside her, added, "We will board the ship now, please move in an orderly manner." The ship immediately began to move. At this time, all the students of Class A were already on board. The ship speaker announced, "This is the vessel heading to the Otherworld station. Passengers, please prepare for the upcoming impact." Idea stepped forward cheerfully and said, "We will arrive in about an hour. Please relax comfortably while waiting." Everyone began to relax, but at this moment Adele's gaze became more intense than ever. He thought, Otherworld station, it must have cost hundreds of holy stones to teleport so many students. However, later in the storyline, more and more portals appeared connecting to the human world, and eventually the two worlds merged into one. Noticing his contemplation, Luna looked down and offered a piece of jerky, saying, "Adele, do you want to eat some? It's jerky made from spiritual deer, very delicious." Taking the meat, he said, "Thanks, I'll eat it now." Watching him eat eagerly, she asked, "Is it tasty?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah, it's very good." Then he muttered, "Now, let's check the current situation." A system panel appeared before him, showing race, half-demon, good and evil, temperate, talent, position swapping. Traits, interesting, focus, killing intent, darkness, magic control, arrogant eyes, conception. Mana 1381. Looking at the mana stat, he muttered that his magic was still too weak, even though he trained before sleep every night, the results remain just like this. He must obtain that elixir, maybe then his conception will become stronger. Seeing him continue to brood, Luna called out, asking what he was thinking about so intently. Suddenly, a surge of energy surrounded her body, causing her to flinch and scream, "What is this? My body suddenly." At this moment, not only was she, but Adele too was enveloped in a wave of energy. He looked on and muttered, lifting Luna only a few centimeters, but that was enough for practical combat application. Experimentation is paramount, he must not be careless and must keep evolving. Because in the future, it would be regarded as a transcendent ability, like a distinct domain, since it allows him to manipulate gravity. Alright, this check is fine, but he was still worried that the Knights of the Continent might encounter someone who had once tried to kill him. In the storyline, Leon reported to his superiors that he had fallen into a ravine and died, but he did not actually fall and had instead arrived in the demon world, learning of the Arson family's betrayal, so it could only be presumed that he had died there. Of course, Principal Lucian would think so too through the spy network. But being cautious is never excessive, it's best to find a mask to cover your face. Suddenly, the train car shook violently, startling the other trainees briefly. An announcement came over the loudspeaker, "We are about to arrive." After just a few minutes, the train officially came to a stop. As soon as everyone stepped out, what struck their eyes was a huge mass of magical stones. Adele stepped closer and quietly exclaimed that it was all magical stones. Selling just one would provide enough gold to live on for a whole year. It was really a waste to spend so much on a one-time use teleportation gate. If they had waited a bit longer, the price would have been much lower. Seeing everyone had gathered sufficiently, Idea stepped forward and said, "All right, surely everyone knows where this place is now." Then she came closer, placed her hand on a nearby box, and continued, "Before departure, each person should take one item for themselves." Someone stepped up and handed him a mask. He looked at it and muttered, "Is this really a mask?" Just in time, I was wondering where to find one. Idea took a mask and put it on, explaining that this mask was imbued with magic to reduce recognition ability. It would help them conceal their identities. Those who wear the masks could still recognize each other, so there's no need to worry too much. Then she looked at him and said, "Class leader, please try it on." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she turned to everyone and said, "Everyone else should try putting one on too." Having said that, he and the other trainees immediately put their masks on. The moment he put them on, his vision improved significantly, making him let out a slight, "Oh," seeing even better than usual. "I'm starting to like these already." Idea approached and asked, "So, how is it? Can you see more clearly?" He replied, "Yes, it's more effective than you expected." Then she took out some bars and said, "Haha, and also take this." He looked at the wooden-like bars in front of him and asked, "What are these?" She answered, "They're emergency rations. Eat one per day so you won't need any other meals. But don't eat too many when you're on the battlefield, their taste is like dirt mixed with insect guts." This statement made Adele flinch slightly. She stepped over and continued, "Anyway, just one per day is enough. Got it?" He nodded and replied, "Yes." But inwardly he cursed, "Haha, that taste is really horrible." After finishing the instructions, Idea said, "Now, before entering the gate, I will explain the exam procedures. First, in this test, the instructors will not accompany you." As soon as she finished speaking, the students below started murmuring and speculating, "Not accompanying us? That can't be. Then who will guide us?" She immediately reassured them, saying, "After all, this test is exclusively for the students, so we've assigned targets suited to your level." If instructors were involved, it wouldn't be a real test anymore. And besides, afterward, the instructors would have to prepare to reopen the gate to bring you back. She continued, therefore, from this moment on, all instructor authority will be transferred to the class leader, and all students must first follow the class leader's orders. Then she stepped forward to pin a flower on his chest, explaining, this is the Enzer flower, the symbol of Saitan, representing the team leader. And take this map as well, I heard the principal say you know how to read maps. Then she turned her back and left, hoping it would help you. He nodded and said, thank you. As soon as everything was done, she said, now open the gate, good luck to you all. As soon as her words ended, the pillar covered in magic stones radiated a huge energy. From behind, spatial gates began to gradually appear. Looking ahead, putting on his mask, Adele murmured to himself, everything is ready. To them this is a strange world, but to me this is hell. At all costs, I will survive and return. Right after, the entire class stepped through the gate together. As they stepped in, the other students seemed unable to bear the atmosphere here and held their noses. Seeing that, Adele thought to himself that because this is an alternate dimension, their bodies cannot adapt. Even I can't endure it for long. Suddenly he saw a light on the other side, making him suspect in his heart that is the exit. Luckily, it seems we just need to go a little further. Then he urged the whole class, everyone, we're almost out. You can see the end of the path, hurry up. Suddenly, the gate behind them gradually started to close. Seeing that, Adele shouted loudly, the gate is starting to close, run fast. Seeing that, the whole group rushed forward as fast as they could. In the end, only Adele and Luna remained at the back. Seeing this, he grabbed her hand and forcefully pushed her toward the opening gate. Fortunately, she managed to get outside the gate in time. Finally, Adele leapt out just before the gate closed. Outside, before everyone's eyes was the clear, bright scene of the human world. In front of them stood the Imperial Sky Island Academy. The entire class was quite surprised by this. Adele couldn't hide his amazement as he thought, so this is the Imperial Academy. Seeing it in person, it's indeed much more magnificent. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle of human magic and technology. The other students also exclaimed in awe, what is this? That island is a school. How could an entire island float in the sky? Compared to it, Saitan is just like a sandcastle. Prone, seeing this, also stammered, what on earth is that? Adele didn't hesitate to explain to them, as you can see, that's a school. Unlike Saitan, this is a school for humanity. Prone replied, even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Luna, standing beside him, asked anxiously, do we need to go inside? Adele smiled and replied, no need, and we can't either. That place is protected by a barrier so strong that even the dragon tribe cannot break through it. Hearing that, Prone shouted in astonishment, even the dragon tribe can't destroy it? Adele smiled, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I could use the teleportation skill to get in alone. But the main party would immediately punish me. Breaking away from his train of thought, he clapped his hands once and commanded, all right everyone, gather around. He held up the map and described the plan to everyone. According to the map, if we go around the other side of the academy, the target location will appear. We have to move immediately, let's get going. Cut to a forest scene. Everyone was marching through there. Suddenly, Adele realized something and thought to himself, but in this forest, I've felt someone's gaze following us all along. Was it an enemy? Behind him, Samuel was glaring at him angrily. Realizing this, he turned back and silently scolded himself. That guy is still acting like that in this situation. This is a life or death moment, yet he only makes me feel more irritated. But in the plan I laid out, Samuel's role is extremely important. His magical talents force me to acknowledge that. I will let it slide this time. Then Adele reached out his hand toward Samuel. Seeing this, Samuel shouted loudly, what are you trying to do? Adele quickly replied, exactly what you see. Adele continued explaining, I know you don't like me, Samuel, and I don't like you either. Samuel frowned and responded grumpily, why all of a sudden say that? Meanwhile, Adele patiently explained, but only this once, we need to cooperate. Hearing that, Samuel expressed his displeasure and retorted, why should I cooperate with someone like you? Putting the bigger picture first, Adele responded, otherwise, everyone here will die because of the two of us. Humanity is not an opponent to be defeated without cooperation, and you, more than anyone, must understand that clearly. Hearing that, Samuel also calmed down more. He waved Adele's hand aside while walking and said, "You annoying guy, just this once." Seeing that, Adele smiled in response, "I take that as a compliment, you've made the right choice." After achieving his goal, he secretly thought to himself, "Good, now everything with Samuel is settled, we just need to find the entrance to the secret realm. It must be nearby." Suddenly, a classmate ran over to announce, startling him to turn around, "Class president, there's something strange ahead." Heeding that, he followed and discovered a door. As soon as Adele saw it, he was delighted and thought to himself, "Found it. The position on the map matches and it looks exactly like the description." The other academies noticed the door and began to murmur, "What's this now?" First, it was the floating islands, now even doors can fly. Adele, hearing them, explained that this door is the entrance to a secret realm created by humanity. "From here, we will enter inside." A student stepped forward and said, "All right, I'll open it." Seeing this, Adele also cheerfully said, "Go ahead and try." Grasping the handle, the student thought, no problem." Just as he pulled, he was fiercely attacked by a surge of red energy. Adele on the side looked at his friend, who was charred black, thinking secretly, he got shocked. Actually, it only allows teachers of the Empire's Academy to open it. Then Adele turned to look at Samuel and gave a mischievous smile. Seeing that, Samuel asked confusedly, "Why are you looking at me again?" Adele replied, "Sir Samuel, you must take action." Hearing this, Samuel didn't understand and asked back, "What did you say?" Adele began to explain, "You have to pump magical energy into the handle to force it open." Hearing this, Samuel disdainfully said, "A half-demon can't even do this and yet he's the class leader. Step aside." Adele heard this but still smiled, though inwardly he was angry, thinking, "That mouth of his." Then Samuel stepped forward and infused magic into the door handle. After a while, he stopped. The door began to show signs of movement. Then it swung wide open. Seeing this, Adele reminded everyone, "Hurry, get inside." At the front, he turned back to reassure everyone, "Fortunately, it seems the traps ahead have not been triggered, so we can proceed with ease." Passing through the gate, they entered a canyon. Prone walked beside Adele, exclaiming, "It's larger than I thought, and the atmosphere resembles that of the demon realm's secret landscapes." Adele beside her explained, "That makes sense. This secret landscape is the venue for an entire class's practical exam." Samuel moved forward, suspiciously asking, "If this is a test site, it should be full of traps and monsters." Adele immediately replied, "That's right." Samuel continued, "Then why aren't we ambushing outside?" Adele heard this and silently praised him internally, "Oh, that's a sharp question." Then Adele smiled and replied, "Exactly. If we were to ambush, the best time would be right after they finish the test, when they're still tired and careless. But there are several reasons why I insisted on entering the secret landscape now. First, I know all the paths here without triggering any traps. That means the humans will still fall into the traps as planned. Second, we will leave before they arrive." Hearing this, Samuel asked again, "If we just go in and out immediately, then what is the point of entering?" Adele didn't answer but just chuckled. Seeing this, Samuel said angrily, "Don't laugh, you're irritating me." At that moment, Adele finally explained that this place not only resembles the atmosphere of the demon world, but was also created by humans to find a way to conquer the demon world. Hearing that, Samuel responded in surprise, meaning that. Adele raised one finger and replied, "That's right. Those artificial secret realms are like treasures within the demon world. In other words, this place contains treasure." He continued, "We are almost there. We've arrived. What lies ahead are 6 diverging paths." Looking at the several paths ahead, Samuel complained, "Oh my God, are there really 6 branches at this crossroads?" Prone continued, "Which way should we go?" Adele stood silently for a while, as if observing, searching for something. Then he stepped toward the cliff wall nearby to assess the situation. Seeing that, Prone spoke up to stop him, "That's not the right path." Before she could finish her sentence, his hand had already touched a rock on the cliff face, causing the rock to sink inward and activate some mechanism. He cheerfully said, "We must not take any of these 6 paths." No sooner had his arm left the stone than a door suddenly opened right next to where he was standing. He continued, "If we take this way, we will arrive at our destination immediately. Everyone, follow me." Faced with his decisive action, Samuel asked, "How do you know about this path?" He didn't answer aloud but thought to himself, how do I know? Of course, I know well, because these are arrangements I myself have made. After some time moving forward, the sunset had faded gradually behind the mountain ranges. They arrived at a vast open space, where a chest sat lonely on the ground. He approached and said, there is a chest here. Prone asked curiously, what's inside? He answered, this is my first time here, so I don't really know. Hearing that, Prone nodded, so it means you didn't set this up. Then he suggested, well, then let's open it. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the chest, revealing only a water bottle and a bag of sand inside. Looking at these two seemingly useless items in his hands, Samuel spoke up, wondering what use this pile could have. He explained that while the bag of sand seemed useless, the water bottle appeared to be extremely useful. He slowly unscrewed the bottle's cap and began pouring all the water inside out. Seeing a large amount of water pouring out relentlessly, Prone exclaimed in astonishment, oh my God, all this water comes from that small bottle? He nodded and explained that the bottle could hold enough water for dozens of people, so they wouldn't need to risk searching for water anymore. Faced with this interesting discovery, Samuel next to him commented chidingly, how embarrassing, to hide such a simple water bottle in such a secret place. He thought silently to himself that, in fact, strangers would be the ones to come and bring tools to kill. Snapping out of his thoughts, he put away the two items and turned to the group, saying, I've taken everything, let's go. A battle is about to take place here, so be sure to check the surroundings carefully. After a while of moving, they had now exited the cave. The group found themselves in a vast forest. Adele spoke up, now I will assign tasks to you all. He looked toward Samuel and said, you will take on the reconnaissance mission. Samuel questioned, why do I have to do that? He smiled and replied that you are the most suitable person for this mission. Samuel argued back, isn't it your role as class president to do this work? He chuckled and answered, no, the only person who can carry out this mission is you. I am certain that you are the best in stealth magic and magical energy, so that is why I trust you with this task. Seeing his talents recognized by others, Samuel looked delighted, then shyly looked away, letting out a slight cold snort but still agreed to accept the mission. All right. Seeing this attitude from him, Adele thought to himself, he seems happy. Could it be that from the start he wanted to take on the reconnaissance mission? I feel reassured because Samuel will take on this mission. Since I can't leave this position, I will command and monitor the situation from the beginning. Samuel turned toward him and said, all right then, there's no other way but to agree if you plead with me like that. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted, you won't be scouting alone. Hearing that, Samuel's attitude immediately changed. Happily he asked again, so, will another student accompany me? He directed his gaze behind himself and shook his head to deny, no, it won't be a student. Immediately after, he took out a small bird that surprised both Samuel and Prone. Prone approached, repeatedly wondering, isn't this a hawk, moreover a hawk that's excellent at reconnaissance and gathering information? Looking at the small bird in front of him, he thought to himself, it looks like a sparrow, but in the demon realm, they call it a hawk. He continued to explain, it's a bird raised by Master Ares, and this time I borrowed it. We have become very close, I even named it Seiho. Samuel reached out to take the small bird, questioning, Master Ares, did you intend to kill him? I don't think there's any reason for him to treat you well now. Seeing Samuel's words made sense, but thinking back, he had become close to it after feeding it for a while. He wasn't sure if it would side with him as much as with Master Ares, so he decided to try. Immediately, from his body, a dense dark energy emanated, enveloping the small bird, causing its eyes to glow red. He wanted to control the bird according to his will, but it instantly flew up into the sky, turned abruptly, and looked directly at him with a probing gaze. This startled him briefly, thinking, why won't you come back to me? But then something appeared before his eyes that made him flinch. At that moment, a small screen appeared in the sky, showing his image through the eyes of the small bird. He looked at it and questioned, that's my face. Then he glanced up at the little bird and continued speaking, so that's it shares information through its eyes. After gaining a loyal disciple, he immediately gave an order, now you have to accompany this person for a while. As soon as it received the order, the little bird instantly chirped a few times as if it understood its master's meaning. Then it flew over and perched on Samuel's head, much to his astonishment. This startled Samuel briefly, he flailed his hands a few times, angrily shouting, get down, don't sit on my head from now on, you inferior creature. It seemed to understand his words and immediately flew away, only to then dart back and peck repeatedly at his head, causing Samuel to yelp a few times. Standing beside him, he explained, Seiho can share information with me, so you must protect it well. Samuel nodded in response, all right. Then he turned to Prone and said, as for you, I want you to lead the trainees while I'm away. Your ability is seduction, isn't it? Prone nodded and replied, that's correct, it helps allies become stronger for a short time, but for some reason, it has no effect on you. He raised his hand teasingly and said, this is likely because Miss Prone lacks enough charm. Hearing this, Prone shouted angrily, that's impossible. Then she returned to the main issue, but why are you leaving? He explained, when trainees from the Royal Academy arrive here, their instructors come along as well, and I will be the one facing off against that instructor. Before his somewhat reckless action, Samuel, standing beside him, voiced his concern. What? No matter how strong he was, it would be really difficult to face a lecturer alone. Seeing Samuel worried about him, he teased, are you worried about me now? I never thought I'd live to see today. Feeling mocked about his concern, Samuel angrily shouted, then go die. Adele immediately changed his tone and said, I was just joking. I'm only going out to be on guard in case that lecturer shows up, but if he doesn't come, I'll come right back to escort everyone immediately. He thought to himself that the guy would definitely come. More precisely, he had to come, at least to increase his mana. After assigning the tasks, he spoke up, now that everyone's duties have been assigned, Samuel will scout ahead, Miss Prone will stay behind to command, and I will confront the human lecturer. Prone questioned, so what should we do now? Faced with this unexpected question, he pondered silently for a few seconds. This also caused the other two to show a few question marks on their faces. After some thought, he said, I'm hungry now, let's go eat first. And it's best if we camp here for a day. Faced with these somewhat cliched words, Samuel, standing nearby, angrily shouted, is that all you want to say? He smiled and replied, Samuel, you must leave immediately, please check if any classes from the Royal Academy are heading out for a field lesson. Feeling dismissed, Samuel questioned, well, will I get to eat too? He waved his hand and said, hello, goodbye, and good luck. Then he looked toward Prone and said, let's go. So it turns out I get to eat a meal, but my comrades will starve to death. At this moment, Samuel stood silently like a statue, reflecting on the harsh treatment from him. Deeper inside the forest, Prone suddenly swore loudly, damn it, is this all there is? At this time, he was holding the ready-to-eat ration given by Professor Idea and enjoying it thoroughly. In contrast to him, the young lady beside him was continuously vomiting. The other trainees suffered the same fate, they were constantly vomiting. In this scene, he could still eat well. He thought to himself, they truly are descendants of noble families. The taste is disgusting, but in this situation, there is no choice but to eat it because nutrition is essential for fighting. But the flavor resembles the corpse of dried worms. Then he turned his gaze toward Luna beside him, who was still enjoying the dried worms deliciously. Under Adele's gaze directed at him, the girl turned around puzzled, asking why he was staring at her like that. He just gave a wry smile and replied, it's nothing. Then she made an offer, do you want some dried meat? He didn't want to relive the experience of eating dried worms, so he immediately stood up and declined, no, I can't eat while the other students are suffering. Just keep it, maybe we'll need it later. Faced with his decisive action, Luna exclaimed, at times like this, you seem much kinder than I thought, Adele. He then teased, I've always been kind from the start, haven't I? Haha, I always get misunderstood because my appearance looks harsh. But anyway, he wondered if Samuel was okay right now. He looked up at the sky, the scene that appeared was the Royal Academy. Looking at it, he thought to himself, it seems Seiho is monitoring the Royal Academy near him. And currently, both are doing very well. Following the direction of Samuel's pointing finger, suddenly a large bright spot appeared ahead. He focused on it and spoke with curiosity, wait, something is coming. It was a golden carriage drawn by horses with flaming heads. Just by looking, it was clear the carriage belonged to a person of power. He exclaimed inwardly, that carriage can't be. Adele marveled inwardly, how could that carriage travel back and forth between the Royal Academy and the ground? Such overwhelming power seems only found in legends. Samuel also mumbled something, but Adele couldn't hear clearly. He thought to himself, unable to communicate, truly maddening. Now all he could do was hope that he got the hint and would retreat. In just a few seconds of movement, the carriage safely descended to the ground. Looking at it, Adele whispered inside, "This time it's troublesome. They've arrived faster than I expected." Someone stepped out of the carriage, a golden eagle emblem cast in gold displayed on his chest. From the memories he had, this person was Bisaha, and he was the first target that Adele was determined to kill. He was a Wind Element Magic System Education Officer, a powerful expert at the 5-cycle realm, but specialized in theory like Robolt and not skilled in combat. Adele thought he could still fight. Then he turned his gaze toward the people behind, who were now paying attention, especially a tall young man with a giant hammer strapped to his back. That guy was the son of Count Leon Tyrius. Beside him were two stunningly beautiful young ladies, probably his personal companions. He was one of the main characters, a key figure in the main plot. He was even stronger than Bisaha, but he usually joined the team 30 minutes late because he was busy betting with the female students. That's the opportunity. If those two combined, no one in Class A would survive. Then the camera turned toward Samuel, who was turning away to leave. Adele quietly breathed a sigh of relief inside. Samuel was retreating. He turned back to the others and said, "Everyone, act quickly now." At his urgent tone, Prone stepped forward, asking if something was wrong. He explained that the target was advancing toward us. She startled and replied, "Really? It's finally starting." He nodded, "Yes, quickly erase the traces and check your weapons. I will stay outside the secret realm to deal with the human sect leader, while you all go inside and wait to attack when the human trainees are exhausted." Luna approached and asked, "Will that sect leader really come?" He nodded in confirmation. "He is even stronger than sect leader Ares, and honestly, I'm not sure if I can defeat him." This made Luna behind him worried. "No way." He remained calm, thinking to himself, if someone stronger than Bisaha comes here, it truly is terrifying. He turned to Prone, "I trust you will lead the trainees well." She nodded affirmatively, "Don't worry." Then from afar, a shout rang out along with Samuel's appearance behind. He shouted anxiously, "The humans are coming." He nodded, just in time. I also confirmed through Seiho. He assigned the mission, "Samuel, you also enter the secret realm, and bring Seiho along." Samuel was about to nod in agreement but then asked, "Are you really going to face the Inquisitor alone?" He nodded to confirm, "Yes, that's what I have to do. There's no more time, quickly open the side gate." Samuel turned his back and walked away but didn't forget to remind him, "Don't die on me." He smirked and replied, "I'll try. And be careful with that sun-kissed blonde human." Samuel nodded, "Okay, I'll keep an eye on him." Then he loudly shouted at everyone, "Move aside, I'm opening the gate." Watching their backs as they left, he thought to himself, "I hope this group can hold out until I finish dealing with Bisaha, though I'm not even sure if I can beat Ba. Well, I should start preparing a position for myself." He quickly used his blink skill to teleport himself onto a high tree branch, directing his gaze toward the gate below. His face became very serious, raising his alertness. "Everything is ready now, all that's left is to wait for them to arrive." At this moment, Inquisitor Bisaha led a group of trainees into the forest. Then he immediately stopped, turned around and said to everyone, "Halt." He approached the door and reminded them, "Everyone, this is today's practice area." When they appeared, Adele's vigilance also rose to its maximum. Returning to the trainees, while the Inquisitor was still reminding them, on this side, Leon Tyrius turned to tease a silver-haired girl, speaking up, "Hey, Sylvia." In response to his slightly dirty attitude, she immediately shrugged off his arm and shouted angrily, saying that his despicable behavior would be the last time today and that he should prepare to pay the price for the bet. Hearing this, he just smiled without replying, then continued, "So Sylvia will become mine." Seeing this guy causing a disturbance, Bisaha spoke up to remind him, "Hey, stop talking nonsense and focus." He went on to explain, "Inside here, you all know what to do. The team that successfully breaches first will receive a reward. Give it your all." Upon hearing this, all the trainees responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Then he gave the order, "All right, enter the secret realm one by one." Standing above to observe, Adele thought silently. They enter, bright human trainees full of vitality, while we are only raised like pawns for war. The difference is indeed stark. Yet despite Tyria's constantly flirting, he continued with his work, speaking out. Sylvia, as promised, I will start in 30 minutes. Do well. After all, you will be mine anyway. Hearing this, Sylvia turned her back and left, leaving a mocking remark. No way, wake up from your delusion. Tyria smiled and said, aha, we'll see. Seeing them hesitate to enter, Bisaha reminded, what are you standing there for? Get inside now. Sylvia bowed apologetically, while Tyrius put on a calm face and said, I understand. Sitting above to observe, he now saw all the trainees entering inside. The door was also closed and in the end only Bisaha remained. He looked toward the gate, muttering, everyone's already inside. Then he turned around, scanning the surroundings. Adele thought to himself from above, he even checked around, truly careful. After observing with his naked eyes, Bisaha suddenly emitted a green mana aura that spread throughout the surrounding area. It created a circular beam of light. Immediately after, the entire forest was illuminated by the energy just unleashed. In front of the dazzling light, Adele luckily grabbed a branch, barely keeping himself from falling to the ground. He sighed softly inside, dispersing his power again to confirm, if I blink any more, I'd be detected. After finding nothing, Bisaha spoke, as expected no one's there, now let's go. He then headed toward the secret chamber. Just as Adele predicted, now all that's needed is to keep a safe distance and follow him. After moving deeper into the forest, suddenly Bisaha stopped as if he had noticed something. Behind a tree, Adele had also blinked into position. He only made a very slight noise, but this time it reached Bisaha's ears. He startled and spoke up, clearly sensing someone, or was it just a hallucination? He continued moving and approached a tree trunk. Touching it, he muttered, what kind of terror is this demon clan planning, making me come all the way here? They should have just wiped me out. In response to his strange action, Adele observed from above, thinking to himself, what is he doing in front of that tree? Below, Bisaha channeled magical power into the opposite tree, murmuring, never mind, as long as it serves my great experiment. Then from a small tree, suddenly a swirl of magic appeared around it, causing the tree to shake violently. In just a few seconds, the small tree had transformed into a towering giant tree. This made Adele flinch momentarily, just as he thought, that tree is a protective mechanism, if disturbed recklessly, it would have already been blown away. Standing before the tree for a while, Bisaha spoke up, there's no sign anyone has come here before, so checking it should be fine. But then he suddenly sensed something, his entire body was enveloped by a flow of mana. When he turned back to look behind him, his protective mana layer was being attacked by the blade that Adele had thrown. Looking at it, he wondered, what the hell is that? As soon as the words left his mouth, Adele appeared before him, looking at him with eyes cold as bullets. Adele spoke coldly, what a pity, I almost had you. Bisaha growled angrily, his cold gaze sweeping across the forest. Who are you? Adele simply raised his dagger, a surge of power enveloping it and himself. Then Adele used his stealth skill, his figure immediately beginning to fade. Bisaha was surprised when Adele's figure completely vanished. He immediately condensed his power, shouting angrily, you dare play tricks before me. He raised his hand high, green demonic energy burst forth, forming a giant vortex that engulfed the entire forest. Adele gritted his teeth as the fierce wind blasted his body backward. In his heart, he roared, damn it, his power is terrifying. Meanwhile, Bisaha recited a chant, wandering wind of the forest, find him. Strong demonic energy radiated from Bisaha, searching for Adele. As the surge of power neared him, Adele quickly used Swap 2 to teleport. Instantly, his body shifted to a high tree branch, temporarily evading Bisaha's attack. But the pressure from that massive mana still made cold sweat pour down his forehead. At this moment, Adele began to plan, thinking that if he kept being cornered like this, he was done for, he had to close in at all costs. After failing to locate Adele for some time, Bisaha began chanting another spell. Seizing the opportunity, Adele leapt down with firm resolve. At this very moment, Bisaha was casting a new spell. While Bisaha was still chanting, Adele used Swap 2, exchanging positions. Immediately, he appeared before Bisaha, raising his dagger ready to strike. Bisaha was shocked when he saw Adele appear right before him. Without giving him time to react, he used the skill Dark Fang, Sword Pierce. He gathered strength to strike down, but was blocked by Bisaha's barrier. Two streams of power collided, creating a terrible pressure that shook the entire forest. Adele cursed silently in his heart, damn it, it's a barrier again. Bisaha was also angry at this moment and shouted loudly, "You insect!" Then he unleashed his power, a stream of mana surrounding him. It was so strong that it pierced straight up into the blue sky. Fortunately, Adele used displacement to retreat far away, but the trees around him were not so lucky. They were knocked down and scattered everywhere by Bisaha's power. Looking at Bisaha, Adele thought to himself, piercing straight into the blade reveals that the magical shield Bisaha covers himself with has about 10 layers. Bisaha, furious at missing his hit, shouted loudly, "Don't hide like a rat, come out here." At this time, Adele had retreated to a corner thinking inwardly that if it weren't for his sword stance, his body would have been shredded by the recoil like a rag. Luckily, it was Bisaha. If it were a mage specializing in melee combat, they would have likely covered themselves with dozens of layers of shields. I've broken through 2, leaving 8 more. While he was still calculating, Bisaha had already started deploying his skill. He unleashed 3 tornado columns, 3 times stronger than his previous attack. Wherever they went, they swallowed up everything. Seeing this, Adele cursed silently in his heart, "That madman." He immediately lay down on the ground and used the kinetic thought skill. Adele thought to himself that he had to use the thought-driven power to press his body down as much as possible to hold on. Being swept away would be the end of him. After the attack passed, he saw only a pile of broken tree trunks. Adele slowly pulled himself up and escaped death. By this time, his body was bleeding, but he silently felt lucky. He was alive. Bisaha now advanced, controlling a sharp piece of wood as a weapon in his hand. He angrily shouted, finally revealing his true face. Adele reacted quickly, instantly using displacement to appear in front of him, ready to attack. But this time Bisaha noticed him and counterattacked. Bisaha's eyes widened, his face twisted in anger as he roared, "You damned half-demon." He unleashed crescent-shaped attacks towards Adele. Although in midair, Adele still managed to use displacement to evade them. He wondered to himself, why was this guy targeting him like that? Wasn't the dormitory of third-year students their real target? Looking at Bisaha's face, he was amazed. Wait, could he be a student in his class? Bisaha laughed loudly, saying, "You stupid fool, digging your own grave. You think defeating me means certain victory? I'll show you my true power," he said as he condensed his energy into a sphere. Bisaha raised it high, shouting loudly, "Die." At this moment, Adele's twisted face appeared with a red eye. Bisaha still laughed loudly, unaware that he had fallen into a trap. The colors around began to change. He began to doubt, what's going on? It's clearly me. And the ambusher was fighting. He seemed to forget something and asked again, "Ambush? Was I ambushed? Why, but who ambushed me?" At this moment, Adele appeared before him, startling him with amazement. He then saw Adele use the Dark Fong skill, the Black Scythe Dance. Countless throwing daggers emerged from the void, surrounding Bisaha. They rushed towards Bisaha, forcing him to use magic to defend himself. He shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Adele said nothing and silently counted, 4, 5, 6. Bisaha blocked the attack and shouted something, but regardless, Adele continued counting, 7. Bisaha angrily yelled, "Absurd." At the same time, he unleashed a tremendously powerful surge of energy. Then he launched it forward. Wherever it went, the trees fell. But in an instant, Adele used teleportation to appear. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Only to hear Adele reply with 2 words, "Venomous insect." Adele attacked Bisaha and thought, "It's over, Bisaha. Your dagger has pierced his chest." The dark power from the dagger began to emanate, attacking him. Adele, wearing a mask with flashing eyes, kept charging forward, while Bisaha was shocked, thinking, was I really defeated by something like a half-demon? Impossible. I am a great mage who will create a masterpiece on par with the gods, but at this moment the dark power had already cut his hand and was approaching his neck. Moments later, Adele appeared behind him, and his severed head fell off. Bisaha's body then collapsed to the ground. After finishing off Bisaha, Adele let out a long sigh. He sat down exhausted, marveling that among all those he had encountered, he was the strongest. Adele slowly removed his mask to reveal his face. Fortunately, after using perfect concealment, he had not lost any senses. The mere thought of losing sight sent chills down his spine. Adele took out a small bottle of potion, thinking to himself, "First, recover the mana. I already drank the intermediate mana recovery potion right after perfect concealment, so now only the advanced mana recovery potion remain." Adele quickly poured the entire potion into his mouth without regret because he knew he was soon to fight Tyrius. so there was no reason to be stingy. Drinking it with no taste, Adele realized he had probably lost his sense of taste due to using perfect concealment earlier. After recovering, Adele went to the gate, preparing to search for the spiritual herb. He looked at Bisaha's corpse there and thought, but first, he picked up the eagle-shaped badge. With this, they would finally believe he had dealt with Bisaha. Entering inside is a dark space. In his hand, he held a lantern. As he stepped down the stairs, he marveled. Luckily there was a magic lantern right at the entrance. Very kind, I must bring one along next time. As he stepped down, Adele sensed a certain smell and immediately became suspicious. Why did the scent become stronger the further down he went? His feet had reached the very bottom. What struck his eyes was the image of a demon inside the experimental chamber. This place contained many separated parts of demon tribes. Not only that, there were also skeletons that had long since dried out. Adele approached a table where a demon had been dissected. He immediately realized that this was a biological laboratory used for demon subjects. Looking at the corpse below, he assessed that he hadn't expected things to be so tragic. I wrote that the demon tribe is absolutely evil, so using them for biological experiments is justified. A doubtful question arose in his mind, but after all, if people are good and demons are evil, then even in his own novel he was no longer sure. However, humans also had their reasons for conducting the experiments. Looking at the test tube before him, Adele recognized what Bisaha had once tried to create. The homunculus crushed countless demons to form itself. Inside the test tube was something purple. Looking at the object floating before him, Adele inferred that having a homunculus would help its owner avoid the imminent death. Hence, Bisaha wanted to create it at all costs, but ultimately, the research failed. At this moment, Adele immediately thought of Robolt. Although it was unfinished, Robolt would probably like it. In return, he should demand some intermediate-level mana restoration potion, right? The bag he carried now had something moving inside, causing it to shake as if it wanted to jump out. It turned out to be the lone venomous creature. It jumped out with bright eyes staring at the homunculus. Before Adele could react, the venomous creature broke the test tube and lunged toward the homunculus. Immediately after, it swallowed the homunculus whole. Adele beside only knew to shout, "What are you doing?" At this time, a source of red energy from his neck shone directly onto the venomous creature. Looking at the glowing amulet, Adele wondered if it was the pendant. The moment the venomous creature swallowed the homunculus, half of the pendant lit up. It seemed not to react to the creature itself. Could there be some connection between the homunculus and the mana god? Or perhaps it was related to a completely different existence. Maybe consulting the mana scripture on homunculus creation would clarify. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Bisaha had already memorized the secret technique and had burned it. Looking at the venomous creature before him, Adele sensed something strange and asked, "You look a bit different now. You used to look like a dragon, but now more like a snake." He seemed to realize something. Could it be? He tried using permutation 2 on it, but it had no effect. Holding it in his hand, he wondered. Clearly, it was previously an inanimate object, yet after swallowing the homunculus, it resurrected as a living creature, and the homunculus successfully operated inside the venomous creature instead of a person. Images of Crete appeared within you. Wait, if this transformation transmits to Crete, then you just ignore it and put the small snake in your pocket. For the sake of your spiritual health, just let it be. Quickly consume the elixir and move on. Then you found something that looked like a mountain ginseng. As you absorbed it and manipulated your magic power, your entire body was enveloped by a light blue magic aura. While chewing, Adele sighed in admiration, swallowing as the intense heat surged through his body, feeling his veins expanding. The whole room was now surrounded by the light emitted from him. After finishing the absorption, Adele exhaled deeply. The status board appeared: race, half-demon, alignment, chaos, talent, transposition 2, traits, interest, focus, sword coat, killing intent 2, darkness 2, mana manipulation, eye of superbia, telekinesis, mana, 1381 increased to 2072. Looking at the status board, Adele smiled quietly. Finally, his magic power surpassed 2000, the once unstable sword energy became a stable trait, and both killing intent and darkness increased by 1 level. Adele sat down and focused the magic power in his hands. Looking at the magic power he generated, Adele happily thought that all the magic he emitted could be transformed into darkness. Now all he needed was some shadow to completely erase his presence. He stood up, absorbed all the magic power, having collected everything, then returned to his classmates. There should still be about 10 minutes left. A screen appeared through the connection between him and Seiho. Displayed on the screen is the scene of Samuel fighting. Looking at the girl confronting Samuel, Adele immediately recognizes that girl as Sylvia. Fortunately, Tyrius hasn't appeared yet. Watching Samuel fight fiercely, Adele silently admires. Indeed, Samuel shows no sign of weakness and is pressing his advantage well. Suddenly, the pendant around his neck glowed once more. This surprised Adele. What could it be that the pendant is reacting again? Inside, a piece of paper appeared faintly. Adele exclaimed in astonishment. It was a purchase slip this time. The paper displayed clearly that it allowed viewing the recent past. Looking at it, Adele wondered aloud, the recent past. Previously, it only repeated matters of offering to the gods. What exactly is this about? Both reacted in unison, certain something was going on. Adele then took out a small knife and drew some blood from himself. Without a pen, blood would have to suffice temporarily. He carved the words, "Please reveal the truth of this pendant." However, the response was the familiar phrase, "Offer to the gods." Seeing this, he said irritably, "Again with offering to the gods, do I have to break into the human temple to steal the sacred artifact?" These answers are all impossible, so frustrating. At this moment, Samuel's image reappeared on the screen. Adele thought to himself, "It's connecting again." Adele was facing Samuel through the screen. Suddenly, the necklace emitted fierce energy. A voice appeared in his mind instructing him to use the pendant. He immediately thought, the pendant is reacting intensely. At that moment, a stream of dark energy surrounded his body. A pitch-black darkness enveloped the space, and a faint sound rang out as if tearing the silence apart. Adele moaned softly, bringing his hand up to clasp his head. A stabbing pain like a hammer blow left him dizzy and unable to think clearly. His eyelids trembled. He murmured, exhausted, "My head, it hurts so much, what the hell just happened?" A weak light gradually filtered in as Adele forced his eyes open. His blurred vision revealed the view outside the window, blazing red flames everywhere and cries echoing through the air. A man collapsed to the ground, hands shaking as he begged, "Have mercy on me, please, have mercy." Samuel stood motionless, eyes wide, whispering in bewilderment, "What is this?" The scene outside became clearer. Waves of fire ravenously consumed the mansion. The harsh clash of steel rang out, and human soldiers laughed like madmen. "Kill all those damned demons." A scream rose and stretched across the ashes. Adele stood stunned, his hands clenched tight, the firelight reflecting in his trembling eyes. Adele's face went ashen, his pupils contracting. He stepped back, breathing heavily, unsure of what was happening. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek, a chill so cold it made his whole body shudder. He turned and, almost without thinking, looked into the mirror beside him. The reflected image made his heart seize. A youthful face, bright brown eyes, slightly disheveled hair, looking like a child of about 10. Wait, hold on, this face. He stepped closer, his fingers trembling as they touched the surface of the mirror. His heart pounded in his chest, sweat beading on his forehead. This was Samuel, and he looked about 10 years younger. He whispered softly, his eyes full of confusion and doubt, feeling as if he were dreaming though everything was terrifyingly real. Adele glanced around the room, debris and ash drifted down, the light from outside casting a golden wash across the floor. His breathing quickened, his voice faltering. 10 years ago, this was the time of the war between humans and the demon clans. He clenched his hands, his heart racing. So then, an image flashed through his mind. Screams and burning merged into a horrific symphony. The scene outside came into view, the flames devouring roofs and the sky glowing red. He murmured that this place was Samuel's past, the massacre where Samuel's family had been exterminated by humans. His throat tightened, his heart heavy. The back door suddenly creaked, and Samuel started, turning around. The silhouette of a woman appeared in the doorway, the light from outside forming a bright outline around her. His breath caught, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tears sprang to his eyes. He rushed forward, his hands trembling as he wrapped his arms tightly around her. "Mother," he choked, the word breaking in his throat. He buried his face in her chest, his whole body shaking like a frightened child finding refuge. In that moment, pain and memory became one. Adele finally understood that he was witnessing his friend's past. The woman bent over, her face drained of color in the weak firelight spilling through the doorway. Her eyes shone with panic mixed with determination, her voice hoarse from holding back tears. "Samuel," she said carefully, "no matter what happens, do not leave this place." The boy lifted his head, his lips trembled and his hands clenched the hem of his shirt, sensing that something was wrong. A gentle but hurried hand rested on his cheek, trembling as if afraid time would slip away. "Don't look, don't listen, just stay right here, just 5 minutes, my child, just 5 minutes, do you understand?" Her voice faltered amid the screams outside, and he could only nod, his eyes brimming with tears. Yes, I understand, mother. In that moment, a sad smile blossomed on her lips, her lashes trembling before tears fell. You must live, okay? I love you. The door closed, the light gradually faded, leaving only the last warmth seeping through the grain of the wood. Samuel sat curled in the corner, arms wrapped tightly around his knees, his body shaking in waves. He did not cry, he only stared into the darkness before him, his heart thudded heavily, weighed down as if something were squeezing it. Outside, the clash of metal and unending shouts reverberated. Suddenly the door rattled violently, the sound making Samuel start. His eyes went wide, breath coming fast. A hoarse, mocking voice called out, "So you're hiding in here, huh?" His whole body froze, cold sweat breaking out as his arms tightened around his knees. The clash of metal rang out, accompanied by outraged screams. Outside, his mother's voice choked with fury. "You bastards, stop!" Samuel trembled, bringing a hand to his mouth and holding his breath. Everything around him seemed frozen, leaving only the thudding of his heart. Through the thin crack of light, his gaze fell on a sight that made his mind explode. A sword had been driven straight through his mother's back, blood spraying in a long, dark red streak. The man behind her wore a cold smile, his eyes full of pleasure. Samuel's mouth opened but no sound came out, only ragged breaths escaped his throat. The man snorted coldly, his voice thick with contempt. "You thought the head of this clan was so fearsome? Turns out that's all there is." The boy shook, his eyes wide as tears began to fall. His heart seemed to stop when the man went on. The head of the family was indeed powerful, but in the end Count Leon cut his head off. A laugh rang out, crude and venomous. "Ha ha ha, that's right, very neat, too." The boy collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling. He covered his ears with his hands but still heard every word as if a knife were being driven into his heart. The soldier turned to the maid beside him and asked, "Have you searched everywhere?" She answered fearfully, "Yes, there isn't a single survivor." When Adele saw her, he recognized immediately that that maid was a half-demon. She had betrayed them and sided with the humans. Flames burst into a fierce blaze. The man raised his hand, a cold, crooked smile on his lips. "Is that so?" He swung his sword, a red light cutting through the air and incinerating everything in an instant. Screams mixed with the acrid smell of smoke and spread throughout the room. He bent down, his eyes gleaming with pleasure. "We said we'd spare you, not that we'd let you live." He laughed, his tone light as if making small talk. "Don't take it to heart." The servant's head fell, tears still streaming. Another soldier's voice rang out, "It's all finished, sir." He snorted softly and nodded. "Good, withdraw." The air sank into a deadly silence, only footsteps echoing through the bloodstained house. After taking a few steps he suddenly paused, his smile widening. "Wait, I forgot one small thing." A terrible explosion rang out, a red light swallowing the entire mansion. Flames erupted violently, the wind whipping up showers of ash, the ground shaking as if collapsing. Everything turned into hell in a matter of seconds. Amid the crashing rubble, Samuel jolted upright, dust covering his face. He screamed into the silence, his breath caught among the ruins. The scene was desolate, nothing left but a blackened heap of debris. The sky was a bruised purple, smoke still billowing and staining the heavens with the color of blood. There was no sound except the faint crackle of dying flames. Samuel's small hand reached out from the rubble, trembling as it clawed at the ground. His nails were broken, blood seeping out, but he still forced himself free from the layer of ash. "Ugh, it hurts." His voice was hoarse and weak. "Luckily, I can still move." "How long has it been?" His whole body was bruised, each breath tearing at his lungs, but he still dragged himself toward the light. In front of him was his mother's body, long since cold. He screamed, his voice trembling and choked, "Mom, Mom." His whole body shook violently, his cracked hands reaching toward the cold corpse. Tears overflowed, falling onto the red earth like blood. Dark blue-black streams of energy began to surge around his body, spiraling violently as if driven by instinct. What is he trying to do? Adele's thoughts trembled in horror. "Don't tell me." The blue light gradually engulfed the small form. He bowed his head, his eyes vacant. To survive, is Samuel going to eat his own mother? The air shattered, hunger and despair crushed reason. "Stop!" Adele screamed in despair. "I said stop," but Samuel had completely lost his mind. He lifted his head, eyes blazing red, screaming in agony. The demonic energy erupted, coiling as if trying to swallow the soul whole. A flash of light flared, and then everything vanished. Adele came to, gasping, cold sweat running down his forehead. "Ugh!" He jerked upright, dry heaving, his breathing rapid. The room was silent except for his quick breaths. He brought a hand to his mouth, a wave of revulsion rising. Cough, cough, his voice was hoarse. So that's it, this is why Samuel hates me so much. He looked down, his eyes heavy with grief, a half-demon servant betraying his master, and the people who drove that child into a corner. The image of little Samuel, starving and kneeling beside his mother's body, haunted his mind. Who is truly the villain, and who is truly righteous? Light glinted off the blood-red pendant. He brushed his fingers over it, his expression growing somber. He murmured softly, was it trying to show him this? The line between good and evil that he'd once drawn might not be the truth. Adele took a deep breath and gently put the red necklace away. He forced himself to calm down after what had just happened. He told himself, I need to steady myself first. Now, I have to focus on pushing back Leon Tyrius. He put his mask back on, knowing an opponent's past secrets or weaknesses could be very useful, but only up to a point. Adele used his skill to fly off swiftly. Now, he had to place the larger objective above all else. Through Seiho he observed the battlefield and thought to himself that the pendant had slowed him down too much. Tyrius might already have arrived. The view still showed the intense clash between Samuel and Sylvia. Adele wondered, are they still engaged with Sylvia? He dashed off at full speed, but realized one thing. What had felt like several days in that past had only been a few minutes in reality, fortunately. Suddenly the screen went dark, making him freeze for a beat. Has the connection been lost? The shockwave is too fierce, it's destabilizing the magical energy. A red gleam flashed in his eyes. Hurry, Tyrius is about to run into those kids. Over here, the clang of swords striking one another still rang out without pause. The battle between humans and demons was still at full force, neither side was yielding. Samuel let out a roar, and a surge of mana burst from him, taking the form of sharks. They, with their razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward to attack the human ranks. Suddenly a shout rang out, "You damned insect!" Which made Samuel startle and turn to look. Before he could react, Prone had already delivered a strike that turned him to dust. She shouted to everyone, and they formed a defensive ring around Samuel. The group quickly assembled into a protective formation around him, with Samuel in the center, his green energy surging. He didn't hesitate to praise Prone. Not bad. Seeing that, she puffed up arrogantly and replied, "Humph, of course, now use that powerful magic of yours." Hearing that, Samuel began to gather a massive, swirling magical orb in the air and shouted, "I'll blow you all away." The attack was unleashed. Anyone on the receiving end was smashed to pieces, bones shattered, flesh torn, limbs scattered. Sylvia ground her teeth and muttered, "It's a monster, there's no holding it now." She turned and ordered her teammates, "Tear open your return scrolls and fall back, retreat immediately." Hearing that, they threw down their weapons and began tearing open their scrolls to escape. Golden lights appeared and led them outside. Samuel, seeing that, was a little surprised. He attacked towards Sylvia, shouting that none of them should get away. A monster emerging from him rushed forward to attack Sylvia. He thrust his hand out, channeling all his energy to surge forward, yelling to consume them. But when they drew near Sylvia, everything froze. This surprised Samuel. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, to freeze everything in a split second. Is that the priest? Has Adele already failed? From within the ice, the silhouette of a man materialized. He said angrily that he had smelled blood and had rushed over. His eyes grew icy cold. "What is this? Who are you people?" Tyrius shouldered his hammer, his eyes giving off an icy blue light, like a butcher. From beneath his feet, a ripple of ice began to spread. Samuel, seeing this, tensed up and shouted, "Everyone be careful." Tyrius, his face fierce, began to swing his hammer. He unleashed a strike, forming a ball of ice that pierced everything before it. Fortunately Samuel wasn't hit by that full-force blow, but the friend beside him was not so lucky. The upper half of his body was cut away by the attack and vanished completely, only blood spraying everywhere. Samuel turned and, seeing his comrade fallen, was utterly shocked. The others nearby also cried out loudly at the sight. Prone, who had been watching, stammered, "What kind of thing was that?" and Samuel cursed once, "Damn." On the other side, Tyrius approached the girl who had collapsed and called out, "Sylvia." He reached out his hand and asked, "Can you stand up?" Sylvia didn't respond at first, then stood up and replied, "I can stand on my own." But a moment later she collapsed again in pain. Tyrius quickly caught her. He asked briefly, "Status?" Sylvia shot him a resentful glance and answered. In total 8 people were dead, the remaining trainees were either wounded or still alive. She trembled slightly and continued, we have returned to the Royal Academy. She was on the verge of tears, but a firm hand was gently placed on her head to comfort her. You've worked hard, leave the rest to me, you go back first. As Tyrius turned to leave, Sylvia shouted for him to wait. No, I'll stay here too, I may become a burden, but even so I'll fight by your side. He laughed loudly at that. That's the woman for me, Sylvia huffed, holding her wounded arm. As for that, before she could finish, the demon ranks surged forward to attack. Someone shouted, madman, everyone charged in, kill them all. Seeing this, Samuel yelled a warning to his comrades, don't, fall back quickly. But his warning seemed too late. Tyrius had already spun around and launched a hammer blow. The attack generated an icy blast. It sent flying all the approaching demon clan members. Not stopping there, he snorted coldly and swung the hammer again. The blow came down, shaking the entire space. Ice spikes erupted from it, piercing the chests of the demon clan and sending them flying past Samuel. Seeing this, Samuel began to channel his mana to defend and turned to give orders. Everyone run, quickly. He used all his power to summon countless monsters rushing forward. Seeing this, Tyrius smiled faintly and let out a small "oh." While holding them off, Samuel instructed Prone at the rear. Prone quickly led the trainees away. Find that one and run until the gate opens. Hearing that, Prone asked anxiously, what about you? Are you planning to hold that monster off by yourself? Not sure how long he could hold out, Samuel shouted, we can only all die here. In this situation this is the optimal choice. I'll try to find a way to follow. She also understood the current situation, turned to warn those who were leaving. While Samuel bought time they had to retreat, hurry and carry the wounded first. Luna, still worried about the man before her, called out to Samuel, but he only answered, Luna, you should go quickly too. Samuel's voice deepened, asking you to look after the wounded. As Luna left she reassured Samuel inwardly, you must return there. Turning back to Tyrius, he was now visibly excited. He unleashed an extremely powerful blow at the monsters Samuel had created, ripping them to pieces. Samuel was also stunned and stepped back a few paces. The smoke slowly cleared, the silhouettes of Tyrius and Sylvia gradually appeared. With a hammer slung over his shoulder Tyrius sneered, how disappointing to be troubled by such trash. Seeing Samuel standing alone before him he was slightly surprised. What happened? Did they all vanish? Sylvia remarked, it seems there's another entrance we didn't know about, since they suddenly appeared in that area. Hearing that Tyrius snorted, a cruel glint in his eyes he said, no matter where they go they cannot escape me. Looking at Samuel straining his strength before him he taunted, come on show me what you can do, don't disappoint me. Hearing that Samuel angrily shouted, enough already. I'll show you, he said, then slammed his hand into the ground, creating 3 attack lines studded with sharp spikes that rushed toward Tyrius. The attack drew near but he paid it little heed. Seconds later he smiled, his eyes had turned blue, magical energy began to radiate around. He stamped his foot on the ground and a ring of magical energy began to spread around. It formed sharp stakes that blocked Samuel's attack, causing it to start cracking. Seeing that he sneered, is that all? Samuel gritted his teeth in response, someone who's bleeding shouldn't be saying that. Tyrius, hearing this, glanced down and, seeing his arm was bleeding, was somewhat surprised. He laughed loudly, as if you were underestimating me. Then a blue gleam flashed from his eye. Seconds later he and his thunder-charged hammer appeared right beside Samuel. The strike came down, shaking the entire area. Sylvia next to them was also a little frightened by the power. When the dust cleared only Samuel lay collapsed there. He struggled to sit up and spat out a mouthful of blood, silently thinking, thanks to the greed ability I managed to survive. Bracing his hammer against the ground Tyrius said, well it didn't land fully, don't go pretending to be hurt. Samuel's whole body ached. He silently assessed the situation, all his ribs seemed broken, making it hard to breathe. He forced himself to stand up, he thought, but, I will not let anyone die right before my eyes, he shouted, don't come any closer. Before he could finish the sentence one of his legs was severed from his body. Sylvia was a little startled at the sight. Tyrius sneered, truly like vermin, so persistent, isn't that right, Sylvia? She reminded him to hurry and clean up, then chase after them, they probably haven't fully withdrawn yet. Another hammer was swung, Samuel's arm flew out with it. Tyrius hesitated, ah, that's right. If you dared lay a hand on my woman, don't expect to die peacefully. Samuel was now writhing in pain and lay collapsed. But Tyrius showed no mercy, he brought the hammer down while shouting, I'll turn the rest into the same, just wait. Samuel lay sprawled on the dusty ground, blood running down his cheek and mingling with his shallow breaths, his eyes half open, vision fading as if about to go out. Ah, is this the end? he whispered, voice trembling in the daze. Consciousness blurred, but a question still echoed in his mind: if it were him, if that person were in this situation, what would he do? Samuel's gaze trembled, a flash of light passing through his memory. A stranger's silhouette appeared in the darkness, blue light writhing around his body like something alive, making the space itself tremble. Him. Samuel thought silently, a feeling both familiar and terrifying rising inside. The image in his memory grew clearer, a man with blazing red hair and a white mask, a faint smile curving on his lips. Who is he? Why does he feel so familiar? Samuel murmured, eyes wide with bewilderment. In an instant, the blue light erupted violently, two figures streaking through the air. Samuel briefly startled. Amid the lingering light, Adele bent down and caught Samuel, who had collapsed, his voice calm but deep. Still alive, looks like you're stubborn after all. A half-smile flickered beneath the mask. Adele sat down beside him, glancing at the long gash on Samuel's face. Even so, at this look you're probably close to death. Leon moved his lips, about to say something but only emitted a weak sigh. He gritted his teeth and forced himself up. Damn, why did you only show up now? Adele chuckled softly, I was only a little late. This patient sure complains a lot, his voice cold and mocking, yet his eyes hid an uncommon concern. Adele rose, red eyes glowing through the black mask. Now it's my turn, you rest, his voice cold as steel, followed by a fierce energy spreading everywhere. Opposite them, Tyrius stood frozen, squinting, his face mixed with surprise and tension. What the hell just happened? Where did that guy come from? Adele turned to look at his teammate lying on the ground, his gaze briefly worried. Be careful, Adele. Samuel's weak voice sounded. Adele nodded slightly and replied calmly, don't worry, I'll be right back. He clenched his fist, preparing to face the enemy ahead. Across from them, Tyrius stood between Sylvia and the threat, coldly ordering, step back. Sylvia, she swallowed, eyes full of tension as she felt the dense murderous aura engulfing the area. Adele activated his power, black smoke and purple energy coiling around him, creating a surreal scene. In his mind he thought, I talk tough, but to save Samuel I used the perfect invisibility technique. The price, losing all bodily sensation, yet he stood firm, eyes flashing with steely resolve. Adele vowed silently, this fragile hope must succeed. Tyrius lifted his hammer with a sneer of arrogance. Ha, the pests are twice as many now. Blue energy radiated powerfully from his body, making the space tremble. Adele stared at his opponent, his voice cold through the mask. This time, the one facing you, is me. Red light flashed in his eyes, dark energy overflowing his body. Prepare yourself, for I will show no mercy. Samuel lay on the ground, gasping as he watched the scene, murmuring in a daze, I don't know what he's using, but that feeling is completely different from before. Blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, but a faint spark of hope shone in his eyes. The battle erupted. Tyrius shouted, I hope you're better than the last one. His giant hammer fell like thunder. Adele darted through the purple smoke, using a dagger imbued with black energy to meet him. The collision sent rocks flying, energies clashing lit up the cavern. A blinding blue flash burst when their weapons met. The blast's pressure made the air violently tremble. Adele gritted his teeth and held on, his whole body pushed back but not falling, both locked in a stalemate, blue and purple light merging into an energy storm. Tyrius let out a small laugh, surprise flickering across his face. You blocked that? His eyes widened, disdain replaced by a hint of excitement. He tilted his head, muscles tensing, ready to unleash the next strike. Nice, Tyrius roared, his eyes flashing ferociously. The two lunged at each other, blow after blow, hammer and blade clashing without pause, producing a series of Kong sounds echoing off the cliff walls. Using his arrogant eye while calculating, though he couldn't predict the hammer's trajectory, he could grasp the micro-muscle movements. A hope flickered. Adele steeled himself, he could strike. Suddenly Tyrius changed stance and punched Adele, a burst of icy wind sealing out. Adele took the unexpected blow, his mask torn and a spray of blood spouting. Glancing down, Adele saw his hand spurting blood as well. On the other side Tyrius taunted, why don't you freeze up? Regardless of the bleeding, having lost sensation, Adele felt nothing and readied his stance to continue fighting. He thought to himself, my hand is shredded but it doesn't hurt. On the contrary, that's even better. Tyrius remained very confident. Looking down on Adele, he grinned and leapt, channeling mana into his hammer, looking extremely valiant. Not letting him gloat long, Adele quickly used his signature ability, Swap 2, suddenly appearing in front of Tyrese and surprising him. In an instant, Adele's dagger filled with dark mana plunged into Tyrise's arm, making him grit his teeth in pain, veins bulging across his face. Hit by that, Adele inwardly rejoiced, struck the dark blade. Suddenly Tyrise's hammer swung back and hit Adele, catching him off guard, which also allowed Adele's dagger to be pulled free from Tyrise's hand. Adele muttered a curse inwardly, damn, almost forgot. Looking at the hammer hovering by Tyrese, he continued, that hammer is a unique item, a hacked ice affinity item, it returns to its owner even from a distance. Adele calmly maintained his balance and calculated inwardly. If so, he couldn't swap onto his weapon. By now Tyrese was truly angry. He swung the hammer charging mana, a cold energy radiating everywhere. Tyrese swung the hammer back with both hands and leapt toward Adele to attack, shouting filthy vermin. He gritted his teeth, eyes flashing as he roared, how dare you startle me. A storm-like strike came down that forced Adele to brace and withstand, two sources of energy radiating and shaking the entire space. But the disadvantage still fell on Adele, his arm was mangled, blood spraying everywhere. Even so he felt no pain, truly a king of endurance. He only swore once, damn, my right arm is ruined. If that's the case then. A multitude of knives appeared from the void. He had used the skill, Dark Fang, Dark Blade Storm. Tyrese wasn't just for show, he sneered with contempt, trivial tricks. Then he swung the hammer in a whirlwind, blasting away all the blade images Adele had created flying toward him. Not stopping there, Adele continued to cast that skill once more. Tyrese shouted, that leeching thing, then he launched an electric ice strike straight at Adele. Taking the full hit, Adele rolled away several times before coming to a stop. Tyrese showed no mercy, his lightning power enveloping his whole body, then he growled, now it's over vermin. Lying on the ground unable to move, Adele thought inwardly, could my bones be shattered all over, unable to move. He screamed at himself to stand up, I told you to stand up, but life isn't so simple. Meanwhile Tyrise's sheet of ice was steadily approaching him. He was like a butcher demanding a life, raising the hammer without mercy, shouting, I will crush your skull. Adele could only lie there and take it. He cursed inwardly once, damn, am I really going to die here? Suddenly a flash of light sparked. Adele suddenly appeared in another place. Looking at this unfamiliar space he was slightly surprised. He sat up dazed and asked, where is this, heaven? Beside him there was also a mirror. Looking at his face in the mirror Adele couldn't help but be skeptical. Where did the mask go? Wait, more importantly the wound has healed. Suddenly the image in the mirror spoke, have you been well lately, creator? This is the second time we've met directly. Witnessing this made Adele startle and step back. He asked again, Adele, are you alright? The other replied, sorry for startling you. The image in the mirror responded solemnly, it seemed the situation was urgent so I brought you into this space. Adele outside the mirror said angrily, I'm not pleased at all, you must have seen my pitiful state. The other laughed and replied, I understand the creator's feelings. Only then did Adele calm down and speak, alright, since we're meeting directly let me ask 3 questions. The other didn't mind answering and replied, please ask. Adele began with the first question, first, where is this? The one opposite answered, I can answer that without a fee. Hearing that Adele exploded, what, I'm dying and you still demand payment, you bastard. The other replied, please stay calm, there is information I can give and there is information I cannot, I must also pay a price whenever I provide information. The voice continued, the answer is, this is a space composed of chaos, where anything can exist and also may not exist. Adele thought to himself, talking in riddles again, he asked the second question, so what is chaos? The person in the mirror answered cheerfully, I know what that power is, but the creator must comprehend it personally. If you pay the price then maybe. Adele asked suspiciously, what kind of price? The man in the mirror answered, at minimum bring all the holy relics of the human realm and the demon realm here and I will explain. Adele heard that and tore at his hair, so you don't want to answer? The other jested, if you see it that way then it's a pity. Adele asked the final question, so am I still alive? Suddenly the image of Tyrise's hammer about to strike his head appeared. The mirror voice said, you're still alive, if you do nothing you'll die immediately. Hearing that Adele was momentarily stunned, he thought to himself, not yet, it's not time yet. He turned to the mirror and said, Adele, lend me your power. Adele's reflection's eyes flashed red, from the start I intended to invite you here for that, but there is a price. The voice continued, I do not ask for gold, relics, or mana. His face full of trickery, I will take a portion of the creator's most precious things, do you agree? Adele was somewhat suspicious, the most precious thing. Adele was lost in thought, he wondered if he truly possessed anything valuable when looking at his own reflection. Adele stood before the large mirror, aware of his dire situation. He feared that if he died here, his real-world self would vanish too. The fear of death rose strongly. Adele's hand tightened, showing his intense desire to live. Determined to survive at all costs, Adele made a fateful choice. He accepted a mysterious offer. Adele's dark entity in the mirror lent him strength. He was granted 20% of power for 1 hour so he could survive. Enveloped in a strong black aura, Adele's gaze sharpened. He was determined to see this damn story through. Outside, Samuel was extremely worried. He reached out toward Adele. Suddenly a ray of light flashed from Adele's eye. Black energy poured violently from his body, blocking the attack coming down from Tyrius. Tyrius was stunned by Adele's unexpected power. Samuel could only stand in shock watching the battle, unable to believe what was happening. Adele's legs were wrapped in blue energy, the effect of an instant teleportation skill. Adele used a swapping skill, suddenly appearing behind Tyrius so he had no time to react. The black aura still swirled around him, exuding mystery and danger. Tyrius stood at a distance, watching Adele warily. He was still shaken by the opponent's sudden change. Adele noticed his arm was still injured. It seemed the borrowed power didn't completely heal all wounds. Adele opened his status panel, his name displayed as Adele, race half-demon, along with enhanced stats and skills. The status panel showed Adele's mana had skyrocketed, the swapping skill and killing intent had increased by 2 levels, and his darkness had become a distinct attribute. Adele was pleased with his new power, although some skills hadn't improved. Overall it was a significant boost. Adele looked toward Tyrius, wondering if with this power he could truly defeat him. Tyrius was surrounded by a blue aura. He shouted angrily, demanding Adele reveal his identity after appearing and using those strange skills. Tyrius grew angrier seeing Adele awaken power just before death. He couldn't understand what was happening. He flinched when he felt a black aura binding his body. Tyrius froze when he realized the image before him was just an illusion created by Adele. The illusion dissolved into darkness, leaving Tyrius more confused and furious. Suddenly, Adele appeared right beside him, wearing a half-mask. He calmly mocked, saying he didn't understand why Tyrius kept asking redundant questions when he already knew who Adele was. Tyrius roared in anger, refusing to accept that Adele knew him. He didn't understand what Adele was talking about. Adele, hidden behind the mask and black aura, mocked Tyrius, pointing out that Tyrius had repeated the insult, vermin, 3 times. Tyrius snorted, seeming to realize something. He had understood Adele was ridiculing him. With his hammer on his shoulder, Tyrius charged, declaring he would crush Adele to death once more. Tyrius unleashed a powerful attack, creating a blizzard with sharp ice crystals. Adele noted that Tyrius seemed serious now. The real fight was just beginning. Tyrius, eyes glowing, mocked Adele not to think he was the only one who could use tricks. Tyrius challenged Adele, asking if he wanted to see his true power, then swung his hammer to create a massive ice vortex. Adele recognized Tyrius's skill as a blizzard, a powerful wide-area attack. The blizzard crashed in. Adele only managed a startled cry at its terrifying force. To counter it, Adele unleashed his own skill, Black Fang, a rain of dark blades that produced countless shadowed edges. Adele's dark blades collided with Tyrius's blizzard, producing numerous small explosions. Adele activated another skill, Kinetic Chant, determined to weaken the attack's power. Thanks to the combination of the 2 skills, Adele successfully dispelled Tyrius's blizzard. Tyrius was astonished to see his strongest attack undone so easily. Tyrius pressed the assault, but Adele, with his eyes glowing red, quickly evaded. Tyrius angrily shouted, "Hello," as a taunt while Adele merely dodged. Tyrius swung his hammer down. A barrage of sharp ice spikes shot up toward Adele, forcing him to struggle to dodge. The clash sent rocks and earth flying everywhere. Adele continued to nimbly avoid Tyrius's attacks amid the hail of ice. Tyrius sneered, mocking that Adele only knew how to dodge like a cockroach. Adele retorted that there was no reason for him to endure such slow attacks, and that it was because Tyrius was too weak. Tyrius admitted that despite his anger, he had to concede Adele's attack, though simple, had no openings. Adele smirked beneath his mask, thinking that just one more chance would be enough to finish his opponent. As the battle reached its climax, a voice shouted, "Adele," from the cliff. Adele flinched and looked toward the sound. It was Samuel, who, with his last strength, screamed, urging Adele not to lose. The young man yelled that Adele must not lose to those inferior people. Tyrius was surprised to see him still alive. Sylvia appeared, angrily questioning Samuel why demons like them would call others trash. Sylvia continued in dissatisfaction, asking who gave them the right to say that after trying to kill them in the war and even now. Samuel brushed it off, calling Sylvia's words nonsense. Samuel spoke up, exposing that it was humans who had started the war and slaughtered demons. Sylvia accused Samuel of attempting to distort the truth. Tyrius called Sylvia's name while she kept questioning, saying that in the Hagic territory, what you did remains exactly as it was. Samuel shouted in bitter grief, saying his family never invaded the human world, yet they massacred his entire family. With a face drenched in blood and sweat, Samuel screamed, asking why they did that. Adele laughed sarcastically, saying perhaps it was for profit. In short, it was a transaction. Sylvia was stunned, unable to believe that this brutal war was only for profit. Sylvia screamed in anger and agony, refusing to accept the truth that countless people died just for profit. Adele explained that from the human's perspective, the demon world was a treasure trove full of gold and elixirs. Adele pointed at Tyrius and said that especially the 6 great families he belonged to, and suggested asking him directly. Tyrius awkwardly brushed it off, saying Sylvia was talking nonsense. Adele, his eyes glowing red beneath the mask, realized there seemed to be something they still didn't know. Sylvia no longer wanted to listen. She urged Tyrius to act immediately. But before she could finish speaking, one of Tyrius's hammers swung down and knocked off Sylvia's head. Both Adele and Samuel were stunned by Tyrius's action. Tyrius looked at Sylvia's lifeless hand and said that the feeling was terrible. Tyrius, wrapped in a blue aura, said that both of them truly would make him feel better if he tore them apart and killed them. Adele was also stunned by Tyrius's rage and murderous intent. The battle resumed once more. Tyrius launched a gigantic ice vortex strike toward Adele. Samuel watched in amazement as his comrade fought on par with that monster, thinking privately, if only I weren't in this condition. Meanwhile, Adele, who faced the enemy head-on, acted provocatively, taunting the opponent, saying that the other had murdered his loved one and was now taking out his rage on him. Tyrius swung his massive hammer, creating a sweeping wave of energy that easily shattered Adele's dark magic spheres. Adele was taken aback by Tyrius's power and speed. His whole body suddenly vanished, leaving only a small gleam behind. Tyrius closed in on Adele, the blue aura of power from his hammer starkly opposed to the dark magic enveloping Adele. Adele activated his skill, Position Swap Level 4, Designate, a blinding flash signaling an imminent attack. Instantly, Adele appeared above Tyrius and delivered a thunderous kick with all his might. But Adele's attack was immediately countered by Tyrius with a back kick. Adele was stunned. He couldn't believe Tyrius could react and handle even the position swap skill. He realized his disadvantageous situation, his mana nearly depleted, unable to use his strongest skill, Dark Sword Rain, and his healing potions were gone. Seeing Tyrius the monster still raging over there, Adele resolved to think of a way even if it meant dying with him. Suddenly Samuel shouted loudly, "Adele, you're still okay," causing Adele to unconsciously turn his head to look. Looking at Samuel's battered state, Adele judged, okay, what, with that body saying anything, planning to be bait. Adele remained silent, but in his mind he confirmed that using his body as bait would surely work. Adele turned to Samuel and said he would need Samuel's help, a bold plan forming. Tyrius, seeing the two of them plotting, became alert, wondering what scheme they had and prepared to unleash a wide freezing attack. As planned, Adele lifted the weakened Samuel in his arms, using a transformation skill to move them elsewhere. Adele begged, "Please Samuel," and Samuel, though terrified, replied, "I understand," showing trust in his comrade. Adele once again used Position Swap, targeting Tyrius's hammer. The next moment Adele leaped in with his dagger wrapped in dark mana aiming to strike Tyrius. Tyrius sneered, confidently saying the same old trick, "My weapon will." He was sure his weapon would return as before. But when it did not appear, he turned and was astonished to see his hammer bound by a distant green energy. Tyrius's hammer was tied by magical green vines, completely neutralizing his weapon. This was part of Adele and Samuel's plan. And the one who cast that magic was none other than Samuel. He was exerting his remaining strength to restrain the enemy weapon while shouting to Adele that time was running out, creating the opportunity for the decisive strike. Seizing the moment Tyrius was disarmed, Adele lunged forward, driving a lethal blow straight into the opponent's chest and declared, "That's enough." Tyrius roared angrily, but it was too late to dodge. There was also a stirring inside the pouch Adele wore. Suddenly the venomous viper leapt out from the pouch to attack Tyrius, surprising him at its appearance. The greedy viper bit down hard on Tyrius's arm, injecting venom into his body. This made Tyrius cry out in pain, his scream echoing throughout the cave. In response to the snake's performance, Adele couldn't help but praise it. "Well done, venomous viper, truly a poisonous snake. At that moment, Samuel's magic weakened, Tyrese' hammer was freed and flew back. Samuel panicked and called out Adele's name. The hammer flew straight toward Tyrese and struck Adele with a hit. Affected by that counterattack, Adele was knocked away, his body staggering on the rocky ground. Adele blamed himself for letting his guard down after landing just one strike. Tyrese's dark silhouette, hammer in hand, loomed forward. Adele could only look on in terror as the enemy approached. Tyrese wasn't much better, he staggered as he walked, panting. Adele couldn't believe Tyrese could withstand the blow he'd just taken. Tyrese trembled as he advanced, growling through his teeth, "I'll kill you." But suddenly, Tyrese collapsed. Adele shouted up from below, asking how it tasted to be a bug. Tyrese gritted his teeth and endured, sweat pouring down, the poison ravaging his body, weakening him rapidly. Samuel, who had witnessed the whole scene, was left speechless in shock. Adele smiled enigmatically and said his farewell, "I hope we meet again." Tyrese, holding a magical item, perhaps a teleportation scroll, gritted his teeth and replied, I hope so too." Immediately after, Tyrese's body glowed and vanished. He had successfully escaped the battle. With the enemy gone, Adele could no longer hold on. He exhaled in relief and collapsed to the ground. Samuel hurried to Adele's side, anxiously asking if the fight was truly over. Adele confirmed that it was over. Samuel sighed in relief, thinking he had been lucky to survive. After a moment, Adele turned to ask Samuel why, in such terrible condition, he hadn't fled but stayed to fight alone. Samuel, his body battered and wounded, simply answered that he stayed to protect his comrades. This revealed another side of him, a care that Adele hadn't expected. Adele asked in surprise, "Even the half-demons?" Samuel wearily admitted that though he hadn't liked them before, he now considered them classmates and friends. This confession made Adele see Samuel differently. Samuel looked at Adele and said he was the same, scorned by others but returning to save people. Adele replied vaguely, "Who knows?" Samuel admitted that Adele was unpredictable. Adele smiled beneath his cracked mask, smugly saying that's his charm. Hearing that, Samuel snapped, "You fool." Adele didn't answer, only chuckled. Amid the rubble they shared a brief moment of understanding. But then Adele's smile faded. He realized a harsh truth. Although they defeated the monster, in their current state it was unlikely either would escape death. Samuel agreed, hoping they had escaped safely. Adele believed they should have been able to. Suddenly, the venomous viper appeared. Adele recognized it, fed it his mana and didn't forget to thank it. Thanks to it they had won. After that moment, Adele could no longer muster strength. He felt exhausted and wondered if this was his end. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made Adele startle. He hadn't expected someone to arrive so quickly, fearing the enemy had returned. But it was their teammates, led by Prone and Luna. They had returned to find Samuel and Adele. Samuel angrily called them idiots for coming back to a dangerous place. Meanwhile the others rushed over worriedly to check on the two. Luna immediately used healing magic, a stream of green light wrapping around Adele. She told him not to say anything. Luna, desperate and tearful, said Adele cannot die. If you die. Adele thanked Luna, but told her to stop. He said his wound had stopped bleeding and urged her to go treat Samuel. At that moment, Samuel spoke coldly, "No need." A terrifying surge of green-black energy erupted from his body. A dark entity in the shape of writhing snakes coiled around Samuel, causing everyone present to recoil in horror. Prone and the others panicked. She cried out asking what Samuel was doing, whether he was trying to kill himself. Within the dark energy, Samuel denied it. He looked toward Adele and revealed his true intent. "Adele, let me borrow your body for a moment." Adele, lying on the ground, could only blurt out in confusion, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Samuel gave Adele no chance to react. He unilaterally declared, "Then I'll take that as permission." The dark entity immediately lunged at Adele. It lunged forward with its sharp, greedy teeth and bit Adele's hand. Slowly it coiled around Adele's arm making him flinch once. Prone also didn't understand what was happening and shouted, "What's this?" Luna, frightened, covered her face. Enveloped by that horrific energy, Adele realized in terror that this was the greed that had once swallowed Samuel. He panicked wondering if it intended to devour him alive. But strangely, Adele felt no pain at all. On the contrary, that energy began to crystallize, turning into sharp azure spikes around his body. In a moment, the whole mass of greedy energy contracted and absorbed into Adele's arm, leaving him astonished. Adele stared at his arm in shock. The greed had crawled into his arm leaving a sharp horn that made him wonder, what is this horn? Suddenly, a magical parchment appeared before Adele, emitting a mysterious purple glow. The contract announced that the price had exceeded the agreement by more than 20%. therefore part of the power would be transferred to its creator. Adele was surprised, not understanding what overpriced meant. Adele opened his status panel. His name was Asen Adele, half-demon race, along with a list of stats and abilities displayed clearly. Adele noticed some of his stats had changed, his mana had increased, skills like position swap, killing intent and darkness had each been upgraded by 1 tier. Despite the boost, Adele still felt uneasy. He wondered what Adele himself had taken from him, the thing he called the most precious thing. Just then, Luna ran over worried, asking why Adele kept staring at his hand like that. Adele was startled and hurriedly closed the status panel. He hastily covered by saying it was nothing, just checking if his hand was injured. Adele knew that only he could see the contract parchment. Suddenly, Adele froze. He seemed to have realized something extremely important and unbelievable. Adele quickly looked back at the status panel. In his list of skills he was horrified to find the name, Samuel. Why was Samuel's name listed here? A familiar voice sounded. I'm not dead yet. The group, including Prone and Luna, stared at Adele lying on the ground. Prone recognized Samuel's voice. She asked in surprise where the voice was coming from. The voice replied, right here, I'm in Adele's arm. It turned out the black horn on Adele's arm was Samuel. Adele asked in shock if it was really Samuel. Samuel confirmed and said he would have to rely on Adele's right arm for a while. Samuel, now a parasitic entity, explained that being exhausted, even if healed he would die. This was the only way for him to survive. He added that this form consumed the least energy, and in just a few months like this he would be able to return to his original body. Adele, still shocked and a bit annoyed, asked why Samuel chose to parasite on his arm. Samuel casually explained that to regenerate his body he had to consume a fixed amount of mana daily, and Adele had a lot of mana, so he had no other choice. Adele immediately retorted that Prone and Luna both had more abundant mana than him. Hit on the weak point, Samuel stammered, unable to find a reasonable explanation. In the end, Samuel gave a forced reason that although he had no eyes he shared vision with his host, and because Adele shared a room with all those things, he chose him. This explanation instantly made the atmosphere awkward. Upon hearing about shared vision, the others began to whisper and gossip. Everyone understood the implication behind Samuel's explanation. Prone crossed her arms and, without restraint, bluntly called Samuel a terrible pervert, called out to the black spot. Samuel could only cry out in indignation. Adele agreed with Prone that Samuel truly was a pervert, making him angrily shout, "You bastards." To change the subject, Adele hurriedly said, more importantly they need to get out of here immediately, because the Imperial Academy will soon send reinforcements. Prone raised the practical issue. That's true, but where do we go now? The return gate doesn't open until tomorrow, does it? Adele revealed that he knew of a hideout the human lecturer had used. That place could help them hold out for about a day. Prone agreed immediately and prepared to leave, but Samuel stopped them, saying wait a moment. Samuel made a gruesome proposal. He said that eating the corpses of the dead would help him recover faster. Luna was horrified. She asked about the students who had fallen. She wanted at least to be able to bury them nearby. Adele coldly brushed it off, saying there was no time for that. Luna then suggested at least letting Samuel take their bodies away. Samuel transformed into his gruesome parasitic form and replied cruelly, I can eat them, but I have no way to carry them off. The answer left Prone and Luna stunned. Luna lowered her head, utterly devastated and disappointed. She mourned deeply for the fallen comrades. Though heartbroken, Luna understood they had no other choice. She accepted the brutal reality and agreed to leave the dead behind. Prone turned to ask Adele, who was still on the ground, if he could stand up. At that moment Ryuk, another teammate, spoke up offering to support Adele because he was the least injured. Prone was surprised but agreed that it would help. Ryuk helped Adele up and awkwardly said that he was the one who had behaved improperly toward Adele and Luna earlier. Adele thanked him and said Ryuk must have suffered greatly in the dining hall then. Ryuk hurriedly said no, he was the one who should thank Adele and Luna. Ryuk admitted he had judged them unfairly, and now he realized both of them could have been victims. Adele was glad Ryuk thought that way. Seeing Ryuk's change, Adele didn't expect him to be so willing to help. At that moment Samuel seemed to notice something. Suddenly a beep sounded, and a familiar bird darted quickly toward Adele. Adele was overjoyed to recognize it as Seijo, his spirit beast. He breathed a sigh of relief to see it was safe. Adele smiled and praised Seijo for hiding so well. Samuel, seeing it, was also surprised and exclaimed, nice hiding job. After Ryuk helped Adele up and everyone had gathered, Adele informed Prone that they could set off. Prone nodded in agreement. Having agreed, the group hurriedly left the ravaged battlefield. rushing to the hideout before the academy reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, the scene shifted to the Imperial Academy, a majestic castle floating among the clouds. Inside the main hall of the Imperial Academy, footsteps echoed, announcing the arrival of an important figure. A woman with purple hair strode forward. She wondered what on earth had happened to make Tyria's return in such a pitiful state. It was Madeline, a lecturer of the Imperial Academy. With a stern expression she ordered the gathered students to get out of the way. Madeline approached Tyrias, who was badly wounded, and demanded to know what had happened. Tyrias, with a face full of pain and rage, reported that during the secret raid they had been attacked by demons. Many students, including Sylvia, had been killed. Worse, Tyrias said that lecturer Bisaha also appeared to have been killed. The news left Madeline stunned. The students around were also in panic, unable to believe a powerful lecturer like Bisaha could be killed. Madeline raised her hand, ordered everyone to be silent, quickly stabilizing the situation. She judged that the demons must have sent an assassin with skill equivalent to a full lecturer, but Tyrias coughed and denied that. Tyrias said that only 2 of them had lecturer-level skills. One was very strong, but still weaker than him. Tyrias was oddly confident that there was no need for other lecturers to intervene, just summoning his teammates would suffice. Suddenly, a surge of dark chi erupted from Tyrias's body, hurling away a student who was trying to heal him. Healing magic seemed useless against the dark chi. Tyrias cried out for help in despair. The terrifying dark chi began to corrode Tyrias's arm, deforming it grotesquely. Tyrias screamed in unbearable pain as the dark chi enveloped his body, seemingly tearing him apart. His arm was engulfed by the dark chi and completely severed from Tyrias's body. Everyone, including Madeline, was horrified to witness Tyrias being tormented by the curse. Despite the pain, Tyrias gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes flashing with a blue, hateful light. He cursed the damned worm that caused this. In his fury, Tyrias slammed his fist into the floor, creating an ice explosion, vowing to personally kill the one who wronged him. Despite his condition, Tyrias begged Madeline, "Instructor, 1 arm is enough, send me out there," but Madeline remained silent. With a resolute expression, Madeline ordered Tyrias to be taken to the medical facility immediately. And then, she issued the final command, a command that showed how serious the situation was: summon Ninai Hamel and his teammates. A blonde-haired young man with sharp eyes appeared, signaling a battle about to erupt. Cut to the Magic Academy, where an emergency meeting is about to take place. Madeline is sitting and waiting, while a group of elite students enters. Ninai Hamel leads the group and asks, "You called for us, Professor." The female instructor, Madeline, confirms, "You have arrived," the teammates Tyrias mentioned. This is the Student Council, the assembly of the Academy's finest talents, who will lead the Empire in the future. And their leader is Ninai Hamel, son of the Holy Sword Cell and the future head of the Ninai family. A female council member named Cicela questions, "Aren't the instructors busy? What brought them here?" She quickly realizes the situation seems serious and tells her teammates to try to find out what's going on. Instructor Madeline thanks them for saying so, showing her appreciation for the student council's cooperative attitude. Ninai gets to the main point, asking about Tyrias's condition and the other students. Madeline confirms the situation is bad, and there is also a possibility their spy has betrayed them. She adds that the enemy may attack the third-year dormitory, so allocating forces won't be easy. Ninai Hamel is taken aback by this news. Ninai thinks to himself, just as expected, she's not merely a simple leader. Madeline continues, emphasizing they cannot leave the third-year dormitory unguarded, because it's unclear what the enemy is plotting. Ninai summarizes the issue, "So you're asking for our help." Madeline confirms and asks if they can assist. Ninai Hamel is silent for a moment, then a confident smile spreads across his face. He answers decisively, "Of course, we will help." Then he turns and orders Cicela to go to the secret area first to find them. Ninai then asks Instructor Madeline for more details about the plan. He declares firmly, "We will certainly defeat them." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Adele is grimacing in pain. He clutches his stomach, feeling a sudden chill wash over him. Adele looks around and realizes everyone around him has fallen asleep. The group has reached Besaha's secret laboratory safely, but Adele is worried about escaping from here. He knows the academy instructors are busy defending the dormitories, so the enemy will surely seize this chance to act, and they are none other than the student council, the ones who initially pushed Adele to his death. Adele fully realizes his perilous situation. The power of this body has vanished, even Samuel is weakening. If they confront the student council now, total annihilation is likely unavoidable. Lost in thought, Adele is startled when Samuel, the parasitic entity within him, speaks. what are you thinking? Adele sighs, answering that he's worried whether they can escape safely tomorrow, but then resigns himself to fate. Samuel remarks that this place is dreadful and he had no idea his kind would be treated this way. Adele makes a chilling request of Samuel, to eat the corpses here. Samuel is shocked. What, you want me to eat my own kind? Adele explains he's concerned the bodies will rot and sicken the other students. He adds that if their bodies are used to protect the demon realm, they'd probably be at peace with it. Hearing this, Samuel transforms into a larger form and admits he dislikes it, but they cannot risk a plague spreading. Adele agrees it's the right decision. Adele thinks to himself that perhaps facing death together has helped them communicate better. After a while, only white skeletons remained on the table. Samuel announced he had finished eating, and Adele thanked him for his effort. Samuel said it was exhausted and needed to sleep, telling Adele to channel a little mana into the flame to wake it. After dealing with the disturbing task, Adele thought he should go to sleep, but soon after, he realized he probably wouldn't be able to sleep after what had just happened. Just then, a soft voice called his name, Adele, surprising him. The caller was Luna. She asked worriedly, Adele, are you okay? You don't look well. Adele was a little embarrassed when Luna moved close, thinking to himself, she's too close, while still answering that he was fine. Luna noticed he was sweating heavily, took out a handkerchief to wipe him, and said if he was struggling he should tell her. She added awkwardly, because we're friends after all. Adele was silent, seeming to ponder Luna's words and actions. He knew Luna's feelings well, but he could not return them. Luna suddenly collapsed beside Adele, unable to contain her emotions any longer. She began to cry and confessed in fear, I'm so scared. Adele gently asked, are you afraid of people? Luna only shook her head and buried her face in him. He continued, or that monstrous-looking guy. And then he asked bluntly, don't tell me, you're afraid of me. Luna hurriedly denied it. No way. Adele reminded her to keep quiet or they would wake the others. The two lay on the floor among the sleeping students. Adele asked again, so exactly what are you afraid of? Luna whispered the answer, what she feared was death. Adele smiled faintly, saying everyone is afraid of death. Luna replied that of course she feared her own death, but something more terrifying was the moment she saw Adele bleeding and collapsing. She admitted her greatest fear was those connected to her dying. Losing someone she cared about horrified her. Adele was silent for a while listening to Luna continue, I tried my best. Luna sobbed, saying she didn't want anyone to die, she wanted to save everyone but couldn't. She desperately asked Adele what to do now. She believed Adele was smart and that he would surely know the answer. But Adele's answer was brutal. He said many more friends would die from now on, maybe tomorrow it'd be Prone's turn. Luna was stunned by that statement. He asked if she intended to cry every time it happened and advised that sometimes one must accept leaving regrets behind. Luna was surprised. Leave regrets behind. Adele explained that this didn't mean she shouldn't feel guilty for failing to save someone. Instead, use that guilt as fuel to harden her heart. If she wanted to save everyone she must improve her healing and train her magic more. He encouraged her not to forget the feelings of today and to grow from them. He believed Luna was capable of doing it. Buoyed by the encouragement, Luna looked up, wiped away her tears and resolved, I'll try. Adele said they should sleep early because they'd leave in the morning. The two rested together on the floor. After a long night, everyone fell asleep to prepare for the escape the next day, but they didn't know Prone had woken and overheard their conversation. The next morning, sunlight flooded the forest, heralding the start of a new day. A hand parts the thick grass, revealing the path ahead. Adele's group finally escapes the secret laboratory. They move cautiously through the forest. Adele, though wounded and leaning on others to walk, silently thinks they're lucky the enemy still doesn't know their location. He tells himself just a bit further to the teleport gate and prays nothing happens until then. But his hope is quickly dashed by a voice from ahead. Finally decided to come out then. Cicela appears, raising a bow glowing with golden light. He calls them filthy vermin and arrogantly declares he will wipe them out with a single strike.